किसी बरसात में खेले बूंदों से साथ में, कभी इमली सी कभी कतली सी खट्टी मीठी तेरी बात है। कहीं किसी बरसात में खेले बूंदों से साथ में, कभी इमली सी कभी कतली सी खट्टी मीठी तेरी बात है। जीवन के शतरंज में वैसे प्यादे तो 8 हैं, जीवन के शतरंज में वैसे प्यादे तो 8 है, पर रानी बनके दी तूने, पर रानी बनके दी तूने दिल को शहमात है, पर रानी बनके दी तूने दिल को शहमात है। सजी ये दिल की डायरी है, गूंजे कानों में शेर लबों पे शायरी है। तेरी यादों से सजी ये दिल की डायरी है, गूंजे कानों में शेर लबों पे शायरी है। खुशियों के इत्रों की तो पिचकारी है, फुहारों से अब रंगी दुनिया सारी है। महका महका है सवेरा जागी जागी सी रात है, महका महका है सवेरा जागी जागी सी रात है। जब रानी बनके दी तूने दिल को शहमात है, हाँ रानी बनके दी तूने दिल को शहमात है। कभी कतली सी खट्टी मीठी तेरी बात है।
जीवन के शतरंज में वैसे प्यादे तो 8 हैं,
जीवन के शतरंज में वैसे प्यादे तो 8 है,
पर रानी बनके दी मैंने,
हाँ रानी बनके दी तूने,
हाँ रानी बनके दी मैंने
दिल को शहमात है।
Hello, welcome everyone to the first day of the Qatar Masters 2023. This is Sagar Shah and I'm streaming this from Mumbai, but the tournament is happening in Doha and soon I'll have Amruta joining me. A warm welcome to everyone in the chat, guys. This is a really huge tournament that we have on our hands because Magnus is here, Hikaru is here, we have Gukesh, we have Anish, we have Arjun. तो कैसा लग रहा है दोस्तों? How are you feeling? And I have some pictures actually from the venue. And by the way, if you loved the intro song, it's by a chess player. That's why we played it. It was by Prachurya Pradhan, who is a wonderful friend and a wonderful chess player. He's a visually impaired chess player, but has such a wonderful voice. He's the main lead singer there. So, and I'm going to actually show you a few pictures that Aditya has sent us from the venue in Qatar. He's already there. We will also have Abhyudaya, who is here in the chat right now, also taking a flight today and going there. So we will have amazing on-ground coverage. But for now, I want to show you a couple of pictures that we have from the venue. Let me see if I can pull that up. There we go. Look at this. This is the picture that we have right now. Just a couple of minutes ago, perhaps, where the opening ceremony was going on, and Magnus is taking on an Indian youngster today, L.R. Shrihari. He's an IM, and it's going to be amazing. Meanwhile, one more pairing, which is going to be very exciting, is Gukesh taking on Nubairshah Sheikh. क्या ही मजेदार pairing है. What a pairing that is going to be. And we have one more epic pairing, which is Vantika Agrawal taking on Hikaru Nakamura. And I think so Anish Giri is also taking on an Indian, Rohit Krishna, who is an IM, and Rohit recently won the Maharashtra GM tournament. So, you know, all these young Indians who haven't really got an opportunity to face the absolute best in the world are going to take them on. So that's going to be very, very exciting. The reason why so many Indians are facing off against the top players, because the tournament has many Indians taking part here, and that is the most fantastic thing for us to follow, because almost half of the 160 participants who are there in Doha, Qatar, are from India. Can you believe it? And that just goes to show what a huge sort of superpower India is becoming in chess, not just in terms of let's say the quality of players, but also the number of players who are playing. And that's why if you are a chess organizer, there is no better time than to organize a high quality event, because what people really are looking for is a high quality event. I have some more pictures from the venue. Let me just put it up here, which have been shared by Aditya. There you have Hikaru looking very sharp in his jacket, and he must be wanting to sort of do well in this tournament. There you have Hikaru with his, you know, shaking hands with Vantika Agrawal there. And also here we have Magnus versus Shrihari LR. It's also a very nice battle that we are looking forward to. So many interesting things. And also here's another picture that we have. Let me just see if I can get it. Yes, there we have Gukesh versus Nubairshah Sheikh. Maharishi Ray says 75 out of 160. Whoa. Why not Prag? Actually, Prag was there in the players list until a week ago, but I think he has decided to sort of take some break after the China event, Asian Games, because it was perhaps very tiring for him, and that's the reason why he's not playing. And by the way, guys, we have kickoff. It seems the games have begun, and also maybe just in case, and this is not very sure, very soon we might have the live cameras here from the venue, and so that will be epic. You will be able to follow all the action through live cams, and you will enjoy it tremendously. Okay, so let me just have Amruta join in here. Hello Amruta, we have Magnus versus Shrihari LR.
I know. I mean, today is a great opportunity that it can be the first round upset.
Who knows? It's very possible, very much so. And
I mean, we always hope.
because last time,
But
Amruta,
Magnus?
when Magnus played at Qatar Masters, his first round ended in a draw.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Also, Sagar, Vantika versus Nakamura.
Yes.
That is going to be exciting. Such opportunity. This is the thing which I'm loving about this event. It's like everybody together.
Yeah, definitely. It's a huge thing. We can also, Amruta, show our viewers what are the pairings for this one.
Okay.
I can try and bring that up.
Yes, and Sakar Chess Amarnath says Ilam Parthi also playing.
Yes, Ilam Parthi is here. We also have Ethan Vaz here. We have many youngsters, Amruta, taking part. So it's going to be very exciting to follow this.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, David Dicanio asks 75 Indians seriously? Very seriously.
Okay,
Oh,
there we have
nice.
the bars as well have been placed thanks to
Huh?
our dhokebaz meter, right, Amruta, as we call it, so people can follow all the action in one go through here.
3 plus 3, 7 ho gaye na? The plan was for 8.
Do you want
But
one
it's
more?
okay. No, maybe whenever you need the right game, it's fine.
Actually, we can add.
Let's add Ilam Parthi maybe or.
Well, I've added Divya's one because she's taking on Aryan
Oh,
Chopra.
by the way, who is the in tops in women's?
Huh.
Basically, I think Bibi Sara is the top women player,
Okay.
and then Vaishali is playing,
Oh.
and we have
So
Divya.
Vaishali did not say that I'm not going to play. I mean, like Pragnananda is not playing, but Vaishali went.
Yeah, so maybe Prag might be able to help her.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Amruta, now it started C4 by Magnus Carlsen and
Well, C4 was happening. What were
C6.
you seeing?
I was putting up the bars, and guys, there we are. A big shout out to Rakshit Singh, who has made the Dhokebaz meter one of our wonderful members in the community, and he's also changing things. You know, Amrita, look
Oh.
at the design. It's in a
Yes.
different color there.
No, I love this color. It goes on with the whole thing, I guess.
Yes.
But did you show them the whole what Abhidaya had made in slides?
Yes. I mean, you mean the overlay, right?
No, the
Ah,
slides.
Yes, the slides. In fact, I have shown them. It was during the intro song.
Okay.
People did follow it, and by the way, here we can have a look at it. These are the top players. These are the statistics that we have. 156 players playing. Actually 156 title players, total 160 players, rating average of 2461. This is the schedule. We have a 16th of October as a rest day, and these are the countries who are taking part, and you can see
And
there
look at India.
75 Indians, and from Qatar only one player, Amruta.
What?
Yeah, Qatar has one player, but
Oh, interesting. And you can see after India, it's Uzbekistan who
Yes.
has 14 players playing. This is very interesting.
and China
to
has
get to know.
7.
No,
Kazakhstan
but
has 6.
USA have traveled
9.
with
Oh,
9 players.
that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
That's a very good slide that you guys have created.
No,
And
no,
also,
Abhidaya has really. So time control is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves plus 30 minutes for the rest of the. So it's same like Baku, right?
yes.
World Cup.
No, in World Cup, yeah, I think it's the same as World Cup. Correct.
Correct. And and finally, Sagar, let me just show you that this year about 2700 we have 8 players, which is not a very common thing for an open event.
Yeah. Vishal Kalishwaran says Indian Masters organized in Qatar. Okay, so Amruta,
but it's,
look at the opening that has been played by Magnus. He opens with 1 c4 and LR Shrihari plays c6. Guys, after d4, d5, can you all tell me what is the name of this opening?
Karo Khan, yaar.
Arey Karo.
Bata diya. So that his layout looks amazing. Okay, so that's a trivia for you. In this overlay, there is something which is related with the what? The Qatar Open.
Oh.
Maybe also for the chat.
Yes, Slav is correct, guys. Not semi-Slav, Siddharth. If black ever goes e6, it would go into semi-Slav territory. But otherwise, it is just Slav.
But Shobit did fall for my trap and said Karuka.
Arey Shobit, how did you? Don't listen to Amruta. I've been doing that for many years and I'm happy.
What?
Nah,
Not what?
being with Amruta. So knight f3, the move here played by Magnus Carlsen, and the move that black played is knight to f6 developing. It would be very interesting to see how a 2400 rated IM faces the best player in the world. No, Amruta?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to the second board because this is where
This
Magnus
is so
is
exciting.
thinking.
Like I'm just imagining your rating would be around similar if you were an IM right now and playing, and then you're playing Magnus Carlsen. So
Yes.
that would be
Actually,
amazing.
I'm hoping that someday, Amruta, that I'll get a chance to face Magnus in a serious game.
Serious game.
Yeah, that would be really epic, no?
Are you talking about a serious bullet game?
No, in such a tournament like Qatar Masters, someday, if we
Sagar,
get...
I already saw you under a lot of pressure when you were playing one game with Mark in Amsterdam and then Levon and Vishy. You were like, Sagar, you have to find
Oh,
the
that
best
video we have. I'm going to put it
You
up
not
at
put
some
up?
point. No, we haven't put it up. It is me facing Mark Glukowski, who's a very strong player from Russia, and he was there. He does the broadcast at Levito Chess, and then we were playing, and suddenly Levon Aronian comes and starts saying some moves. Then he was supporting Mark. Then suddenly Vishy came and started supporting, and I was like, two super GMs looking at the game.
Super GMs, nahi, super duper GMs.
Oh,
Yes.
and by the way, look at this move. G3 played by Magnus Carlsen. And I'm a bit surprised with Magnus's choice here. And the reason for that, and Amruta, maybe we can have a look at our reference board here. No, not this game. This is actually the game which we just published today. It is Nihal versus Anand that we just
Right.
did. So if you look at d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, you will see that 235,765 games have been played in this position. However, g3 has only been played in 8,000 games, which means that it is not the main move. It is not something that is played a lot. The main moves are knight c3 and e3. But Magnus wants to take his opponent out of theory.
But tell me something like G3. For me, okay, if you wouldn't show me these many games were played in by other move order, I would say very normal, no?
Yes, very normal. But Amruta, when you put your pawn on e6, which is the queen's gambit declined, then we have g3 as very normal because it's the Catalan. But when you play c6 and then play g3, you are risking it because when black takes now and bishop g2, black can already support his pawns very quickly there.
Wow. Such intricacies.
Yes.
Okay, so it is also about whether Shrihari would be aware of these intricacies.
Of course he would be. He's a very, very good player. And Amruta, I have actually played against him before. And he quickly plays bishop f5. He puts his bishop out. And then Magnus goes knight to c3. And Shrihari puts his pawn up to e6, really bolstering the center.
Would you say that black is happier with the bishop on f5 here rather than on c8?
Yes. It's like saying, are you happier being rich than poor?
No, many people will be happy being poor. They understand the value of money more than rich people.
Or are you happier being happy or sad? No, but okay.
Many people value sadness more because then they understand the value of happiness. Sorry, Sagar.
But this is the drawback of having your bishop outside the pawn chain, which means that you can actually lose it here to knight h4. Now the bishop is being attacked and you have to save it. By the way, guys, a small little thing which I must mention. There are going to be two massive events that ChessBase India is going to cover over the next 1 month. That is from today until 5th of November. And that is the Qatar Masters and then 3 days break and then Isle of Man, which is the FIDE Grand Swiss. And our aim, a lofty aim here, is that we want to reach 15 lakh subscribers. We are at 14 lakh 3,483, which means 97,000 subscribers
In how many days?
in 25 days, which is on an average 3,500 subscribers a day. Very tough. But Amruta, remember, we were at the World Cup, we were at 12 lakhs. We said we want to reach 13 lakhs. Till maybe semi-finals, we were at 12 lakh 50,000. But then in the last 3-4 days, we just jumped to 13 lakhs. Remember?
So are you saying that if a 1900 player or if a 1200 player wins a below 2000 rated event once and he's like, okay, next time also I'm gonna win the same event?
Yes,
it's easy.
At least you believe that it's possible.
Okay.
I'm not saying that it will happen or not, but you see Rakshit saying 10 million kar denge.
रक्षित वो तो कब का 10 million पे is not वो negotiation. It's like 10 million के नीचे एक भी नहीं.
Yeah, and also Itachi says easy bhai. So let's see.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way,
Lots happening on
lot
the
has
board of
already
Magnus.
happened, and we also have to look at a few other games. But
Maybe we will be seeing all 9 games of Magnus with Indian.
possible, very possible.
It's like Magnus
But
playing the
Amruta,
Indian
it
championship.
also depends on how well our Indian players do.
Yeah,
because
that's
at
true.
some point they'll start,
never
if they don't win, then Magnus keeps winning, right?
True.
So now Shrihari gets a bit greedy and he takes the pawn and he tells Magnus, you can take my bishop, that's fine. But guys, now these pawns are doubled. Can you tell me what is the advantage of having these doubled pawns? Let's see if our chat is actually alert to all the changing dynamics in the position. What is the advantage of having having these doubled pawns?
Rakshit says when Sagar and Judith teamed up against Samay and Vidit, that's the most pressure I have seen Sagar in.
Yes, something that maybe more than that, I felt the pressure this time. So I'll put up that video. It'll be good fun too.
She says Levy beat Ali Reza and TT yesterday, so Sagar can also be Magnus.
Oh, well, talking about Levi Rosman, guys, very big news that we have and very nice news we have. He recently wrote a book. It is called How to Win at Chess. And this book is now available in India thanks to ChessBase India. It is available with us. So you can actually use the first link in the description and get his book, How to Win at Chess. It is at 10% off. Actually, the book costs something like $25 or $30. But in India, it is priced at $1,200. And today, those who order it before 24th of October, because that is the pre-order date, you will get 10% off. So 1,080 rupees is the cost, and it will be shipped to your home when the books are being sent. So please do check it out, and a big shout out to Levi for writing the book. Okay, so all those who said that e4 square is controlled, very good. All those who said that e file can be controlled, very good. That is the thing. So right now, e3 played by Magnus, and you see, Amruta, how flexible Magnus is, his thinking. Magnus, and this is something which many people feel that, oh, if I have put my pawn here, I must get my bishop out on this diagonal. But Magnus says, no, I can also bring it here to attack this.
Oh, that's interesting. But then, if the bishop takes c4, the g3 is weakening the light squares. That's the first feeling actually. But then white also has double bishop.
Yeah, true. So that's the reason why bishop d6 played. And now, yes, you are absolutely right that the light squares have become a bit weak. But on the other hand, it's a nice position.
Yeah.
For
black
white.
has to reach those squares, right?
And he doesn't have a bishop.
He doesn't have a bishop, but also even if I say that these are the most beautiful squares I want to go, I don't immediately see knight e5. And knight g5 doesn't look so easy, you know.
Yes.
But yes, now that I say, I would love some ideas like h5, h4, maybe knight h7, knight g5.
Hopefully, yeah, maybe that, but I already find that Magnus has a small edge. As you can see on our Dhokebaz meter up there, he has 0.4 edge, and against Magnus, oh, and he plays his queen to f3, attacking this. Amruta, what do you think are the chances that Magnus and Shrihari are still both in their preparation?
Oh, very interesting question. Now you have to show us.
We have to check our reference database from ChessBase 17 and Mega Database. That's the product which we have here on your screen.
Yeah.
And also the second link in the description. Check that out where you can actually prepare. So d takes c4, knight f5, ef5. This is already played in 160 games, guys.
Hey, but Carlsen has played this with white already.
Oh, he's played with Abhimanyu Mishra. Bishop d6 is played in 20 games, but this is not, because Abhimanyu had played knight d7 here.
Got it. And then did Magnus go for queen f3, bishop c4, queen f3 ideas?
In that game?
Yeah, just to understand what is Magnus's understanding here.
Yeah, I think it was slightly different there.
Oh,
this way.
long castle. Okay.
Yeah, and he managed to win that game. But bishop d6 looks a very logical move. Bishop c4, castles, and queen f3 has been played only in 2 games, and Magnus actually blitzed out his move, which means that this could be his preparation. And you know, Amruta, why Magnus is so well prepared in many different things in his chess career? Because he's played 5 world championship matches. And when you've played 5 world championship matches, you are generally very well prepared. And guys, here's my question to you. Amruta, ready?
Yes. But
Magnus, here to defend this, played g6.
yeah. No, before
sorry,
you ask the
Shrihari.
question, very important question I have.
Yes.
But so much knowledge, is knowledge not confusion? Like, knowledge is confusion, right?
No.
You know this, you know. Imagine you know nothing.
That's true. That's true. But you know, Magnus actually tries to use his knowledge as well as freshness. Both mixes it up. And that's why he's the ultimate player.
Ah, he's an ultimate blender.
Yes.
Nice.
He plays h3.
What's your question?
My question is, if Shrihari continues his normal development with knight d7, why is this a mistake? And guys, it's time to use our chat chess moves. Today we are like having the best sort of all tech things happening on our stream. We have the Dhokebaz meter. We have many different things here.
Dhokebaz partner. Hang हो गया?
नहीं, I just changed the
Internet.
yes.
Hang होने से पहले. Oh, prophylaxis.
Yeah, let's
क्या बात है?
hope we don't hang today. But
And by the way, Petromask, is there a channel streaming this officially? I think so. Like Qatar will be streaming. In fact, if you go to
Qatar
chess
Masters,
results, yeah, Qatar Masters. If you go to chess results, you will already get the YouTube link. But you should try that out.
And whoa, well done, chat is already written there. 18 of you giving all the right answers, Amruta.
Wonderful. Saumik Banerjee, Clock, Samir Sinha, Tanmoy Bhadra, Dhruvesh Dondapati, Unknown Singh, Ice Cold Brothers, Harshit, Dhruva, Akindele Toshin.
Actually, when Unknown Singh was born, his parents said, "Iska naam hum unknown rakhte hain."
And isko famous banate hain.
Nice. So that's how he's become famous now. H3 played, guys. So you are right. If here G4 would be very powerful move, because black cannot maintain this tension. So if
basically it's a complete breakup over there.
Yeah, if you take here, Amruta, now this opens up with the bishop looking here and the queen switching soon, pawn pushing. I think it's almost game over.
Yeah, very interesting. So Magnus' idea is great. I think we've understood everything about this game.
But queen e7 played by Shrihari. They are not letting us go.
Exactly.
Yes, and Shrihari, just my last question before we go away, is G4 still very powerful, Amruta? And chat, here is the tough question for all of you. what should black play? Because why did Shrihari play Queen E7?
Chat के लिए not tough.
Amruta not believing in the chat.
No, chat के लिए not tough.
Oh, chat के लिए not tough. That is
believing in the chat.
You are believing.
Sagar.
You are believing in the chat. Let's see if the chat is able to find it.
सिर्फ सब लोग एक डायरेक्शन में and Rakshit Singh with a completely different suggestion.
Let's see what is the answers we have here. F4. What? Everyone wants to play F4, guys, but you are not really considering the most important thing.
Really?
No, it's not a good move.
अरे यार.
It's not a good move.
It's such a natural move. It's like, अरे obviously there is a pin. और क्या खेलेंगे?
नहीं, but the thing is, Amruta, if you play F4, then white is so happy now because the main move he can do here is just maybe move his king away or even castle. And now you are losing this pawn. So you take and I take back and suddenly boom, F7 under weakness.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Please explain. Like white king look castle. Such a tough move, man. What are you saying?
And not for Magnus Carlsen, Amruta. He will of course play it. He just has to move. The thing is, I'm threatening to win a pawn, which is actually a very important pawn because then
I'll take it, na?
So you take it, and now I would rather castle because then I can have my rook.
Exactly, king f1 is castle.
Well, king f1 has its own. See, the thing is, I'll show you why king f1 also is fine because take with the bishop. Now these dark squares are very weak.
And you want a rook on h5 basically because you want to go h4 and h5. ठीक है, ये एक हो गया king f1. But then what about castle? At least I understand king f1. But I don't understand castle after f4.
No, but g4, f4 castles means that I'm threatening to win a pawn. You must take.
Yes.
And I take, and now who will defend this knight?
The knight will move. It's independent, Sagar. Knight goes to d7.
Knight d7. Now look at your terrible pieces and look at my pressure on f7. And later I will play e4, open up this bishop. Are you even...
Got it. Majorly क्या हो गया बताती हूँ. Castle short term felt like no, it's so difficult, it's a lot of struggle for the king, but then in long term you realize that struggle is actually taking you to something better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, don't go for short term advantages, go for long term.
No, don't go for short term advantages, go for short castle. Okay, nice. So Magnus's position in a way I understand is not so easy. Like he also has to be very, very alert.
No. The thing is, we haven't yet told why after g4. What is black's best move? And guys, क्योंकि f4 is bad. f4 is a terrible move. There is a good move here, and the move is नीचे से नीचे वाला बार कट रहा है. That's what Rakshit has just mentioned. I think it got. Sorry. Should be fine now. Yeah. The move is Amruta, and it's a very tremendous move. I will be very, very impressed if this happens. Shrihari now plays the move c5.
Plays मतलब happens on the board?
No. This position. Because now the thing is that you are hitting here. So if you take this, I'm actually taking this with the pin.
Oh, wow.
And if you decide to play d5 to keep the tension here, suddenly I jump here, you take, and my knight is like, thank you so much for giving me this square.
That e5 square is like a Disneyland, no? For this knight.
Yes.
Have you been to a Disneyland?
I have been to SL World.
But then why did you say yes? You don't know what Disneyland is.
Because, it's like, it's like SL World outside India.
No. Disneyland is so huge.
Yes.
Come on.
But just showing off that she's been to Disneyland. Amruta.
Paris wala Sagar.
Wow, very nice. Okay, let's go to Hikaru versus Vantika. We'll come back to this game. And there we have Vantika Agrawal, India number 5 right now. We have Hampi, Harika, Vaishali, Sharayu, and fifth is Vantika. So she's 2-4-3-5. She opens with d4. She always loves to play these d4 openings, and she goes here g3 Catalan. I'm sure that she's very well prepared. Hikaru goes for a check, bishop d2, and goes back.
Let's ask the name of the opening.
Oh, but I told no.
What?
I didn't
From
say.
white, no?
हाँ?
From black नहीं है क्या वो नाम?
कौन सा?
I thought.
No, this is closed Catalan. Oh, we have Hanumant Asangi who says, I'm watching from Qatar. Oh,
क्या बात है?
nice.
But where in Qatar?
And Hanuman, please go to the venue. It is at the Lusail Stadium. I think it's a very, very epic
Oh yeah.
football stadium.
By the way, guys, did you find out Abhidaya has tried to put some elements specifically which, like, there are 3 elements. If you can find out, I think I forgot. I had asked this
In this
question.
overlay.
Yeah, in this whole design.
Oh, 3 elements. Okay.
Yeah, 3 elements.
Okay, so Bishop E7.
Segu says I'm watching in Singapore. Okay, you also try and go to Qatar.
And Amruta, Bishop B4 check, Bishop D2 blocking, and then you go back.
Huh.
Means that the knight is telling the bishop, I want this square. Bishop is saying, I'm already in that square. It's like, in the morning when you are in the hostel and you have to use the washroom, someone's already
वालों को क्यों तोड़ा?
because there are limited washrooms and so on. So that's the advantage of provoking Bishop D2.
हेरा फेरी.
Bishop G2. Knight E4. Oh, this is not a common move, Amruta. What Hikaru has played, because this is actually not played so many times. So I just want to quickly use our reference database.
Please. But by the way, Ankit Anand, amazing. He says elements में stadium in the background, bottom left. That also you observed, and Qatar flag color. अरे man, यार ये तो बहुत ही इंटेलिजेंट आदमी निकला. अंकित आनंद.
Well done, Ankit.
Stadium actually where this event is happening, and then this color theme is basically the Qatar flag colors, and the triangles also part of their flag, and you can see the skyline of Lusail Sports Arena. I mean the city.
Okay, very nice. And by the way, Amruta, here we see that this has been played before.
Yeah.
15,000 times this position, but Knight E4, which Hikaru played, has only been played in 80 games. And
So
it
who
has
is the
been
top player then?
Ilam Parthi has played it. And also Rapport. Actually, it's an idea of Richard Rapport. 2 games he's played against his opponents there. So, okay, let's go. It doesn't seem like the best idea because, Amruta, it breaks a very, very common opening rule. And maybe we can ask our chat, what is that rule which is broken in this when you play Knight E4?
Nice question there. Is this the same stadium where Messi was crowned? Ask Kunal.
Oh,
I
could
think
be.
that was Lusail. There's another Lusail stadium. This is Sports Arena.
Cha.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes, moving a piece twice. Never move the same piece twice. Very good. Zwelop, Shaurya Verma, reloads. So many of you.
Yeah, same piece twice.
Excellent. Because it wastes time in the opening and time is critical. So Vantika says, be my guest. You move 1, 2 and 3 times to take this bishop. I will be more than happy to develop. So that's the reason why Hikaru plays c6. Vantika castles. Hikaru brings his knight out. Vantika puts her knight in the center. And now comes the move f5. f5 played, and this is a very strong foothold that Hikaru has in the center. It's known as the... Let's ask, guys, what is this setup known as? And while you're answering, Amruta will join you back. Prag isn't playing because he isn't there. That is true. That is true. And Amruta just went there and watched the sunset, right?
It has set.
Oh, the sun has set in India. Amruta really loves sunsets. So she goes and watches them every day.
Yes, they have found it. Stone wall.
Yes,
Patthar diwar, says Rupam.
very good. It is known as the stone wall. And right now, Vantika is thinking, Amruta, a very, very big drawback of stone wall is that the dark squares become weak in this. Matlab, if you put your bishop here, knight has this very nice square. Meanwhile, black's knight is on a very central outpost, but it can always be kicked away by the pawn.
Yeah, true. But Sagar, Vantika is a very aggressive player.
Not really. She's
No?
actually
She
quite,
also is
she's an
universal.
active positional player, I would say.
Okay, but Nakamura, what would you say? Is he aggressive?
Nakamura is a very, very, you can
Like he
say,
likes crazy
he
positions.
just
Okay,
likes
let's
to
say.
play the needs of a position,
Okay.
yes.
And then you see that G5. I mean, it's going to be going to get a little scary at some point. That's what I feel.
Could be. This can become very
Very
exciting.
interesting choice by Nakamura actually for the opening. By the way, Sajan says, please showcase a few minutes of Qatar B. Also, many Indian players are also there, including my children, Abel Sajan and Albin Sajan. Thanks. Very interesting is in Qatar B. The top seed is Mohammad Lodi.
Mahmood Lodi
Mahmood Lodi.
from Pakistan.
And
Yes,
I think he's playing after
2274.
a long time. Yeah.
Let's go to game number 3. An important game here. We have Anish Giri coming back to play chess after quite some time. We've been missing him. Recently, he became a dad for the 3rd time
Yeah.
to little Rihanna.
So Rihanna's first tournament. Did you
Rihanna,
watch?
oh, and Danny and everyone must be watching this. Daniel, Michael, Sopiko, Rihanna. So knight f3, knight f6, d4, d5, c3 played by. Actually, I think Anish was going to move his pawn 2 squares and then he dropped.
Finger
C3.
slip.
But I think he's very inspired by one Indian player who plays this a lot. Can anyone tell who plays this move a lot? C3, at least in blitz. Udipta Nobis. It always feels great watching Sagar commentating. Thank you, Udipta. That's very kind of you. Yes, Rakshit Singh, very, very sharp. Siddhant Lahoti. Om Patel, Amay Kanetkar. They all know, Amruta, that Nihal plays this a lot.
Wow. Amazing.
And it's actually played against the move c5 because then you can take, and it's a reverse Slav, you know. So
Just right now, what we were seeing in Magnus versus Shrihari game, something.
So Rohit plays bishop f5, and Amruta, don't underestimate Rohit because Rohit won the Maharashtra championship in Nagpur recently, Maharashtra Grandmaster Open, ahead of many GMs.
Okay.
And now he's facing Anish, attacking the b7 pawn here. Anish, and there Rohit defends it. Bishop f4 played, e6, e3, bishop e7, and knight d2. You can see both players taking their time in the opening, and it seems like a very normal position here.
But actually, we don't know one fact where when did the pairing come out? Because how much time did they get to prepare?
Yeah, I think they didn't get much.
Time. Yeah, normally first day is always a little bit like you come, you settle, and got it.
Yeah.
Michelle asked, is this OTB tourney? Yes, this is an OTB event.
Yeah, in fact, we have some pictures from the event. If you guys have not seen it already, look at
Please
this.
show.
This is, this is Hikaru Nakamura there, shaking hands with Vantika. This is Shrihari versus Magnus. We have the players there waiting for the round to begin. And these are some of the pictures. Look,
Wonderful.
it looks amazing, no, Amruta, there?
Yeah, who sent us pictures?
Aditya took them.
Amazing. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, now we understand the feel because it's a day one, no, Sagar? So it's yet to understand what's happening, how is the hall and everything.
Yes.
So
let's have a look at the game of Gukesh versus Nubairshah Sheikh. I think it's a very important and interesting game because Nubair is a big fighter. He's from Mumbai. He's our good friend. And of course Gukesh, we all love, the current India #1. Also one of the finest players in the world number 8. He's the 4th seed in the tournament behind Carlsen, Nakamura and Anish.
wow.
Knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, g3 played by Nubair.
Don't you think each and every game we are seeing G3 तो हुआ ही है?
हाँ,
G2 by G3 पे चले गए.
No, but Anish didn't play g3. But d4, knight f3 in all games. But look at what Gukesh does, b5. And it might seem like a completely illogical move, but there is a logic to it. Let's see if our chat can understand why is this move b5 played.
मुझे तो तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन इलॉजिकल लॉजिक अगर यही है तो
What is the reason why b5 move is played in this position? Guys, do like the stream and do subscribe to ChessBase India. We're going to stream this through the next 9 days.
Wow, Udit says I'm also watching from Qatar. Can I be of any help?
You can go there to the venue and maybe you can go to watch. You can meet Aditya, Abhyudaya, and then if there's something, please talk to them. Yes, c4 is the correct idea. To stop c4 would be the best. And that's why b5 is played. But Nubair was like, hey Gukesh, now you've given me a hook to attack, so I'm going to play a4. And Amruta, if you take, then after rook a4, this pawn becomes an isolated pawn on a7. So clearly he cannot take.
That's why you said illogical. Okay.
It looks,
like you generally allow a4 very quickly that way.
Yeah, generally you play in the center, right? Like e6, c6. Then b5 looks a little weird. But Gukesh is playing very ambitiously in the position. Now c4. He took, knight takes, e6 played, bishop goes to g2, knight d7, castles, bishop a6, and now this is where you see the b5 move coming to good use. You know, the bishop coming out on this diagonal.
Quite rare to, see the bishop developing very quickly in such structure. Generally, this is always the problem, which is like last priority. Dekhte hai what will happen about the bishop. We'll see that way.
Correct.
What is your last priority?
No, my last.
Last.
By the way, Ashraful from Bangladesh says, can we get Levy's book in Bangladesh? Well, we are only allowed to sell it in India for the time being. So, Ashraful, maybe it's not possible for us to ship, but you can get it from some other place. Bishop f4 played, and this attacks the c7 pawn. c6 played by Gukesh.
Why did he not go c5 actually?
I think he was afraid of the knight jumping here, Amruta. That could have been one of the reasons.
d6 and c7 and then you will have to take and that doubled pawn is fine. Yeah, queen a4.
Yeah, this pawn could be very, very strong here. So that's the reason why he played the move c6, stopping knight coming here.
But knight e5. Okay, queen c2.
Queen c2, rook c8, rook d1. And this is the live board that we have right now on our screen. It's slightly better for white, but not much.
Yeah, I don't really understand the move rook d1 because it seemed natural for the rook to go to c1. But maybe he's already preparing that whenever c5 will happen, like he would love to have these kind of ideas in hand. Yeah. Got it.
Possible. So this is how things are, guys. And meanwhile, Amruta, we have a very big development on board number 1. Shrihari has equalized because after h3, queen e7, Magnus thought for a massive 10 minutes and played short castles, which means that now Shrihari can calmly go knight d7 and should not be worried for g4.
So are you saying the move order was important, that Magnus had to go g4 first?
No. G4, there was c5. No, remember we discussed this.
That was tough. So what?
Actually,
how
I mean,
does he
maybe bishop
retain
b3.
some initiative?
I don't know. There could be bishop b3, bishop d2. All these moves possible.
Waiting to short castle, basically.
Or maybe preparing long castle.
Possibility.
But the main thing is now, knight d7 and okay, it's still an interesting point. It's completely because
very imbalanced because g4 is always in hand.
Like if you do still take, there is still this e4 central push that is coming.
मतलब life में it's like hey, ये possibility है ही.
हाँ,
एक point तक.
Yes.
Then you don't take it for granted.
Yes. So let's quickly
Magnus
go and
is-
check, Amruta, a couple of more games. We have so many Indians, guys. You can also suggest to us if there are any specific games
Yeah,
that you
also
would,
some interesting position somewhere, and then we would not know that.
if there are any things that you would like to. By the way, there's a very interesting battle between Ilam Parthi and Aditya Mittal. Two young
Oh.
Indians playing each other. So that is
Nice.
also a game to follow. Right now, they have already blitzed out 16 moves. And it seems it was a Najdorf that happened here. Sicilian Najdorf. And Ilam Parthi just developed with white. Aditya Mittal played h5. So both players in their prep. Bishop b5, queen c7, rook c1, queen f2, and this is the position.
Yeah, most of it is preparation. So this game is yet to become that,
Yes.
crazy yet.
True. So this is one interesting game we'll keep our eyes on. There is also which else?
Sego says, my dream is to become a Indian professional player. I am 13 years old.
Oh, nice. There's also Eric Rosen playing Amruta in
Oh,
this
yes.
tournament, and he is taking on Pranit Vupalla in the first round. And Eric played his favorite London system in the first round, and right now, after queen takes c5, the position looks quite interesting. Rook c1, it can get pretty sharp, but white seems to be very slightly better.
Okay, they are saying right now Vantika and Hikaru.
And there's already one result which has happened, Amruta.
Oh,
I
the
am
fastest
Madaminov Mukhadin has beaten Aziz Hussain.
Isn't Madaminov the same guy who had beaten... No, Magnus had blundered against whom?
Yes, no, actually he played Magnus, but he was equal, but then he blundered something. And then it ended in Magnus's victory. But he's a very talented youngster from Uzbekistan. Queen f4 by Madaminov. And he plays bishop f5 here. And this is a terrible error. Why is this a mistake, guys? Can you find it? White to play.
Would it be an opening trap or something? Or
Yeah,
it's,
looks like a very interesting move. I don't know if anyone else has fallen for it before, Amruta. But let's see if our chat is able to find it.
Michelle asks, Sagar, do you have any news about Fritz 19?
It will come. Generally it comes
Every 2 years.
every 2 years, so it will come this year. Should be in November generally.
B4, is that the move? Yes?
Yes, and I'm just checking, Amruta, if this has ever happened before.
But लोगों को दिख नहीं रहा है ना?
Yeah, no, I'm just putting it here. So if you look this, queen f4, bishop f5 has been played once before by Ajay Krishna and Manu Shah. That's two Indians playing each other
When?
online.
2020.
Yes.
Huh.
And this is exactly what happened in that game. B4 was found by Ajay Krishna. And that is what has happened here as well, guys. Well done. We have had, Amruta, many people finding this, right?
How
B4.
many?
14 of them.
Mohit, Harshit, Milap, Tech Media, Invisible, Anatar, Venkat, Sendil, Parithi watching. But I am honestly going to say 14 is not something which I am very happy about.
Yes,
I mean,
guys.
there has to be more. It's such a beautiful tactic.
So if you take here, you lose the piece. So you have to play queen d5, only square for the queen. And now bishop c4, again attacking the queen. He tries to trade off because that's the only thing he can do. If he plays queen d7, then already knight to e5 attacking here and here with the bishop is game over. So that's why check, queen takes, bishop takes. And guys, now for the key move which you must see beforehand, otherwise black is completely fine. I want at least 25 of you to find this move. White to play.
50.
What do you do?
50.
Fernando Pardo says if you take on b4 you lose the queen really. Oh sorry Fernando, queen takes b4.
तूने क्या बोला?
मैं बोला bishop is hanging. Whoa, this time you see Amruta, the chat is back with vengeance there. And they have found the move. Amazing, guys. This is great to see. We have now this time 30 of you having answered this. Fantastic job, guys. Bishop takes f7.
Watching YouTube, Tech Media Computer, Swaminathan Ramdos, Srijan Bhattacharya, Harshit, Milaprane, Shiven Bansal, Sendilnathan, Brugu Das, and Beloglavi. So,
Fantastic job, guys. And this is where
42. We did get more than 50 answers, by the way.
Bishop takes f7 and Amruta, because now if you take knight g5 check and you lose the bishop, and you know what Aziz Hussain did? He said, I don't want to go through the pain of playing such a position, pawn down, I will resign. Which I personally think is not a great idea. If you ever reach in such a situation, do not resign. Fight till the very end. You know, you will learn something out of it, but it was too much for him to hold on.
Sometimes, you know what happens in such tournaments? You go there, you see, oh my god, amazing event. I am going to crush everyone.
Yes.
And then you go there. And then ho jata hai ye blunder.
Yes.
And then it's like such a heartbreak because you have been dreaming and dreaming of.
I know. And this feeling I have actually got, not of blundering, but this overwhelming feeling, because I did play at World Juniors in 2010 in Poland. It was a huge event, and on top board there was Andrekin, there was Parimarjan Negi playing. I think it was also David Howell was there. And I was so like all the time I was like, wow, where am I? And I got a winning position in round 1, but I couldn't concentrate. I was so stressed out. So clearly I can understand that. Meanwhile, someone in the chat, can you please look at the game of Adiban? And guys, we are really hoping that Adiban does well in this tournament. He is, after all, one of India's players to have reached 2700. Now we have 9 players who have reached 2700, but he was number 5.
Wow.
Yes.
Your memory is amazing.
He's playing S. Nitin, who is also an IM from India.
Oh, Maroxy by India.
Yes, and Adiban playing Maroxy, which is interesting because
No,
this
Nitin
is...
is playing a Maroxy.
I mean, Adiban is playing Accelerated Dragon. Sorry. So, Queen A5, Bishop E6. This is all well-known theory. He will go B4 now. AB, AB. Then you put your queen on B4. This is all well-known
You have
stuff.
played this so much, right?
Yes, I've played this a lot in my career.
But can you say you played it as much as it is in your blood?
Not really. Not like how much you played the Sicilian Khan, Amruta.
Okay.
Yes. So, someone also mentioned that they want to see the game of Divya versus Arjun, versus Aryan Chopra. But first, Amruta, we will also have a quick glimpse at Pranav V, who is right now fresh from his victory at European Club
Okay,
Cup.
let's ask the people if they know in his team who was the top player.
Oh, nice. That's and what did he tweet?
You're making it. Maybe then if you ask about the tweet, generally people are very aware of the tweets, and like Anish Giri tweets and people are like, Anish tweeted. So, see? Exactly, already. Prajwal says buddy, then Rohan says Magnus, Parithi, Vedang, Jashwant, Maharshi. क्या बात है? सबको पता है.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen is the one who was in his team, and actually Magnus really was proud of these youngsters who were playing for his team.
Team का नाम pronunciation is very tough, I would say.
Offerspiel.
Offerspiel.
Yes, Offerspiel or Spiel. I don't know. Maybe I am not pronouncing it correctly. But Amruta, if you see here, they reached a position which is played 56 times. But here Rook G1 was played by Pranav, which is only played in 2 games by Brodsky. So this is a new idea. And I think, guys, what happens in these top tournaments is that players come with some new ideas and they play it. And this is exactly what has happened here. Bishop C6, and now Pranav is thinking. His opponent is Akshat Khamparia, who is the first ever IM from Madhya Pradesh, and is a very inspiring story there, because he is now well past 30 years of age and he is trying for his GM title. He's an IM and he recently scored his first GM norm.
Wow.
So he is trying to become a GM. Let's see if he manages to get his second norm in this tournament. That would be epic.
Plus, he also does a lot of other things for organizing.
Yes,
and
he's
everything,
also, I
so-
think, the secretary of the MP Chess Association. So that's already a big role.
Yeah.
We have, by the way, big news on the board, not just on the board, but off the board as well. And we're going to talk about it. The player on the screen now that we are going to talk about is Arjun Erigaisi. He is taking on MR Venkatesh, and Arjun had a big life update, which was actually not given by him, but his coach. I hope you guys are aware of this. Arjun and Srinath, who've been working with each other since quite some time now, have now sort of parted ways. They are not working together, which is, for me, it's a surprise, Amruta, that this happened, because I thought that they were, working from quite some time, and I was not aware that this would happen.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't expect this, but okay, it is the current situation, and we for sure know it is always hard for a chess player. I mean, both of them, the transition phase. But what that's the most we know, right? As of now.
Yeah, I maybe we'll talk about it with them at some point and get to know more about it. But I think they both achieved so much being together. They can be very proud of themselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now, all things have to come. All good things come to an end, and then new good things begin. So maybe Srinath will start working with some other talented youngsters, and Arjun will get some other good coaches, and that's hope. That's how we hope. Knight f3, d5, and Amruta, look at the sharp line: c4, d4, b4. Okay. Now here's a crazy move that Arjun
Oh!
plays: g5.
B4 and G5. So first question, it's hanging, no?
Yes, you can take, but Amruta, then
Wait.
let's ask our chat. I've already at some point asked this question, but let's see if our chat knows about this. Black to play, what do you play?
Actually, many people did not know in the chat. Okay. E5, G5, E5. So the confusion is between E5 and G5. But G5 तो already हो गया है ना?
Yes.
तो E5. Done. Understood.
E5 is the correct move, Amruta, and so many have mentioned that.
Prajwal, Sujay, Aditya, Shiven, Karthik, Parithi, Nick Pro, watching YouTube, Sendil, and Ahmad.
Yeah, you push your pawn to E5 and you defend this and you attack the knight. So for
So it's
a
all
pawn-
about center, yeah?
Mm.
It's like central place. Matlab, if Mumbai is the center, and I've come from Pune to the center, something like that.
Yes. It's all about the center there. H3 played by MR Venkatesh. He says, I don't want to get into this fight. G4 by Arjun.
Which actually is not a good... Man, we have to check the opening. I'm very curious. Is this a novelty? Has it been played before?
Or is Arjun bluffing?
Yeah, because the advantage changed for the engine, but definitely Arjun will have something deeper over here.
Could be, or maybe not. Maybe he has nothing deep and he's just trying to sort of surprise his opponent. So let's have a look at our reference board.
Yeah.
So knight f3, d5, c4, d4, b4. We have 3,400 games. G5 and
Oh, already so many games. Ronak has also played.
238.
Prague has also played. Once again, if you show me G5 top players, who are the top most players? Aronian has played. And that very recently, Sagar.
yeah, no, this is a very
Navara, Muro. Navara has played quite a lot. Muro has also played quite a lot. And Prague has beaten Maksudlu.
right. So h3, Amruta, but no one actually has played g4. If you see, 28 games with h6, 15 games with bishop g7, g4 has been played 0 times.
Okay, one question. How long did Arjun think, you think, Or do we have the absolute fact?
No, he didn't think much. Yeah, I think he is just thought for 30 seconds or so before going for g4. Look at this.
Oh.
A minute, maybe a minute and a half. So g4, take, bishop
So this
takes.
is preparation, na, then though.
But I don't like it. I mean, queen b3, bishop g7, and here I think here
See-
he should have gone d3.
This is about the preparation where you understand that your opponent is completely, going to be shocked with something like this. Now he's going to go and play a natural idea. That is what is the mixing the engine and psychology
Yes.
together.
I think an Arjun is that kind of a player, no, like who is not averse to playing some risky moves, even if they are not the best. I think Prag would never do it. Prag is a very, how do you put it? Like he likes to be correct technically. Gukesh might do it.
But imagine. Okay, just an idea. Like if these people have 10 playing partners as practice partners who are rated around 2400, and in blitz games they're trying something new. And what is the first thing you're going to play? So out of 10, if 8 of them play bishop b2, you understand that it's not the most natural.
Yes.
It's the most natural thing
Correct.
that you can expect from your opponent.
True. Okay, so that's true. Amruta says that it might have not just been looking at the engine, but practically some preparation that has been put in. So here now, this is the position. It's equal. Everyone wants to see the game of the recently minted 2700 GM of India, Nihal Sarin. And Nihal has that little edge, Amruta, with the double bishops here against Zhou Shen from, I think, is it USA maybe? Chen Zhu? Maybe he's an young IM from USA.
Let's
Guys,
ask the chat.
you can correct me if I'm wrong. But the idea of Nihal is that he has these two nice bishops and he wants to break in the center with e4. His last move was d4, taking space. So it was pawn was on d3. He played pawn to d4.
So why does he decide to block his own bishop?
Because Amruta, I think black was threatening to play e5. And once that would have happened, black would have had a strong center. So he plays d4. Now if you play e5, then after I take, you might be left with an isolated pawn here. That's the reason why.
So this is actually slight edge, you think, for white? Because I like black's central break and this dynamic.
Yeah, I think in general this is e5 might be a good idea to do here for black. And position, instead of taking here with the knight, you can take with the bishop, trade one of the bishops, and this should not be such a big advantage for white.
This is a very interesting thing what you mentioned, because after exchange the c3 square is becoming weak. Rook c2 is also like very well placed.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe he doesn't take this. He could go for c5, something like converting into French.
Yes. And Amruta,
He's from China.
Okay.
That's
from
what
China.
Sujay says.
Two talented Indians. By the way, this is the poll.
Guys, poll aa raha hai.
Are taking on Hikaru and Magnus. So it is Shrihari, Magnus versus Shrihari. Let me frame it well. Magnus versus Shrihari.
Okay.
And Vantika versus Hikaru. How many points will Indians score in these two games? Okay, so very important. Let's see what you answer it. Is it 0 bar 2? Is it half out of 2?
Yeah.
Is it 1 out of 2? Yes, Amruta, you are.
No, I was just telling people that the official YouTube channel for is Qatar Chess Association,
Yes.
where they are streaming live. That's what I was telling. The round one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Qatar
Chess Association.
Chess Association. Okay, guys, maybe we can, some of
Yeah.
our mods can just put the link there. And someone said, don't focus only on Indians, please. Frankly, this tournament really has a lot of Indians. So it's very difficult.
No, but even if we say Magnus is playing, then he's playing with an Indian right now.
Yes.
If it was anybody else also, we would have seen the game.
Yes.
Top seed. So anyway, let's go from top seed. Then it doesn't matter if the opponent is Indian or not.
Oh, by the way, E5 played, Amruta. Your move on the board, Zhen Zhu actually playing that. Sorry, Chen Zhu playing it. And CD5 very instantly played by Nihal.
Oh, but I thought he might go for C5 because after C takes D5 you showed, right? That
No, but C5 bishop B8. I don't see this as any problem for black.
you're gonna play E4. Okay.
So CD, I think he'll take back with the pawn. Let's go to Carlsen's versus...
CD का ज़माना गया सागर.
True. By the way, Castles, Shrihari, instead of developing his knight here, goes for the move H5. Interesting chess by Shrihari. He wants to maybe just keep an eye when he can go H4, and also he stops Magnus's G4. But Magnus very quickly plays this move.
One question, Sagar. After H5, hasn't he permanently weakened that square?
G5, right?
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. And that's the reason why Magnus's next move makes a lot of sense. Let's see how many of you can guess it. White to play. It's an important move there. What do you play?
Arvind Chidambaram games. Okay, yes. That also we will see. Vantika Hikaru might turn into a draw. Amrutesh is saying that.
Yeah,
We have to
1.5
see
out of
Nakamura.
4 I couldn't give because I could give only 4 options. So no, the move actually, Amruta here, and this. Let's see if any of our chat, very strong players can only find it. Is actually no one has found it.
No, are you saying we don't have any strong players in the chat?
Yeah.
Bichare.
No, I won one of them. Saif.
Saif, tum akele ho. You're the only one.
No, but just think about it. You
No,
gave
but-
the hint
Yeah.
that actually if the bishop comes here,
Yeah.
that would be very good.
Correct.
But for that, what do you have to do?
E4.
And for that, what do you need?
You need another supporter.
That's why Rook E1.
Wow.
So that's why Rook E1 was played by Magnus.
Oh, he plays?
Yes.
Because H4 is so natural, but guys, very important problem in the move H4 right now. Aren't you permanently giving this square in return as well for the knight?
And Amruta, the
Not
key
immediately,
point
but-
that Magnus has seen is that after Rook E8, he has a very, very nice move up
Wait,
his
wait,
sleeve.
wait,
And
wait.
guys, white to play. What do you play? Take your time. Don't rush into it. What do you play here as white?
Sunana, everybody is thinking, and Magnus makes the move.
No, but Rook E8 is not played yet. And I think
Got it.
Shrihari is actually has understood the problems that lie if he plays that move.
In fact, before saying anything, Sagar, in this point, what you can tell us is, if this was your game, what would be your candidate moves from white?
I think in general, if black gets this move and black is fine, b5, b4 could be on cards, knight could jump in. So white has to be very quick here. Has to do something instantly, and that is the reason why we will see that Amruta. Here we have many people
Yeah.
who have found this move e4. Fantastic job done here.
Venkatesh Das, Saumik Banerjee, Paras Boyer, Yuk Kiani Shots, Aka Anmol, Srijan Bhattacharya, Rohit Jha, Siddharth Joshi, Sendil Nathan, and Thom Dukes.
Yes. So e4 is the move.
But they also thought you see the number of move suggestions. This is exactly why I was asking. The candidates by the chat was E4,
But G4 is
G4,
just losing a
B5.
pawn.
Correct.
Okay,
And then
so-
you discard. Guys, blunder kar rahe ho.
But e4 has a deep point to it because it seems like I have more control on the e4 square.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But after I take here, the key point is that this pawn is now weakened. So I take, 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 and check. King h8, and now a very, very important move. Bishop h6 threatening a mate.
Are you serious? This is tough because you start with queen f6 and this, but then you realize that maybe queen e1, and I would really worry. I'll have to calculate. Then you think of queen b7, then you realize this knight cannot develop anywhere actually. So bishop h6 would not be the first consideration.
I think it's the first consideration because it's mate in 1.
Can I save it?
So
Oh no, I can't.
only move is queen e7. Because if you play queen takes d4 trying to defend this, you lose the rook. So clearly you
Rook
have
g8
to
is
go
not
here.
coming. There is queen on f7.
And now I take queen takes g6. And Amruta, this can become very nasty in such a position because yes, you are a rook up as black, but it's not at all easy as white has long-term compensation here. He's going to go bishop d2 to c3 and mate you this way.
Okay, listen, dude. Long compensation, long term static, one pawn gaya, ठीक है, exchange थी. Rook down.
ठीक,
You
क्या
have to
करोगे?
explain
What
a
will you
little
do? You tell me a move. Because
No,
queen
no,
can't
no,
move.
I trust you. I'm
Then-
saying
no,
I trust you, but I
no,
need
no.
more explanation
Yes,
in such a situation how to assess.
Yeah, let's say if you move your queen, rook would fall, correct? You want to move the rook, but if you go here, queen will take it because this is controlled. So only logical move is to play knight d7, correct?
Okay.
And now this crazy move bishop d2.
No, impossible. Okay, if bet lagana, will Magnus find it if Shrihari? So firstly, for Shrihari, whether he will play rook e8 or not, if he also tries to consider superficially some calculation, and then he
I
says,
don't
okay,
think rook e8 he will play because rook e8 the first natural move to consider is e4, and then you do see that f7 gets weakened, so you don't move your rook here, so you just put your knight bd7.
Which
That
is the
how,
normal.
That is how you continue, and then Magnus does go e4. Yes.
okay,
Pawn takes, knight takes, rook takes, and we reach this position. Yes, queen f6 only move, and maybe bishop.
I don't like. I wouldn't want to
G5
exchange
maybe?
this, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't want
How
to
about queen
what
e4?
if I go bishop f4? Chalo. Anyway, oh my god,
Yeah, maybe just
Kampu doesn't like it.
maybe rook e8. Yeah, it is possible, but you can also just keep the queens on the board this way and fight for
yeah,
a small
double
edge here.
bishop with a
But
double
yes,
bishop.
so knight d7 is what I'm expecting Srihari to play. Let's quickly go to the game, and we will come back after his move.
Okay,
Right
but
now,
this is an interesting moment. So we guys do keep a watch what Shrihari plays so that.
oh, look at what's happened in the game of Vantika Agrawal. We were talking that she should go bishop f4 here, but she took on e4,
Okay.
fe, and knight jumped into e5 in the center.
Two minor pieces getting exchanged. Black has less space, but the king is in the center.
Take castles, and I'm actually a bit worried for this pawn. It's like he's gone into that territory where all the enemies are there, and he's alone. But he can also become the biggest.
वो तुम्हारा कबड्डी वाला.
Yeah, he can become the hero. He can go for the raid and maybe create a lot of problems because this bishop is not happy.
But you are attacking the pawn with queen c7, yeah?
Yeah.
Or even rook f5 for that matter. मतलब f4 तो नहीं खेलना पड़ेगा. हाँ. So someone was saying that it could go for a draw. Yeah, I think Vantika's position is right now very much in control, but a lot of strategy incoming because Hikaru is definitely going to try for something like c5 there, develop his bishop. But as Sagar says, this pawn after castle, what is Vantika going to do? If she goes for a move like f4, because you feel like defending this pawn here, the first question is, what after the en passant? E takes f3, e takes f3, wanting to go f4. And yes, your king is slightly weak, but then your bishop opens up. Also, e6 is like a permanent weakness there. Could lead to interesting this is an interesting pawn structure, because after f4, I mean, you will have a king side majority, Nakamura will have a queen side majority. Oh, but the moves are happening. She goes rook a d1. Wow, I like this move. Keeping calm, not going for a hurried f4 over there. And yes, there are some ideas in the air. So rook a d1. I have no doubt that Hikaru will move his queen away. Maybe c7, maybe b6. Okay, so this is under control. Great fight by Vantika with Hikaru Nakamura. Let's go to the game of Shrihari. Did he make a move? No, he's still thinking. He's down to 54 minutes. And shall we have a look at Anish Giri's game? Because the last we left was maybe castle. Knight h4 was played by Anish. c6 over here. And now Anish simply takes the bishop. The bishop, yes, it could go back to g6, but then you are going to take here, and after take, this is going to be very, very interesting idea with h4. So Rohit plays c6 here. Anish takes the bishop, e takes f5 there, and a strong hold on the center. Anish develops his bishop to e2 actually, and not on d3 over here. Very interesting, because maybe what he's looking at is g6 will happen later. Rook e8 is anyway going to happen. Knight e4. So he's gone bishop e2, because he may also not want c5, c4, and once again moving his piece. So a5 by Rohit. Anish goes h3. Don't tell me if he's going to play anything like g4. Rook e8, and oh my god, I love this idea with h3 and g4. But black, if you see, Rohit has already started with a5, saying that no, I'm not going to let you long castle, because I'm coming a4 and I'm quickly going to have this pawn storm over there. So that looks scary. But yet Anish could think of ideas with g4 and keeping his king in the center. So this game can absolutely become crazy. I love Anish's h3 idea. Look at this. No, it's so normal to go short castle. Yeah, I mean, to consider a move like short castle, and it's a fine move there. And then a4, you just bring your queen back over there. But instead, he goes h3 and is ready to create pressure on Rohit. Let's see what Rohit is going to answer. Yeah, he does go rook e8, and Anish, oh, completely in a different mood. He has 1 hour 11 minutes. I would see how much time did he take when he played h3. Okay, he just took 2 minutes. Plan was slightly clear. And after rook e8, he goes g4. Well, there was another move which was computer's recommendation, and that was going back queen c2 with the same idea of g4. But first, moving your queen away, and if a4 there, anyway you go g4. So this was another move order which Anish had. He has gone g4 now, and the point is, will Rohit try and win this pawn over here? Knight takes g4, because Anish has to find a way to get compensation for the pawn. Of course, I mean, one big compensation is these open files. You've given a pawn and instead you get these open files. So very interesting. We'll come back here. Shall we go to Shrihari's game? Oh, yes. He made his moves. Arre. Where were you gone? Kiska phone tha?
Vidit had called. He was yesterday he met the Prime Minister of India.
Oh, so
Yes.
why did you make us here?
No, there was some other things that he also wanted to talk about, but I think we'll soon publish the pictures on ChessBase India. I
Okay.
asked him about his meet with the PM, how it was, and he mentioned that there were a lot of protocols that needed to be followed, because it's always a lot of security has to be maintained related to
Yeah.
it. But yeah, guys,
तभी चेहरे पे इतनी खुशी and then you are just गायबिंग. So I'm like,
No, I just wanted to ask, like, how was the experience of meeting the PM? It doesn't happen
I
like
was
often.
wondering और कौन इतनी खुशी दे रहा है करके. But okay.
But Amruta,
Yes.
Shrihari's move is not a good move.
Okay, let me find why.
Let's
And
ask the chat. Guys, white to play. The bar suddenly shows Magnus is clearly better.
if Magnus finds it. By the way, Rohan Gangan says, Sagar bhai, I was a chess player growing up. I had training from an IM since the age of 6. Under his guidance, I was able to win multiple tournaments. Unfortunately, I left chess for my 10th exam. That was the first part of his message.
He wanted to read. Now he will write second part.
Ah, got it.
Sendil Nathan, we look at Ilam Parthi's game. He's playing Aditya Mittal. Harin Patolia says, give some information about this tournament. Harin, it's an open tournament, 160 players, Swiss League. Whoever scores the most number of points wins it. And we have Magnus, Hikaru, everyone playing. It's an open event. We have 76 Indians out of 160.
And look at this. We have 58 grandmasters. We have 2700 above 8 players. 2600 above 14 players. 2500 above 30 players. Man, that is massive.
That's
for the
huge.
top players. Absolutely top players. And irons also we have 58.
Yeah.
But only 4 players were not titled. But okay, if we consider
They will have the time of their
GM and
life. By the way, all those who have mentioned the move G4 here can be super proud of themselves, Amruta, because G4 just hacks open, and this is exactly the move Magnus must have done like this. Why did my opponent play knight e4? He's just very curious. And Amruta, we have to see who are our chat members who found this.
Only 11. Saif, P, Revad, Sendil, Venkatesh, Arya, Meteor, Bhavesh, Mehekdeep, and YouTube.
Fantastic, guys. And we have Harsh Kumaru, who's backer of Indian chess for 14 months. And Amruta, Harsh is someone whom I spoke to yesterday.
Oh, is
Yes,
this the same Harsh? Good
Harsh,
to know.
good to see you in the chat. Why so many top players are playing open event? Well, Qatar Masters has had this flawless reputation of amazing arrangements, conditions, good playing venue, good hotels, and also these players, many of the top players are given appearance fee. So even though the prize money is $110,000, which is roughly around a crore of rupees, like somewhere there 90 lakhs, each player, like top player, is given a starting fee, like just to be there. And I think that must be quite a good amount so that these players can make it.
Yeah, I think the first time in 2015 when Qatar was happening, the excitement, because such tournaments were never happening, you know, this kind of strength you played. In fact, Sagar did play in 2015, if you remember. So, and now everybody was waiting for such a tournament. Al Modiaki, who is a top player, and I think he's done a fantastic job
and
in
also
making the.
Amruta, Maharishi Ray says that FIDE circuit is there.
Oh.
So their points will get added from this event.
So for Gukesh and
Gukesh,
Anish, this is like majorly Gukesh and Anish because they are leaders.
Yes.
Whoa.
Of the FIDE circuit. That's going to be very, very critical. This from that perspective as
So
well.
there is another competition there apart from this Gukesh versus Anish in a way.
Yes,
we
absolutely.
should have that. Yeah.
And by the way, guys, you need to understand why G4 is strong, because after take, if you take here, you lose the knight. And if you take here, I take back. And if you take here, then after queen takes G4, you will realize that I have the bishop pair. I'm threatening to take here. If you move your king up, then I push my pawn. I have a beautiful center. I have the bishop coming out. My king.
And this knight on B8 is like a Kumbhakaran.
Kumbhakaran, yes.
Just not waking up.
Kumbhakaran is a mythological character.
Yeah.
Related to sleep. Who slept a lot.
Who slept for 6 months and who would be awake for 6 months.
Oh. That's true, yeah.
Yeah, you used to call me Kumbhakaran.
No. Actually, Kumbhakaran was very fat.
I wish. Okay, P says, imagine as a viewer, you can watch Qatar Masters and roll it right into US Championships. 12 hours of quality chess and quality coverage. Arey, kya baat hai? Yeah, US Championship is going on where everybody, Fabiano, Levon,
No, Hikaru is not playing because he's here.
Yeah,
Levon, Wesley,
Ray Robert,
Ray Robson, Jeffrey Zion.
yes,
He also
Niemann.
Hans Niemann. It's a very strong Abhimanyu Mishra event that's happening in the US. But for now, it seems Magnus Carlsen is going to have it not so tough in round one because Shrihari's last move, 94, was not so good. And I think, Amruta, this just shows the level at which you have to play when you're facing Magnus. You can't make a move lightly because then he's just going to latch onto it and give you no chances.
Yeah.
So
Lightly matlab, like haath se lightly.
मतलब सोचे बिना, like without thinking, I think he thought for sure. He thought for actually 23 minutes, but I think he had to be more resourceful with the move knight d7 as we just saw before. Okay, going to the game of Gukesh versus Mohammad Nubairshah Sheikh, because Gukesh, we saw till rook c8, we saw that he had played b5, and now after rook d1, bishop d4 played by Gukesh, trying to take control of the e4 square, knight jump to e5, and he took it. And I was thinking that Nubair might take here with the pawn when Gukesh would go back and his knight is well positioned, but he took with the bishop and castles and e4 played. Very interesting move played by Nubair.
But do you know what I'm not understanding, Sagar?
Yes.
Why is black having this initiative? Because everything looks fine for white, right? He's gone e4, he's taking the center, he's got a nice bishop on e5. So what would it be that black's position is so comfortable?
I think the crux of the matter is this bishop is not getting active on this diagonal because of this very strong pawns. And black's bishops are quite active. And I think that makes a huge difference. Imagine that if I played here, suddenly white is clearly fine, maybe even better. But if I don't do anything, let's say I make a move like rook e8, it's not easy for you to make progress. Like you want to remove this bishop perhaps, and I'm more than happy for you to push e5. Like let's say I play
No, we
six.
will get c5. I would
Yeah,
not like
exactly. C5 break would come in and black would be better. So here Gukesh goes knight h5, and this is this bubbling energy with which Gukesh plays chess. You know, the ability to find certain moves which are offbeat, threaten f6, bishop goes here, take it. You know, this is a very interesting move played by Guki.
Yeah, and the first temptation feels like going g4.
Yeah.
And telling him like, go back, yeah?
Correct. So this one I think is very good move by Gukesh, and Nubair has to be careful. Again, one of those games where, you know, I really relate with Nubair. I've played with him. I know his strength and so on. And suddenly he's facing a super GM in Gukesh. And, you know, we get this kind of understanding that where is those differences between these players. You know, a player like Nubair is very strong. But what is it that separates Gukesh from him?
Yeah, no, we have to see. That is another beauty of this event, because we are getting to see this, rating difference of 300 points, and the difference is not between 2000 and 1700. It is between a 2700 and 2400.
True. And it will only happen in rounds 1 and 2 or so, because once the tournament starts getting along, we will face super GMs facing super GMs, 2600 with 2700. So guys, soak this round in. You know, it's a very important round.
Wow.
Anish Giri has started to get a
Oh yes,
advantage.
अरे यार, I wanted to ask you this.
Okay.
नहीं हो गया अभी, ask you मतलब
It's the
end
same-
देखे, you were saying like movie का end देख लिया, and I was going to ask you the suspense.
But you know, Amruta,
But-
what Anish is doing?
Yeah.
He's going to Magnus's board, seeing what Magnus is doing, and then he's playing. Okay, just a joke. But yeah, he took this like what Shrihari did with Magnus.
Yeah, exactly.
Same stuff.
No, but here I really found what Anish played was like truly interesting, because you know what you do is a natural move. Keep like, as you say, a hand move is bishop d3. Yeah, you develop, but then Anish goes bishop e2, and now after a5 because black is careful कि white को यहाँ पे नहीं कुछ करना है, so a5 and Anish goes h3, he's not castling, and this was something amazing because I was just not expecting suddenly g4.
Yeah. Very nice. And Anish actually taking the risk to play g4, but Rohit Krishna also saying, let's go, I'm taking your extra pawn here.
Oh, by the way, Bikiran says Qatar gave free perfume bottle bags to FIFA World Cup stadium seats.
Oh.
But that is like, you know, FIFA, maybe around 80,000 people, right? Can sit. हाँ, but ticket में लिया रहेगा ना.
Maybe Amrita, we can go to Qatar to watch this tournament to get free perfume.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, knight g4 played, and now guys, the rook is looking beautifully on the h file. Also, the queen can jog back and do well. And
Oh, that's the reason, Sagar. The move order, which was actually better for Anish, was to first go queen c2 over here. And then go g4, because then you cannot take and even take knight g4.
Right.
Oh.
It was possible, but I think what Anish has done now leaves him with two options. One is to play long term, pawn down for an attack. The second is to be a little bit like greedy weedy, take this and then go and take this pawn and say that, okay, I'm not even down a pawn. No, this is not looking good, especially for Amrita, who's an aggressive player. She would never go for such pawn grabbing things, right? It just
क्या
gives...
करोगे इतने pawn से? When your pawns are also not going to become queen, which you know.
It's like saying, what will you do with so much money in life, right?
If it is going to stay it only in the, you know, like ground में खोद के you've put it somewhere. Yes, you have lots of crores.
I'm talking about money, not seeds.
That way.
Yeah.
But by the way, Rohit Jha asked, hey Sagar bhai, what's Levon doing these days, nowadays? I haven't heard of him much in famous tournaments. He's one of my favorite players.
He did play at Levitov Chess. We met him there. He's also become a father now. His daughter Zabel is 1 year old and he is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing very well. He played well.
Oh, you should also watch his wife's interview, Annie. We met in Levitov.
And he's playing in US chess, as Sudarshan Rangan says. Yes, he's very active these days. Amrita, I want to quickly check, now go through few games. Arjun right now is equal against MR Venkatesh. I must tell people about MR Venkatesh, one of India's most experienced grandmasters, and also comes from a chess family, right? His sister Sangeeta MR, also WIM. Yes. Or at least a strong player.
Yeah, very strong player, yeah. Now they are into coaching, both of them, so...
Yes. And we also have Nodirbek Abdusattorov playing against Jakub Seaman, who is right now in an equal position. I like Nodirbek's position, but Jakub must not by any stretch of imagination take this, because then such a position with a queenside majority and the knight sinking into d4 would be better for white.
Yeah, but Jakub is also from Uzbekistan?
No. Jakub Seaman is from...
and how do you know he's Jakub and not Jakub? Like, you know it, yeah?
Could be. I mean, I have
It's
heard...
always confusing, right? How do you guess whether it is Jacob or Jakub?
I think generally it's Jakub.
Maybe chat can help. Is it so general or not? Because I have confusion. Okay, by the way, Mohammed asked some interesting question.
Yeah.
Sagar bhai, इससे याद आया. Do players get ideas from watching other boards in the tournament? And can this be called cheating?
Not really.
Players can get ideas.
Yeah.
Yes, that is very, very true. But it cannot be called cheating because it's
It's
there
allowed.
on the board, and plus...
I think there was this famous case of Shirov and someone playing next to each other, and then same opening happening for many moves. So then it becomes really tricky. But I think Anish and Magnus, of course, this idea is also very well known. You can't imagine them not knowing h3, g4 against the pawn on f5, you know. It's a typical idea. Right now, we also have Jordan Van Forest playing against... Laguno, Rafael. Rafael has his queen on h2. very interesting, should be slightly better.
How? With that queen looks misplaced.
It was actually from Karo Khan. And then this idea, I'm sure that Lagunov already knew somewhere that you can put your queen here and then f4 will come up at some point.
Oh,
So
wow. Because it's very rare to see the queen on h2, yeah?
the bishop generally is there.
Yeah.
Nihal Sarin is actually now grinding out a very small edge. Amruta, we talked about this position where you exchange the bishops so that white does not have bishop pair, but Nihal loves such positions. And guys, here Nihal is an absolute monster because his knight is well positioned. The d5 pawn is isolated. The bishop is well placed. Rooks can come in the center. So I think Nihal is going to have a good time here.
So positionally you are saying white is better.
Very slight.
But one question is, are these knights not wonderful in the center supporting each other?
I agree. It's not going to be easy to grind down this position. But I think Nihal is the guy to do it. He has so much patience. He can sit there. He can move around pieces. He can go for little pawn moves.
Yeah, so if there is any plan, if we have to think of, or if we also have asked the chat, like what is the plan you see? Because this is not a position where you have to say one move. What would be your general, where would you like your rooks to be placed? Would you like them to be exchanged? Where would you want your queen to be placed? Which pawn would you like to move? So quite a lot of planning, no?
Yes. Let's see what our chat comes up with. Sudarshan Rangan says, isn't there also famous Soviet team versus Argentina game with Botvinnik where the other players waited for Botvinnik's response since they were all not... No, I think the story went something like this. It's called the Argentinian tragedy. And it went like 3 Soviet Union players played against 3 Argentinian players. If I'm not mistaken, it was not Botvinnik, it was Spassky, Keres, and one more Soviet Union player taking on, I think, Naidorf and Pano and one more person there from Argentina, and they all played the same line in the Naidorf and they all got burned by the same move, bishop b5. Oh, what a game that is. It's just epic. Maybe I should do a video on the Argentinian tragedy. It would be very, very cool. Okay. Eval seems interesting in Karthik's game. Which game? Which board actually? Okay, so for now, let's look at Kushagra Mohan versus Vladimir Fedosiev. Ooh, Kushagra Mohan. By the way, Kushagra Mohan reminds me a lot of myself because not from the perspective of him, but when I played Qatar Masters first time in 2015, I also faced Fedosiev in the first round and I had a similar rating like Kushagra and I played with white pieces. And yeah, it was a very, very tough event for me. I think I scored some 3 points out of 9 or 3.5 out of 9. And but I was writing daily reports. So I used to play my games. I used to go back to the room and write until 3 a.m. Then I would sleep. Next day, get up, go to play. And it was quite, I think I needed to be a 25 back then, what I was to do what I was doing. It was very tough. Sujay Merawade. Oh, by the way, we had some suggestions in the Nihal game, which is like f3. And I don't like f3. Sendil Nathan, because it weakens e3 pawn. I would play it very carefully, maybe in the end game. a4 knight b5 says Sai Prabha. Interesting Sai Prabha, but then you give up the b4 square and then also c3 the knight can sink in. Knight e2, f3, knight c3. I don't also like that. Sendil, I think a good plan here would be to play b4. I think that could be one plan because after take, you gain some space, or you can even start by taking with the queen and then you get the a file for your rook. So that is one plan. The second one I would say is to trade off rooks And then once the rooks are traded on the c file, then f3 becomes a much more possible thing. The king can come up. But with the rooks and queen here, this could become very weak. Yes, Aniket Vishwakarma, I think that's right. Just go rook c1, traveler seeking for truth. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the game of just going through the list. We have Antonio Vianney Dicuna doing really well against Javokir Sindarov. Wow, that's a big thing there, because Antonio Vianney is a IM. He's a good player from Karnataka, but Sindarov is like the Olympiad gold medalist, you know. And Sindarov played this risky move, bishop c3, doubling the pawns, bishop h6, f4. Whoa, Vianney just went all out. Queen h4, queen d2, and I think this position is just, and I mean Vianney was okay to give up this pawn, because hey, who cares about this pawn? This king is just completely toasted here with the rook joining in and the bishop. So he went knight c5, stopping bishop d3, attacking here. But Vianney now played g3, sort of forcing his opponent to decide, because if he takes queen takes e4, I think there was a big plan here to go queen g5 with the idea of entering here and checkmating here. That was how brutal Vianney's thought process was. Amazing. But turns out that he goes queen h3, and now f takes g6 played. My goodness, guys, this is just amazing play by Antonio Vianney Dicuna here. He is just completely crushing his opponent. I have a question for all of you. If h takes g6, what is the move that you play in this position, guys? Come on, think. White to play. I want to make this stream as interactive as possible, as much as you can learn about the tournament, but also about chess. You know, you can always kill 2-3 things, 2-3 birds with one stone. That's the best thing you can do. So, and also guys, do like the stream, do subscribe. Let's hit that 1 lakh, 14 lakh, 3,600 subscribers, 14 subscribers away. Madhu Sarda says, sack the rook. Yes, you can. Ramit, very good. Gypsy Patel, fantastic. Just look at this move. Amazing move here for white is to take this. And you might think to yourself, but what's happening if he takes just with the king? Well, the rook moves in, then the king goes back, or here, two options. Going here looks scary because the queen jumps in, and then if you go king d7, you have bishop g4 attacking the queen and losing. So you go king g8, and now my queen comes in and attacks here, and unfortunately there is no piece. You see, whenever you put your knights in the corner or some pieces in the corner, the king can become weak. Always remember. And now this king is totally weak. g6 is hanging and white is totally dominating this. So f takes g6. I don't think Javokir should take h takes. He should play f takes, because then it's not easy to remove this pawn to weaken here. But there are other problems to face. For example, I first defend this pawn, threatening to remove the queen. After knight takes pawn here, the queen enters, threatening queen f6. Already queen has to go back, and in such positions, it must be very tough for black to continue now. I think this is just losing in many different ways. Maybe queen h4, bishop g5 here, bishop g4. There are too many problems that are being faced. So Vianney is clearly winning, but it's not going to be easy. Not easy to win such positions. We have Narayanan SL playing against Ami Lal Munk Dalai. Narayanan SL, India number 10, right? Or no, sorry, India number, how should we do it? Anand, Gukesh, Prag, Vidit, Hari, Arjun, Nihal, India number 8. And he is right now playing against Amilal Mukh Dalai. And you have these very nice pieces, bishop on g2. So nice position for SL Narayanan, especially the knight on b5. He should win this. Hari Madhavan versus Arvind Chidambaram. again, a battle of two Indian players. It was the Sicilian defense that was played here, and Arvind ready to lose the move of e6, e5 to get this position, which is, I think, very much equal for him. Very nice position, and Arvind is doing well. We have Aryan Chopra taking on Divya Deshmukh, and you know, one of the things that Divya would be heavily aiming for in this tournament is to get her first GM norm, because she has already become an IM and she has a rating of 2400 plus. She did play brilliantly at the Polish Extra Liga. She did win the Tata Steel Chess India Rapid. So I think she's right now in a perfect position to start pressing for that, becoming the third Indian women player after Humpy and Harika to become a grandmaster. But it's not going to be easy. She's going to face stiff challenge. She's right now against Aryan Chopra, who, according to me, is one of those talents whom we don't speak much about because he doesn't play too many rapid blitz events. He prefers to play only classical tournaments over the board. And right now, he is slightly better against Divya Deshmukh because his pieces are centrally positioned. Rook is pressing on the a5 square. The d6 pawn is slightly weak. But right now, I think Divya has her play on the king side. With the knight here, the queen can come here. So I would say small advantage for Aryan, but nothing huge. CRG Krishna is playing against Salem Saleh. But just as we came to this board, he seems to have made a mistake, because I think the mistake came here. He could have played b3, but he played knight c5, and he's just forgot that e5 is possible, because now the knight is very shaky here.
Oh, but you couldn't play queen a2, yeah?
Yeah, queen a2, I believe he had some plans in mind to take this pawn and run. But with e5, Salem says to CRG that you missed something, and I think Amruta now it's trouble time. He has to go back, knight b3, hitting the queen, takes, and then de. But now black has just a killer move, and I think I want at least few of you in the chat to find it. It's a very simple move, but it's a little unusual. So it's not your kind of simple move. You know, chat, generally, guys, you want something very forcing. This is just a very nice. Sendil Nathan says, why not queen takes g5 followed by bishop g4 in that game? Okay, we can have a look at that. Oh, most of you want to play c5, but guys, c5 would then queen d5 be a trouble, no? Then this pawn is also hanging, rook is also hanging. So the move that I was actually looking for here instead of c5 is the move a5. Well done. Sendil Nathan, Ramit, Nageshwar Rao, Takkar Shubham, Tips and Tricks, Siddharth Joshi. Well done, guys. a5 is the correct move. Just push the pawn forward, a4 coming in, and a mate is threatened. Black is winning. Yeah, the question, Amruta, a big result that could happen today is Antonio Vianney Dicuna can beat Javokhir Sindarov. And yeah, I was actually explaining how rook takes f7 is a killer move here, because king takes, rook f1 check, king g8 and queen g5. It's game over.
Whoa.
So
whether he will play or not, that's the question. Yeah.
Oh, he took HG. He took HG. I think Javokhir.
But what else would
No,
he?
he had to take this,
FG,
Amruta.
huh?
Yeah, but even that is very bad position.
Already is.
But the question that was asked by Sendil Nathan is why to go for this and why not queen g5 with the idea of bishop g4. And I think Sendil Nathan, the problem is you lose this pawn. That is the main problem, hitting the queen, and you don't have that much compensation there. So yeah. Oh, we also have Leon Mendonça playing in this tournament. The guy who's written this recent, not written, but recorded this recent video course with ChessBase called the Keimer variation, which starts off with knight f3 and e3 with white. But this time Leon goes for d4, knight f6, c4, and he plays the Catalan. Amruta, Catalan is being played so much at the highest level. It is worthwhile to study it. In fact, this is exactly the game that I recorded today between Vishy and Nihal. Same position till here.
Oh.
And here Vishy had gone b6, but e5 was played by Abdur Rakhmanov, and that allowed, I think, this square to also get weakened. So not great play here by black, but let's see if Leon can take advantage of it. Song Yuxin against Abhimanyu Puranik. Very sharp position, but that's how Abhimanyu plays. And he's playing brilliant chess these days. I think he managed to win the Sakhotzor Open in Armenia and finished third or second at the Yerevan Open. So I think Abhimanyu comes to Qatar Masters in great form. He's already 2618 and he's confidently moving towards the 2650 mark.
This is a very, very crazy position, yeah, because long castle and short castle.
Yeah.
Nice war.
It will be a very sharp one, but it's actually quite nicely balanced.
Oh, by the way, we have news. It seems like Shrihari has blundered.
Oh, 2.6 is his advantage. Let's quickly go to Magnus Carlsen's game. We saw g4. Shrihari took and played bishop b4. But now, of course, Magnus takes on f5 and tells Shrihari, what's your idea? This is hanging. I believe Shrihari wanted to take on c3. Pawn takes, bishop takes, and tell Magnus, hey, this is hanging. But Amruta,
Very easy, strong move.
white to play. Yes, there are many good moves.
Actually, many good.
But I think one move stands out, perhaps. Guys, what do you do here with white?
By the way, Rahul says regarding pronunciation of Jakob, if the person comes from Germany and North and Eastern Europe, it's Jakob. Jakob.
Germany and North
And Eastern Europe.
and
So I
other
think,
parts of the world.
no, UK and US, maybe it is Jacob.
Okay. Nice. Thank you. Okay, all those who want to go f6, I completely get it. Your emotions are very, very powerful and I respect them very much so, because you know, where does the queen go? Queen has to go back to d8 to keep an eye on this pawn, and then you can go bishop a3, and even if he goes and takes this, you can just go queen f4 with the idea of queen h6, because there's a mate here, and it's not easy to play Magnus here. Shrihari must be right now in big stress. You know, Amruta, I remember that feeling when I played Vishy Anand first time in the Simul, and I got this chance to play him. I was very much keen to make a good impression, not just on him, but on everyone else and myself, that I can play a world-class player. And I blundered right out of the opening, actually. I lost a pawn and Vishy converted it in the endgame. He had absolutely no fight in that game from me. And it made me feel really bad at that point. Because, you know, this is your one opportunity you get and you want to play a good game. Yes, you may lose it. But here, you know, after 16 moves, to be like in such a situation is not something that you really feel good about.
Yeah, you want it to be the best fight.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
So here, clearly, Rakshit saying that I got the same feeling against Amruta.
But he keeps playing with me again and again, so sometime he will beat me.
Yeah. No, there was also this one little move which we could have analyzed, queen g3, because it launches an attack on the g6 pawn, followed by check and f6. Oh, did Hans Niemann beat Levon Aronian yesterday, Amruta? That's quite a news.
Oh, I wasn't aware.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Queen f6, bishop a3. And I think even when you take here, guys, the main problem is that such a position, it's not about material. It's just a lost position. These pieces are too bad and Magnus's bishops are like lasers angling at your position. So,
And you know, recently I heard this, that in the parties when you go, there are these lasers, right? And it seems that they have affected a lot of people's eyesights. Some people have lost their eyesight, or some people have actually...
You mean to say these bishops are making everyone's eyesight lose, or some people lose their eyesight?
No, just that it reminded me of something like this.
Oh, nice.
No, it's not nice. It's like you have to be careful.
It's nice
Dance
that
mat
you...
karo, Sagar. No discourse for you anymore.
Okay, Amrita.
Okay,
Vantika.
by the way, another is Madhu has asked that Karthik's game because he
Karthik.
remembers how big fight he had given to Nakamura. Everybody remembers, I mean. Simplicity says Germany pronunciation should be Jakob. I believe Jakob is from the original Hebrew. Okay.
Pam Tram Jia Fook versus Karthik Venkatraman, and Karthik is in big trouble in this game. You see, Pam Tram is a pawn up, Pam Tran, and already A4, A5
Oh my
could come
God.
in, and she has, or he has, maybe it's Pam Tram is better, clearly. So,
Anish is better, says Slok.
yeah, we can see from the bars, Anish doing well. The rest of the games are equal.
Vantika, what about Vantika?
Yeah, I
And
was
shall we
actually
look at
going to Vantika's
Vaishali
game.
and
Yes.
Divya.
So, Amrita, here we saw this position, castles, rook d1, b6. She went bishop e3, queen e8, and I loved how Vantika played her next move, f3.
Acha. She didn't go F4.
No, she
More
wants to,
commit,
she
like-
wants to actually force Naka to take, and then she could, instead of taking even here, she might take with the bishop, move this bishop and hit the center with e4. So
Wow,
she's
and
actually-
also stops Queen H5.
yes, and these bishops are much better than black. So Naka, of course, always very, very active, goes bishop a6. And you know, Amrita, for me personally, it feels like this might be one of the big games of Vantika's entire chess career because she has been doing so well recently. She goes b3. Maybe not a bad idea, not at all a bad idea, but she also had some other. I was thinking, could she have taken fe when after
Bishop C4.
bishop c4?
No. DC4 actually.
Yes, that's
Because triple, look at
and
the
then-
E5.
that's what Nakamura might have thought, and that's why Vantika decided to just strengthen her structure and still threaten to take on e4. But still, I think it's the same problem. Nakamura, whenever you take fe, he will move his pawn this side and leave you with these three bad pawns.
So actually F3, feeling that it's forced for black to take was an illusion.
Yeah. So queen h5 by Hikaru, most likely to be played attacking this pawn. And then Vantika may have to go f4. And then we get a very closed position where there will be many moves. But this is what I was talking, like Vantika must be happy right now because she's having a full-fledged fight with a world-class player. Anish Giri, meanwhile, against Rohit Krishna, after take here, Amrita, he did become greedy and went and took this pawn.
What?
Yes, he took this
Wow,
pawn.
guts, man.
Queen takes, and here we were expecting knight f6, but instead he went queen f5, letting Anish off the hook by going queen a4.
Okay, materially, Anish is how many pawns up?
He's one pawn up,
It's one.
and he might long castle. But Amrita, this position will be, there will be tricks. The only nice factor is that the b8 square is controlled, so you can't play rook b8 that quickly.
But the ideas would be, Sagar, something very interesting which I find. Oops, if you can make the arrows. Rook c8.
Yeah.
No, idea. Just an idea. And bishop b4, like if long castle.
Oh, true. It's possible.
And knight b6 is coming. a4, a3. Looks scary. If you long castle, then you say, okay, I've committed. You can attack me. I've committed. You can.
Yes, but you know, Anish, you know him well. He takes measured decisions in his life and on the chessboard. And it's not because he has this move queen c2, which helps him attack here. It's not going to be easy for black to attack him.
Correct.
So that's the reason why Anish has a very clear advantage, guys. And we go to Gukesh against Nubair. Nubair making a comeback there in the position because we saw that he had played his knight to h5 and Nubair asked, "Bhai, first move your bishop." Gukesh moved it away. Then he said, move away your knight. He also moved it away. Then he brought his knight. Then the knight went back. Bishop went back. Queen came up. And now rook to b1. Rook d8 was perhaps not the most accurate move. Maybe bishop b4. better because now he gets the pawn push to b4. This is exactly what Nubair wanted because bishop b4, there is a knight a2 pinning and winning. So that's the reason why bishop c4 was played, and now he pushes the queen away. Nubairshah Sheikh in a nice position against Gukesh. Yes, William Julien. It's a one game per day event, classical Swiss tournament. And now let's go to the next game that we have. So we saw all the top games, very quick roundup. Knight c3 taken. I'm sure Magnus would most likely take back. Magnus winning against Shrihari. Doing well. And then Vantika is equalish against Hikaru. Anish Giri is better against Rohit Krishna. Mohammad Nubairshah Sheikh doing pretty well against Gukesh. Abdusattorov Nodirbek and Yakub Seaman equal position. Arjun Erigaisi slightly worse against MR Venkatesh. Actually, Venkatesh doing great in this game. Almost on move 17, having an advantage against the Super GM. Parham Maqsoodlu slightly better against Saidalev Said Akbar. We have Lagunov Rafael versus Van Forest. Lagunov under pressure because Van Forest has now sort of taken over the space in the position. Nihal Sarin slightly better against Zhou Shen, as we discussed. Exchanges coming up on the C file. Kushagra Mohan equal against Vladimir Fedosiev. Good fight by Kushagra there. Oparin Grigory versus Ilyas Mselek is an interesting opening fight going on. Just 12 moves played. Already looking under pressure is Ilyas Mselek. Vianney Antonio Dicuna calculating rook f7 against Javokir Sindaro. If he plays that today, it will be the game of the day. Narayanan SL versus Amilal Munkdalai. I think Narayanan SL is going to win this game. He has this beautiful b5 square for his knight, putting pressure on the d6 pawn. He has the space. Maybe he will start expanding on the king side. He's going to do well. Hari Madhavan versus Arvind Chidambaram. I think we are going into this endgame in this game where Arvind will be slightly better for sure. And you know, he will have the bishop pair, rook b8 to attack here and so on. So slightly better for black. Aryan Chopra versus Divya Deshmukh. It seems like the position is roundabout even. Aryan really likes to grind such positions and I think he's going to do that. Let's see if Divya manages to hang in there. CRG Krishna versus Salem Saleh. As we described, queen takes a2 and a5 on the board. I think CRG Krishna is going to lose this. He's in a lost position against Salem Saleh. Leon Mendonça looking slightly better here. He has many different ways to play, but the most natural one looks bishop takes, pawn takes, knight a5, attacking and defending here. He would then have a clear advantage here because he has the more space. His knight is much better positioned. Son Yuxin versus Abhimanyu Puranik. It seems like white's pieces have got into the camp of black. But right now, with a nice little move like rook h e8, black should be better because the d3 pawn is hanging and already black is a pawn up. Yakuboev Nodirbek versus Garv Gaur. It seems like Garv Gaur has misplayed the opening against Yakuboev Nodirbek and white is clearly better here and is clearly in the driver's seat. Karthikeyan Murli playing with the black pieces against Jin Yuing. Here black seems to be doing quite okay out of the opening. It's a Catalan-like position, equal. Abhijit Gupta versus Ban Jia Hui. It seems like here Abhijit Gupta has a small advantage because you see his knight is beautifully placed on c4. But for the time being, he's being attacked here with the bishop. He can move it back to d2 and claim a small edge clearly. Mohammad Fahad Rahman versus Wakido Jakongir. Mohammad Fahad is a talented youngster from Bangladesh chess. He's right now slightly worse against Jakongir Wakido, which is already not so great because you're playing with the white pieces. So good one for Jakongir there. Here we have Sambit Panda versus David Paravian. I actually met Sambit one day before he left for Qatar because I was in Odisha. He's actually Odisha's latest IM. It's been 8 months since he's an IM, but he has a nice position against David Paravian. Look at this. He 5 pawns each per side, and Sambit, even if this pawn is lost, he can always trade and then get his rook in, and it seems like he is equal. Arhan Chetananand, now this is a young boy whom we should definitely be watching out for because Arhan is just I think 14 years old and he's already 2395. He's taking on SP Sethuraman, but here it seems like Sethuraman already has a big advantage out of the opening, and he moves his queen. He's looking for some attacking chances, and I think that is the tricky thing. Guys, very quickly, what should you play here with white, with black? Because this is a move. What do you play here? Yes, I have drank Bonvita too much. That's what you guys... I think I analyzed 24 games in a row. Yes, Venkatesh Das, maybe not bishop b4 because then you lose the bishop. It's actually defended twice. But the very natural move here is bishop f5. Did anyone find it? No, Aniket Vishwakarma, you can't play a move like g5. Come on, that's too weakening. I don't like it. But okay, the engine says it's fine. But why not? Sai Prabha, I like your move, Sai Prabha. I think bishop f5 and black brings one more piece into the defense, should give him a good position. Jumabayev Renat versus Bai Jinshi. It seems like the position is roundabout even, maybe slightly better for Jumabayev, not Bai Jinshi, it's Bai Adelard, sorry. Peng Hongchi versus Temur Koibakorov. Should be equalish, yes, roundabout equal here. Pranav V versus Akshat Khamparia. I have a bad feeling for this position for Akshat because somehow this is just the kind of position that Pranav likes to play. Maybe at some point he will push his pawn to g5, h5, g6, or maybe move his bishop away. It's not going to be easy. Jaivir Mahindru is taking on Shamshidin Vakidov. Jaivir is actually was rated what? 2000 or something and has gained 400 elo points recently. I think he's moved up very quickly on the rating list, but right now he is in trouble against Vakidov Shamshidin. For many of these youngsters who have gained a lot of rating, this is a tournament where you kind of learn from your and maybe not just to win games, you can improve, you can learn. Rakhma Tulev Almas is worse against Emre Can. White is a piece up, so Emre Can doing well. Ilam Parthi in trouble against Aditya Mittal. How did that happen? In this position we actually saw that it's around equal. Aditya played h3, Ilam Parthi played g3. Why didn't he go g4 is a question to me, because queen g3 and h3 pawn could have been weak. But he goes g3, bishop g6, rook d1, f5, and here Ilam Parthi played f4, knight f6. Aditya makes a nice move looking at these two squares, and now bishop b6, queen c8, pawn takes, knight e4 played. In fact, even d takes e5. d6 was what Ilam Parthi might have imagined that he wants to play, but here he has missed that. Bishop takes d6 is very powerful. And after rook takes, there is knight e4 with a fork. And this is what I think gives black a clear advantage. So Aditya should have taken, but he goes knight e4. And this allows queen d4, takes, and maybe queen e5. So Ilam Parthi still has his chances here if he plays queen d4. But clearly Aditya is taking over. Shimanov Alexander versus Alexander Ostrovsky. It seems the position is equal. Famtran Jiafook versus Karthik Venkatraman. Famtran is better. Famtran. Parligras Mirsha slightly better against Tan Jung Ying. Savita Shri also playing here. Oh, she's better against Vuga Rasulov. Right now, it seems like, look at this, Amruta. She's built up a huge attack here, Savita Shri, with all her pieces. And I think she's doing pretty well here. Gregory Kaidanov versus Beg Muratov Kumayun. Slightly better position for for Kaidanov. If you find the next move, guys, I want at least 20 of you to find white to play. What do you do here, guys? Try to be focused. I'm talking a bit too much, taking you through too many games, but I hope you are enjoying it because you get to see many games. Ooh, Nubair is 1.5 plus against Gukesh. We have to go.
Yeah,
Amrita,
yeah,
I actually
we've seen
covered
Gukesh.
35 games.
Man.
There are totally impossible to cover all 78 games in the tournament.
In the first 30 minutes, in the first 78 minutes, 1 minute per game. We should try.
No, it's possible, but I mean,
Yeah. Simplicity says India has too many decent players to count.
Knight c5, fantastic job here done by all of you, because if bishop c5, then this is hanging, and if you take the rook, then I take with the knight. So fantastic job here done by
Venkatesh, WSC, Cloud, Sendil, Darius, Madhu, Ramit, Muralidharan, Shaibi, and Siddharth.
Yes. So let's quickly go and check why is Gukesh in trouble against Nubair. Amrita, I saw until queen a6. This was the position I saw. And then h4 was played. Knight f6. And you know what Gukesh is doing, and I think we discussed this. He's provoking e5. He's provoking this central tension to be released. So Nubair anyway did it. And then he went back.
When he got e5, he has especially taken care of c5.
Yes, now no c5 for Gukesh.
Oh.
So now bishop g5 played and Gukesh goes rook e8. So this might be a golden opportunity today for Nubair to try and beat Gukesh, because see, once you take, you can plonk your knight on this square. You can play king g2. You can try to push your kingside pawn. You can also switch your rook. So clearly, there's no clear win in sight. But it's a very, very difficult passive position for black, because black has no way to do much.
You are so right. Where is the counterplay?
Yes.
That's the question. Main counterplay is usually c5. Now you don't have c5. You don't even have a pawn on b5, where there is next one is b5, b4, you know. So what is this bishop do? Yes, it's out of the pawn chain. So definitely a beautiful one. But as of now, it's a showpiece.
Yes.
Or kuch bhi nahi, you know, it's just flaunting himself.
Yeah.
So where is the plan? There's no break on the queen side. In fact, this time, how did Gukesh even, like, why did he not worry about such a move, which white would have loved to play?
I think Gukesh did not sort of factor in all the dynamic possibilities that c5 now is not possible. Like earlier, Amrita, remember that in this position,
Yeah, he went knight
he
h5,
was hoping that e5 come, like at this such point. If you do play e5, then already c5 black is clearly better. But the dynamics changed when Nubair got b4 in to stop c5. Oops, sorry. And this is the point which I think he did not really pay too much attention to.
Right. So he actually has only one break, which is f6. If at all, you know, he brings his rook to f8 and then goes for f6. I think that is something which he will have to try.
We have Rahul Dharmadasani.
Newest member.
Thank you so much, supporter of Indian chess. All the money that we collect through memberships goes to Indian chess players, and also on our helpchess.org, which is our website where we support young Indian talents. So we have been using a lot of funds that we've been collected in the World Cup and also other events. So thank you all for your support.
Yeah.
And Amrita, Magnus Carlsen against Shrihari has reached this point where after bishop takes c3, both the rooks are attacked. We have to see what Magnus chooses. f6, queen g3. These are the two main options. Also e4, not to be underestimated to open up this bishop. I think Magnus
Tempting
well.
Position for white.
But Vantika Agrawal is actually doing well because Hikaru has taken on f3. We were saying that Hikaru may not release the tension. But now Vantika can take here, here and here. All good moves.
All good, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, maybe just to understand, majority of the people, would they like to take with the bishop or pawn or the rook? Guys in the chat.
Let's ask.
You have three options. E takes f3, bishop takes f3 and rook takes f3. What is your perspective?
Bikiran Baram says Bishop. WSC says the Rook. Aniket
He
Vishwakarma
remembers the
says Rook.
Lamparty stream.
No, the Rook is Gotham Chess.
Acha, Array
Rook is the Lamparty, but
Lamparty. I don't know about the Rook though, but Rook. So majorly it seems like Bishop very less, Sagar,
Acha.
but Pawn. No, actually it's oh my god, it's pretty confusing.
Pawn takes.
And now Vantika has chosen pawn takes f3. What would you have taken?
Yeah, I think pawn takes I like because Amruta, after pawn takes I can go f4
Mm-hmm.
and then somehow bishop jumps here, attacks this. I like this position for white.
Yeah, I think rook f3 is not something which I like because I don't want to exchange more pieces. It feels like white will be the one who can attack later. I mean, maybe not. Let's see.
Yeah.
But queen h5 now, just one question there.
Yes, queen h5.
You
I
are
think
attacking e5.
f4.
And can I go g5? f5, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, Amruta, such a position, I
Which
can
Hikaru
actually,
loves,
I can
such
go
positions.
bishop
No?
f3. If you play f4, g4, I'm more than happy because it releases the tension. Otherwise, I can bring my bishop
Don't
here.
depend your happiness on my g4, Sagar.
But what do you do? Because you can't go here. I
Queen
will take.
h6. Nice. So e6 is an important weakness actually.
Yes.
In black's position.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Very interesting. I mean, it's
Oh.
amazing the way Vantika is playing. Let's go to the
Anish is
Magnus.
winning, Amruta. Anish
yeah.
is winning now because he did long g6 was played. I think it was mainly to avoid this later on attack here. He long castled. Rook c8. The attack was building up just like you mentioned. Rook g1 and rook a6 is a terrible move here.
Why?
But because of a very specific move.
I know. Maybe it will be a LPDO.
Yes, it's related to this, but it's a very tough
Deflection.
move. I would say no one in our chat will actually be able to find it. But
And
maybe
when you say this, the guys are always motivated, feel the challenge, and they're like, ऐसे कैसे बोला? हमें नहीं मिलेगा.
guys, white to play.
Dude, come on.
Yash Bharadia. So quick.
Why do you say the answer? Then everybody gets to know, na, if they see the chat.
Bebu Chu found Amruta Yadav, Krishna, Venkatesh Das, Arjun Patel, Ivan Shoshki. So many of them found it.
But looks, who is Itachi? Are Itachi क्या कर रहे हो? Rook g5, bishop g5.
Oh, but look at this move, no, Amruta?
Queen
And
h5.
if you take here, then queen d7 attacks this and this. So you win one of the two. So you will have two pieces for a rook. But the main point is that after queen e6, it's not so clear anymore. But the rook just continues its attack on this square. And once again, I go here, attack this and this, and I'm completely winning.
Yeah, that's why rook on e6, yeah?
Can't defend.
Got it.
And if you go here, rook e5.
So Anish is winning. With
But
white.
I don't think rook h5 is easy. I mean,
No,
look,
Anish it's easy.
look, Anish's form will be determined on whether he will find this move or not. If he finds it, very good.
Okay, let me ask you one more question.
Yeah.
So imagine anyone's playing, a strong player. How will he start thinking?
I think the easiest way, as you said, is to look at pieces which are undefended or loosely
less-
defended.
yeah.
Like this one is attacked once and defended once. So it's already a tactical point.
Possibility. Correct.
Yes. And when you see that your moves
Rook
like
G5.
e4, rook g5 come to your mind, but then you see, oh, rook h5 is also possible because the pawn is pinned. And then queen takes, and you kind of start thinking in that direction.
Exactly. So rook h5. Will he not reach if he has 45 minutes?
But you know, there's also another good move, queen c2, which is more Anish style. By
Okay.
the way, Himank in the chat says Yash Bharadia, who just gave an answer, is a very strong player who will take part in upcoming World Youth Championships.
Oh, nice.
I
At
know.
Egypt.
I know Yash was also the Commonwealth gold medalist and a very good player actually. So very warm welcome to you, Yash. Also, he won Global Chess League some contest, but he was too young to travel all alone to Dubai. So then I think he couldn't. Something like that.
Ritik Kumar asked, wasn't there similar motive which Anish missed some time ago about said in your stream? ABD said in your stream like LPDO, but pin helps.
Yeah, I think so. It's often that players miss these ideas because it's never easy without an engine to find it. Oh, but I like what has happened with Hikaru because Amruta, if you take, Hikaru is essentially telling Vantika that, you've pressured here, so I'm ready to trade queens. Not so sure if this move really helps, and I have a great feeling that today Vantika will be able to stop Hikaru. That's
Already?
my feeling. Yes.
Stop, matlab, are you saying even before the start?
I mean, what start? Okay.
Today is the first round.
Yeah,
It's like
like-
somebody is wanting to run the race and you have held him. Ki ruko.
Yes. I think
It's
it
that
might be
kind of a
possible.
thing? Aniket says, Sagar bhai, आपको mail भेजा है regarding a project. Please do respond.
Yeah, I think I've already seen it, Aniket.
Yeah.
It
Yes,
was-
but last many days have
No,
been
but I had
extremely
seen it.
busy.
It was before. It was some time ago that he had sent. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Queen
tell me.
B4, not D. He found F4. Wow, Aditya Mittal putting Nilam Parthi in big pressure there.
But it seems that they definitely have had a interesting game.
Very much. Actually, Ilam Parthi made a mistake and Aditya is now taking full advantage of it. Amruta, I
Shall we
think
go to Magnus's game? What
Yes.
did he play?
not yet.
Magnus कितना सोचेगा यार?
16 minute.
16 minutes for Magnus. Like, so he is like really winning. Okay, like completely winning. But now in front of him, he has a thali.
Yes, with lot of dishes.
Exactly. He's not understanding क्या खाऊं. श्रीखंड खाऊं, आलू की सब्जी खाऊं, ढोकला खाऊं.
अरे मुंह में पानी आ रहा है. Amruta telling all the names of the best dishes out there. Everyone.
मेरा पेट भर गया है, इसके लिए nothing.
I will go and eat food, Amruta, now.
Bring food, yeah.
And yeah, maybe it's good to analyze these top boards a bit more.
Yeah. By the way, Jay Karoshi says completed 1,000 woodpecker puzzles.
Oh, congrats.
That is-
There are 1100 though, 100 more to do.
Oh. We have 1,100 people watching the live stream, and if each one solves one problem from the book will be completed. But guys, do like and subscribe the stream because our goal in 25 days is 15 lakh. And as we know, nothing is impossible. Oof. Magnus inaccuracy. Okay. Okay, it won't be inaccuracy, but it will be more about a choice. So here Magnus was thinking, and we were looking at possibilities like f6. I don't know if fg6 would be as strong because no, not really. For fg6, actually, the problem was Shrihari would be able to give this check there and then first take on g6. Even if you go king h2, then maybe I should ask the chat if you're alert. This, you can see the bar saying that black is the one who will be better. And why so? Oops, yep. Black to play. But the interesting point is, even in such a scenario, like you're tempted with so many things, but you could still slip. Of course, it's Magnus and he's not going to slip, but yes, absolutely. King G7, Chessology, Arjun Patel, Nikachu MTG, Maharshi Ray, WSC, Khairul Nizam, Arnav, Zwellop, XYZ, and Chess Demystified. Demystified. That's correct. Oh, did I not show you there? Fine, fine. So that is the right move there. King G7, and it's the black king who is absolutely in trouble. So you have to be a little bit careful there. And F6 was definitely a very strong move. But what Magnus played was Queen G4. Meaning that if you, let's say, take this rook, then there is Queen G6 check. King moves check and then maybe F6. Yeah. You also have King H2, Rook G1 and the Rook joins in. Oh, maybe you have another question. If, by the way, Shrihari instantly plays King G7 and removes the king from the pin, defends this G6 pawn. Yeah, Queen G6 was the threat. But a question is, if he would have chopped this rook on E1, still Queen G6 check, king would move. And in this scenario, can you not play? Yeah, you can just play F6. Over. Okay. So King G7 played by Shrihari. And now I think Magnus... wow. Now what should Magnus do? A question, guys. Magnus doesn't let you answer. Very sorry. He's very, very quick here. But he instantly plays E4, and that was his whole idea. He loved this whole idea with Queen G4 and E4, and still saying that I really don't care about Bishop E1 because white to play. What would be the strongest move for white here? I wanted to say the strongest move because in such positions, yes, you have many good moves, but what's the strongest one? Oh, we have a new member and his name is Martin Halaj. Welcome to the backer of Indian chess, Martin. Great to know. Yes, Sudarshan. Yes, something in notation. Thank you for becoming a member, and all the amount goes to the talents, young talents. I think in some time we should be able to have a detailed thing, but things are happening. Many things are happening at the back end of help chess. In fact, we are also working on the widget. भाकरी पहले खत्म कर लो और bread भी खत्म कर लो. And white rice is also there. Okay, what was I saying? Yeah, we'll also be having a help chess widget there. Right now there's some work going on in terms of coding. Some improvements we're trying to make, others at the back end is trying to make. So we'll soon be having it. E5, bishop G5, E5, E5, bishop H6. Okay, actually not many have chosen the move bishop G5, but E5 is a move which you guys have chosen. Yeah, bishop G5 is the strongest move. You are developing the bishop here, and where do you go? Like, let's say you go Queen D7, and this is the point. All of it is very computerish, but I believe that Magnus will be able to find it. The idea with, look at this. Bishop H6 check, and as Sagar says, boom, another check. And then there you have the idea. Everything forcing. This check was forcing. This check was forcing. And then another F6 check. And then there is Queen H6. It's going to be a checkmate. So that's the power of this bishop as we are seeing. Check and to deflect the queen from the F6 square. So beautiful idea. And I think that's what Magnus really got tempted to play. So he's gone E4. Going to the next game, Vantika's game. After Queen G6, Vantika decides to not exchange the queen. Now that is very, very brave because it's possible that you think, okay, I'll exchange and it could go into an endgame. It could be more drawing chances there. But she says, I am going to retain my queens and Queen C1 there. What is black going to do? Because the first instinct does feel like H5, H4 with the queen on G6. And that too in Nakamura's spirit there. So Vantika, we have to see what's her plan after Queen C1. How is she going to improve her position? Will be a question there. We have a pin here. Oh, Rook D8 played by Nakamura. No, he's not gone for anything like H5. Rook D8. What should Vantika do?
Oh, Vantika didn't trade the queens, huh?
No, she did not. But right now is important what she will do.
Oh, she played f4.
Wow, that was pretty quick, yeah.
Vantika playing very fast.
I mean, imagine she plays a
Because
move
she
like
has
Rukia. Huh.
No, she has to make 21 moves now in 14
What?
minutes.
Oh, that's a big time gap actually. And Hikaru, I mean, of course we know his speed. So my just quick question to understand, if she would have gone rook f2 wanting to remove the rook from this file, then
Maybe dc4, no?
then d takes c4, because if you take, then the open file is with black and you don't feel very
But I like-
comfortable about it.
I like f4 a lot because
F
you are just opening up your bishop. You are connecting your pawns. It's just a move that makes everything good in your position.
Are you saying that you are actually stopping d takes c4 in some way? Not stopping, but
No, but-
after d takes c4, your bishop is opened,
Exactly.
and you simply take back the pawn.
Yeah.
And if let's say he takes the rook, important is just be aware you cannot take, because c4 is that loose pawn there. You will have to take with the rook. And now the question is c6 is hanging.
And rook d7.
And rook d7 is also play, like if you can't play c5 because rook d7, and that's just completely, yeah, gone. So
No, f4 is great. Good move.
so are we going to go into this, Sagar? You think takes
But
rook
then you
d8
lose a
bishop
pawn, no?
d8? Can you take the pawn? I mean, queen d3 definitely compensation you might recover. Rook d8 bishop d8.
Yeah, but I don't think Hikaru. will
But
take
anyway,
on
you have another counter-attacking move where you attack the bishop, where you have threats of queen d7, and then you will stop queen d3 also. Okay, Hikaru wouldn't go into that. It's not nice for black. So f4, very nice move by Vantika. Vantika is playing amazing. Let's go to the next game.
Is Nubair playing like outplaying Gukesh, or is Gukesh going to make a comeback? What are the thoughts of our people in the chat? And also on top two boards, what are the points that Indians will score is the question. And we have had 0 as 48%, but I think Amruta half very likely. 19% said half. We have had 2,558 votes. Guys, I must also tell you that today we have 2 links in the description. So please check it out. One of them is our book that has been recently that we have got in our shop. It is Levi Rosman's How to Win at Chess. It is available at 10% discount on pre-ordering. So please check it out. It's a very interesting book by one of the most popular YouTubers in the world of chess. And we also
I
have,
like his expression here.
we also have ChessBase 17 and Mega Database.
Oh, by the way, Anish did not play Rook h5. That's
See?
the news, Sagar.
See, I told you the Rook
my
g3 and he's back.
God, such a big advantage gone. And you had mentioned that maybe Anish style move is queen c2, but then queen c2 doesn't feel like in the spirit where you feel that I mean you just feel that this queen is way too powerful, right? Like feeling it, but feeling. Baseless feeling, but it's there. So Rook g3 is
Rook g3 drops all the advantage actually of Anish, because as you had mentioned, right, that this could become a dangerous attacking formation here.
Okay, so he has to find knight f6. Rohit has to understand that this knight is giving him nightmares and it needs to go to f6. So knight f6 is a must.
Also,
what-
knight h5 could happen, no?
No, but the whole idea is I don't want to focus on because
No.
you pick up the bishop.
And also, Amrita, rook g5 now could be possible. And no, he goes rook c6, which is
Okay.
fine. But I was thinking rook g5, but then there is queen d3 here coming in. So he's going rook c6. He's looking at this square.
Is
And
there a threat?
maybe
no, not
not.
yet. It's a little too premature.
King b2, the square here is controlled.
Oh, that is why now Anish will have to play queen c2 because he will realize that c3 needs to be defended and that black queen is
Also,
has to be out of
do
the
you
board.
feel like Anish is not in that top-notch form? You know, when you don't find this move, it just feels you're not warmed up to the event yet. Magnus, meanwhile, has played this move first Queen G4,
Yeah.
attacking here. King G7 played by Shrihari because see,
Yeah.
if you
I
took
analyze
either of
this.
the,
I
you
analyze
said it,
this.
yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you took any of the rooks, then that was hanging. So E4,
Yeah, e4 is beautiful.
and if you take here,
Here Sagar, it's beautiful. The best idea. Bishop, you go bishop g5. You deflect the queen. Oh, I just want to show you. So let's say queen d7. And a beauty here.
check.
Yeah, smart.
Because if take F6 or Queen.
Queen h4 should work. F6 also looks great.
No,
but
no,
queen
no,
h4,
queen
king
is
g7,
hanging.
f.
Queen is
Oops.
hanging. Check.
Queen h6.
No, but Queen H6 there'll be Queen G4.
Oh,
Maybe.
did I blunder or what?
Maybe we can do slowly, like this.
Yeah, but how does it matter? Queen g4, king f1, no check.
Queen H6, Queen G4, King F1. Yeah, this also wins.
Yeah, it was a ghost. Okay, so Shrihari is thinking down to 12 minutes. I think we were at Anish's game after rook c6. Anish needs to now realize that it's important to exchange the queen. And this endgame is obviously fine because he is materially up. I think that was a thing which we had completely. Sometimes we forget that Anish is a pawn up. So queen exchange should be just completely a winning endgame for him. Okay, what about Gukesh? Let's look at Gukesh's game because the last few moves were, I think after e5, knight d7, bishop g5 we saw, rook e8 also we saw, takes and the dark square bishops have been exchanged. And the first technical thing to understand is with the pawn structure for white, where all the pawns are placed on dark squares, his dark square bishop has been exchanged with black's dark square bishop, which is obviously a better thing for him. Queen d2. Now he goes queen d2. Nubair may want to go to the king side. Rook f8. Yeah, you do want to be prepared if you want to play f5, f6. And rook e1 by Nubair. Nubair is playing really very well actually.
But rook e1, why? What is
It
his
is.
plan?
It is definite. I think he is preparing because Gukesh would want to go f6.
So he's ready
And
for
yeah, he is just getting ready for the.
good play by Nubair.
Yeah, in a way, prophylaxis.
So Gukesh also waits, Queen B7.
Yeah, Gukesh doesn't go for f6, but
And now if Nubair plays this very nice move, Amruta, knight
Let's
d1.
oh,
There are
this
many ways.
is typical of h5, h6, creating a weakness here in a way like deflecting either g6 or. So Sagar, a very typical idea in King's Indian attack, right?
Yes.
So Nubair will find it because
But there are other ways. I mean, knight
what's the
d1.
other way? What's the other way?
I was wondering if h5 is also a good move here because the threat is h6.
Should be. So that is, I think, the reason why white is so much better. Because you can't make a bad move.
Yeah.
You
Also,
can't.
Amruta, a very good move here. And let me give a hint to the chat. Nihal Sarin.
And guys, our hinter is back. Sir, white rice. White rice here.
None of the games is black better, says Rakshit. Oh, interesting observation. Oh, Kushagra Mohan is beating Vladimir Fedosiev.
Oh,
And MR Venkatesh is clearly better against Arjun.
what?
So many.
I think in first round with such a strong event, it's for sure that too many upsets will be there.
Did anyone say King G2, Amruta?
Yes, Rakshit Singh, Itachi, Haresh.
Wow, XYZ. Well done. Just improving move. But I think main is F6. This is what Gukesh wants to do. But Amruta, the question is, then why not play f6 directly? Why to go queen b7? And I think somewhere is where what he has not liked.
So maybe let's try.
Or
No, rook f6. I would go rook f6.
I was actually wondering if you, yeah, exactly.
Because with that, I have knight f8 and rook f7.
Or e5 maybe.
No. Acha. I don't know. That could be very interesting, but you will have to be precise. It's a very, very.
Bishop g4. Because if e5, I can take.
And if I go knight f8. Strategically, the position is, sometimes for Gukesh, even if he will have a worse position, okay, and it's a crazy position.
Yeah.
You are attacking, your opponent is attacking, and it's a lot of tactics. We have seen Gukesh always coming out. But when it is strategy, you kind of feel that, एक बार ठंडी लग जाती है, तो body के अंदर है, can't do anything. क्या हुआ?
Knight d1 played by Nubair.
Oh my god, Nubair is in amazing form for sure. And I think Nubair's rating on bullet rating is more than 2900 or something like that, right? On chess.com.
Yeah, he's very strong at rapid
Okay.
and blitz, but today he's making sure that Gukesh faces the heat in classical, because now attacks the bishop. Bishop, let's say, goes back, and now Amruta, I take. And if you take with the rook, I have knight here, and then e5 square is very weak. And if you take with the knight, I still go here. And if you take, now this is a permanent problem, and I will go f4, and completely this guy.
Shan. Oh my god. So, actually, for Gukesh, if you see, it is not just about this tournament, this game, but it is also about those points which we were discussing. FIDE circuit points.
True.
And that is only calculated at the end of the tournament, no? Once the tournament
once
and
if
ranking
you win
is
the
there.
tournament, you get X number of points, and so.
Okay, Divyanshu says Vantika finding best moves.
Oh, Vantika did find bishop h3 as well. Nice.
It was the best move, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, she has the vision on the entire board, Amruta, that this is a weakness, I can attack it. She's showing why she will be one of the best in Indian chess for years to come.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with such a fight to Nakamura, who has been in amazing form in the recent times, to survive like this, even 20 moves is so hard, man.
Not just survive, she's thriving actually.
Yeah.
And for Nakamura, I mean, it's not so easy, because Vantika will slowly, there's pressure here. She's threatening at the right time, like with rook f2 to take, because then the bishop would no longer attack the rook. She may want to double down on this file. So there are many plans that Vantika has. So good play here. And I think Indian girls are really upping their game, especially Vantika, Divya. If you see even Divya playing.
Can I say Vaishali's games agar once? Yeah.
I was talking about Divya, but Vaishal,
Vaishali.
Okay.
No, I mean, have you had a look at it?
No. She was playing on board 75, so we couldn't reach there.
Okay.
But she is doing very well. And it is very likely that she might stack something right now.
How? Like bishop h7?
And if you take whichever way, I will take this, attack here. And
it's a typical...
Could be dangerous. This is defended, and maybe just come back and have these nice bishops, long term.
Interesting.
Could be.
Got it.
And by the way, few results
Did
have...
he blunder? Oh, Anish has blundered.
What?
He didn't play queen c2 or what? Because it was, I think, his last opportunity there. Oh, he did play queen c2. Then queen e6 happened. And then he goes king b1, which is fine.
No, not blundered. I think it's all okay. The position is going normally. I'm actually very interested to see what happens in Gukesh, also Nakamura Vantika.
And what did Magnus play, just to see?
E4, Bishop A1.
Now the question is, will Magnus find Bishop G5? I mean, because he can win with E5 as well. That's fine. But these are the only two moves actually.
But what is there to find? He will play it, Amrita.
Bishop G5?
It's the most natural move. No?
Yeah.
I think
I think most natural is E5. Actually, no. Bishop G5 is most natural. In fact, it's about whether he'll find Bishop at 6.
When?
After Bishop G5, the Queen moves. Oh, you were, by the way, showing Bishop G5 ko. If Black goes
Bishop
F6.
F6 again.
Oh, nice. If King at 6. How many people do you think will answer for this question? White to play.
Let's see.
How many do you hope?
50, I guess.
अरे चैट मूव्स मिल ही नहीं रहा है. हाँ, आ जाएगा. कोई आएगा 50. हाँ ठीक है, मैं रुकती हूँ, तुम खाना लेके आओ. नोटेशन में कितना गड़बड़. Guys, we are aiming at 50 people to find the checkmate in one move. White to play. Can you please try and type thrice? Wait. Thrice matlab only 3 keys. There is so many people. Wow. I've got total answers around 28 by now. I'm going to wait until 50 people have answered because ये बहुत ही slow speed chess चल रहा है.
30 people answered.
33. Chess demystified. Sameer Sinha. Should I go? Chess demystified. Sameer Sinha, Kashyap K, Srirang Nene, Siddhant, Adep, Adi, Mohammad Shoaib, Yusuf Khan, Rahul Dharamdasani, Brain Talk. Yes, and we have reached 40 answers. Okay, not bad. But Queen G6, and that's a nice checkmate. Did Magnus? Yes, Magnus played Bishop G5. So yeah, it's going to be over.
Rohit might resign. Sorry, Shrihari, not Rohit.
Or he might allow Magnus to do a checkmate as a gesture.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Vantika is doing well. Anish position no longer looking that impressive, to be honest. He's pawn up, but still there are, this pawn is coming down the board and could really loosen up white structure, especially the c3 pawn.
Yeah, I would be very scared. For example, let me just see. Okay, if you play a move like a3,
we can ask our chat.
Yeah.
Black to play. What do you play here? It's a very tempting move and you can find it. Let's go.
बार बार देखो, हजार बार देखो, ये देखने की चीज है. The bar is actually here. How many bars have you added, Sagar? 3 plus 8 bars, yeah?
Yeah.
We didn't see Venkatesh versus Arjun, right? Because the bar is saying that Arjun is in trouble.
Yeah, I think Arjun is in big trouble actually.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex.
So did they find Amrita Bishop A3? Was that the move we were looking for? Yes, Bishop A3 by 25 of them.
Chess demystified. Sameer Sinha, Arvind Ramnath, Arun Durai Swami, Anush Tyagi, Kanishka, Itachi, Srirang Nene, Yusuf Khan, and Sports Edits.
Yeah, well done actually.
Yeah, because this was not a very easy.
And now Amruta, a3, bishop takes, pawn takes, and rook takes c3 means that this is big trouble here. Queen takes a4.
96 maybe. Or rook b, no, rook b8 is not coming. Queen b6 is also there.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a long-term sacrifice actually.
Yeah, you do have compensation always.
Could be. Okay, so I don't think, and Anish goes e4, which is the most natural move to play in the center of the board, but a3 is what Rohit Krishna is going to do.
Oh, but look with e4, what he has essentially done
Yeah.
is the rook on g3, defending the c3.
Oh, nice point. Nice point. Very aware there, Amruta. Finding that move absolutely right.
Yeah, that's the long distance relationship. Yeah.
Okay. Amruta, what else is happening?
Oh, yay. Kai Shen does say that Vaishali did a rook sacrifice on the board. So
Wow.
that is the rook f7 she has played. That's a good update there. Siddharth Ranadive asked, Vantika position better? Oh, look at the advantage now in
Oh.
Vantika's position.
Let's quickly check it
Oh, we
out.
should definitely check. But Itachi says Hikaru winning. Huh? Mixed reviews over hai. What's happening? Wow! Oh my god, this is amazing. It's the tournament hall.
Yes, we have the tournament hall here, so we can have that in one of our frames. Thank you so much to the Qatar Masters and also the broadcast team, Mark Glukowski, who sent us this. So thank you for putting this in.
So right now we don't have a specific board, but we have the tournament hall, yeah?
Yes, maybe, but also, I mean, I'm trying to get that as well.
Maybe what you can do is just put the Vantika position na, on the board so that...
Sure. You can have Vantika here.
What?
No, actually what happened is Hikaru played h4, which was not the most accurate move. Vantika
Do you
had...
play g4 here and block, or do you play king g2? But what I'm not understanding is king f2 is definitely not the first move we will consider. So, was there a problem with g4?
No, g4, I think the problem is take. And after you take, the queen enters and suddenly everything becomes a little
Oh,
weakened.
c4 is hanging and you cannot even defend it, right?
Yes. So Vantika very correctly didn't play g4. but
So
she
even
had
king
to-
g2 has a queen e4 check. And then
Yes.
it's in a check, by the way.
So queen b1 was correct. And this is a very tough move to see.
Yeah.
Because you are trading queens. And if the queen does not remain under pressure here on this square, then no problem, no Amruta. So in that sense, this would have been very strong. Like this would have actually given Vantika the edge. Because she takes over this diagonal. And if you take, then I have the intermezzo check. And then taking this. So very tough move to find, especially with just 10 minutes on the clock. So she went king f2. And now Hikaru takes on c4 and is doing quite well. So Hikaru putting, that turning the, making a move which may not be the best to get an advantage. That's how Hikaru is playing this.
Yeah, but as of now, we can't say Hikaru is winning, guys. But
No.
Definitely he is started to,
He started to
twist
put
the
pressure.
tail.
Yeah. And this is exactly what top players do. They have more control over what's happening in general. So they are able to put more pressure. Yeah. You were saying something, Amruta?
Yeah.
And by the way, we have a look at this board here. Anish Giri is playing against Rohit Krishna. And Amruta, our viewers can actually see that board right now. Yeah. And they can actually... we can have it. Just actually this all started working right now. So it's good news for all of us that we are able to now get the live cameras. And this is the camera from the venue. It's looking beautiful.
By the way, we have Aditya at the venue. And today Abhidaya will be also traveling. So he would be reaching there.
Yeah, but I don't think, Amrita, we have other board cameras right
As
now
of now,
working.
yeah.
But we have this one and this one of Anish Giri, and you can see that Anish under a lot of pressure to.
Yeah. So maybe we can keep Anish's camera because in that small this thing.
Sure.
Also, if you want to expand it, it can be done, and this can be just in case. Yeah.
What wants to be expanded?
Why not Queen B1 now in Vantika's game? Yes, acha, now after C5 you mean why not Queen B1? Okay, good question. My first thing would be, oh, by the way, I have another question, Sagar. Later, when you mentioned Queen B1 was a good move at that point of time, wasn't C4 hanging after takes?
No, E6 was hanging, no, first.
So,
And also it would have then defended C.
if we go back to that position where you mentioned Queen B1,
Yeah.
if Queen takes B1, you have an intermezzo with the check. Okay. Yeah, and also C4 is protected. Got it. So that's deflecting the actually it's again targeting E6. That
Yes.
was the key point. Wow. So why, that's a good question. Why can't we go Queen B1 now?
But now there's actually improvement in the position already. Like if you go Queen B1 in this, then he would not take, he would go Queen H6. And at that point, what had happened is that you had not really committed your king to F2. So in case you played Queen B1, Queen H6, now there's no tension and you can go G4 already.
Same, no? Even now you can play G4.
Oh, but now the king is on F2, so there would be sacrifices. So let's say, for example, now you do
got
DC, BC, C5. She's played Queen B1, by the way. And it could happen actually. Queen H6, G4, and already Rook takes F4 is a bone crusher now.
Oof. Got it. That's a very good point. After King F2, things have changed so much.
Yes. So yeah, things are changing a lot here. And Amrita, if you can look at the chat, what do they have to say about this new sort of addition that we have on the stream?
Which edition?
Look at Divya there. She's
Where?
walking.
Oh yeah,
Not
that's
Irbek.
Divya. And
No, not Divya. Someone, like so many players. There's Stanny. We can see Stanny there.
oh, that's Peter Lecco who just walked by.
Really? Peter Lecco. Peter Lecco is not playing in the tournament.
No, he may not be playing, but he could be, in the tournament. Like 10 second pehle. Maybe if people would have also spotted him. Let's ask the chat. Itachi says so lively. Rohan Gangan says part 2 of that message. After 12 years, I'm trying to get back into chess. Could you please suggest?
Rohit, you sent this message after
Rohan,
12
Rohan.
years, Rohan. It means-
Could you please suggest how to get back into it? Any and all help is welcome. Okay, everybody will have a different suggestion, but the first most thing is to solve tactics, to play some blitz games online where you get thrashed and then you feel the frustration and then you solve more tactics. So, and of course, live streams and other things are there. But generally, when you're getting back playing really helps you to enjoy chess as well. That is the quite important thing. And what else is happening in the chat? Simplicity is saying, I'm a bit concerned about Guke's elo points situation.
Yeah, let's not get too attached to that. It changes in every game. So yes, while it's important and we all would love for it to grow, if it goes down, he might recover soon.
Yeah,
But
Rakshit says if he loses today, he will be India number 2 on live rankings.
okay, got it. And then Anand would be forward, and then Prag would be around somewhere. So by the way, I really liked how Nubair's doing this, Amrita. Look at this. We're getting all the moving.
Oh, they're zooming in. That's Abhimanyu Mishra, right? No.
Arjun, no?
Oh, there is Arjun. No, behind
Yeah.
him I first thought, but
Behind Arjun is this Saidaliev Saeed Akbar.
oh, and that's Van Forest.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Rakshit says Sagar by January May Bangalore International Open. Any plans to come?
Yes, for sure. For sure.
काय काय for sure.
No,
तुम
I
वही नहीं
mean,
January में.
ChessBase India will come for sure. I don't know if I will be there, but we will be a big part of it.
So anybody will say इधर आओ उधर. Yes, for sure.
No, because I'm in talks with already the organizer, no? So, and they are doing a brilliant job actually, and they have like a lot of plans. Oh, Arjun, look at Arjun, Amruta. Arjun, can we look at Arjun's game? Because we can see him in the screen. He's looking very calm, like always. But his position, now his position looks much better.
Okay, shall we go a few moves back? Because where did we leave it? No, not this.
No, we left it long time ago. But it seemed like here Venkatesh was doing well. But then when he played this move, this is a surprising move by Venkatesh, which is Rook B1, because he could have. And then we have Nihal.
एक मिनट सागर.
Nihal आया भाई.
अच्छा सब छोटे स्क्रीन में सुनना.
हाँ.
Rook B1 बड़े गुजरों ने क्या सिखाया है?
Take the open file.
Exactly.
No, I was not liking the fact that these pawns are getting doubled, the bishop is getting shut in. I mean, yes, I agree, my Bade Buzurgo ne, but first move this away and then go for Bade Buzurg move. So Rook B1 takes knight D6, knight E5, bishop E2. So they have traded a pair of pawns and now the D pawn can become very dangerous. Queen A2 played by Venkatesh. I think Venkatesh is playing well today.
Even if it is showing like it's not too much advantage with.
Oh,
white,
Shrihari is lost. Magnus has won.
We didn't get that, right?
No. But yeah, that's the first
What did
top
Magnus
board
play?
result of the day. So he played here King G7, E4, takes Bishop G5, Queen B4, F6, King G8, and Magnus took the bishop. And now came Queen H. Look at this result. Yeah, they've put that. Queen H3 and mate. Forced mate, Amruta.
Yeah, the result also updated. So Magnus in the first round beats Shrihari, also an Indian. So it's not going to be so easy to break the wall of Magnus, yeah?
For sure. Someone really has to work very hard to make that happen. But we'll see if that happens or not. Meanwhile,
By
we
the
can
way-
see Aditya in the frame there.
Oh,
And Magnus in the frame.
oh wow.
And Gukesh in the frame. And guys, everyone in the frame. अरे भाई, ये frame.
अरे बड़ा स्क्रीन दिखाओ ना, बड़ा स्क्रीन. Wait a second. Let me do the full.
Okay, we let's do it slowly. Yeah,
Yeah,
don't worry.
transition में करना. Wow, he's watching whose game right now? Magnus is watching.
This is what Magnus enjoys at Qatar, I feel. To just follow all the games and look at... we can actually follow Magnus. We can also have us on the screen, Amruta. Would you like us to be there?
Divya.
No, us.
नीचे फ्लोर पे डालो अपने को. अक्षत कंपारिया.
Yes. Magnus is playing so well lately, William says, that Naka is the only chance. And even that's rarely enough. True. He's playing. Hey, we have R.R. Lakshman walking behind there. Guys,
yeah.
Grandmaster Lakshman. This is so exciting, no? Everyone can follow the tournament from their home and they can see all the players,
Yeah, and
what's
so
happening.
many people said they are in Qatar. They
Guys,
can
go
actually
to those stands, Luzel.
Yeah, you can sit in the stadium. Nakamura Vantika.
Nakamura. Oh, let's go to Nakamura Vantika. Karim John. Karim John.
A little right or left, कुछ भी चलेगा.
Karim John, please. Yes, yes. Thoda. Left.
Thank you,
हाँ,
thank you,
Thank you, Karim John ji. And there we have the game between Nakamura and Vantika.
Strategic blocking.
Queen B1, Queen H6, Queen
Bechara
E4. Ooh, Vantika is playing this move. I did not get it up. Oh my god, did Vantika put some trap? Because take here. What was her plan actually? Why did
King G3. No, she feels fine with the king on G3.
Oh, she
but
feels
bishop
fine.
H4, what? No, queen H4.
King G2. Actually, Hikaru now makes a mistake with bishop C8.
What? Really?
Yeah, I don't even know.
But bishop C8, matlab you to sometimes when such a king is on G3, a natural thing is to forget that the queen side exists.
Also, the winning move, I just can't understand. I can see it.
Let's guess, guys.
No, there's not even guessing.
अरे
We can
guessing
show
करो
the
ना.
move.
नहीं, मत.
अरे भाई समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है तुमको. Rook
अच्छा,
F7 is the winning move. What is the point?
हाँ, correct. At least you're making a point. Karim has moved.
Now Lakshman.
It's like they are moving and then.
No,
Rook F7, Nathan also says not possible to find.
Who says?
Nathan.
Who Nathan?
Nathan Cho. Nathan Cho.
Who is he?
I don't.
Okay, he's a viewer. I thought he's some commentator. I thought in Qatar Masters broadcast someone Nathan is
Guys,
commentating.
this is not official commentary, so it's okay to eat dinner, crack jokes.
King G2.
Okay, why? It's like you put the Big Bang Theory question. Big Bang hua kaise?
Yeah. I think Omkar's point is right that bishop e6 will not come as a check in some line, but which line? Maybe f5 attacks the queen and queen h7 here, somehow pinning.
So that we will realize after bishop c8 what is the best move here, Sagar. That's
King
my
g2,
question.
right. So if rook f7, king g2 played, then there is rook takes d1, rook takes d1 and क्या चल रहा है यार अमृतम बिशप f8 क्या चल रहा है ये
Okay, even Nakamura cannot find something like this. Come on. Dinka chika. What?
Bishop b7. That's what he wants
Oh
to
man, this is so, what to say, mesmerizing.
do. Yeah, that is the point of rook f7. That was why it was so tough. The idea of rook f7 was that to get this bishop here, but just move this bishop away. If you take, I'm very happy because I now get this and stop king g2 basically because this is losing.
Oh, Jitu bhai gaya. Man, this was so amazing. It's a book position.
Yes.
So
Very tough.
hard.
Very tough. King g2 played now.
Amazing.
Queen h5.
Maza aa gaya, Sagar.
Rook d8 taken. And now Vantika back in the game. Hikaru thinking whether to take with the bishop or the rook.
You're just going so fast, but there is so much happiness in that idea behind Rook F7. उसे feel करो सागर, emotion.
Yes.
कहाँ है?
बहुत खुशी हो रही है. इतनी खुशी.
Wow, this is amazing. ठीक है. So what he went bishop c8, okay? धीरे धीरे.
Yeah. Who is this now? Magnus?
Arbiter. Okay, so can you show bishop c8? Look at Naka's
okay.
expression.
Rook d8.
Bishop c8, Sagar, can you go there once?
Yeah.
On move number 25th.
Sure.
He went bishop c8. Majorly he missed this rook f7 idea. I mean, obviously we can't expect anybody to find it. And she went king g2 and queen h5. Very, very fine move. Like that's why bishop c8 was his idea, yeah, to support this, to free the queen. But still, even if the queen went here, I think the only thing it has done is kind of making herself safe from no discourse. But otherwise, there is what idea? Is there a queen e2? Yeah, maybe queen e2 is another idea. Correct. So rook d8. Now, if you give queen e2 intermezzo,
Rook
doesn't
F2.
work. Simple rook f2, rook d8, and white is thinking no, because this is the threat. Queen e2
No,
check.
there's rook f2. There's no threat. But I
Can you go f5? That would be my question.
but ef5 maybe.
Ah.
Oh, but
yeah,
by the
yeah,
way,
yeah, yeah.
he's played something.
Oh yes.
Oh, she played f5.
No, 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 no. Oh, but look at her time. This is what we were talking about. She's 48 seconds. Matlab, she played this move with 18 seconds.
18 seconds, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And look at Hikaru. He knows that he's. You see Hikaru's expression, Amruta? He just feels it that there is something there in the position. Guys, we can also see it here. The
What happened?
just when I went big screen, the arbiter came. So
Yeah. Oh. So, Manita Sagar Bhai, how was the protest in Bhubaneswar? I went to the pay and play part of it, and I'm the first person to register there.
that's so nice to know, Manit. It's very nice. It's one of the best academies I have seen, and it'll be amazing for Odisha chess in the years to come. So, by the way, Queen E2 here, okay, Rook F2 blocking,
Okay.
and then Queen D3.
You want to basically exchange the queens.
Yes,
Yeah? So
yes.
if I queen d3,
Yes.
and if you rook d3, and if I fe6.
No, this is
Yeah,
handing.
this is handing. Take it.
And where will you go with that? That is a big question.
Bishop c1.
D2, C1,
No.
C1.
D2 means efi and I lose a pawn.
Yes, but now
Bishop.
this check, king is cut from here, and if you go down,
h3 gaya.
now
Where
I
will
just take, yeah.
So basically, the bishops are weak.
Yeah.
It's a very
Basically, ek ख्वाब में आई.
Trico says tell Amrita to not guess the moves because she somehow transfers it to the player's mind.
Yes, Amrita, please get good moves.
Yeah, at least I should get good moves.
But let's just guys look at Hikaru, and we can actually do it in another bigger frame also,
Yeah.
because there we will be able to see the players at a much closer distance. So then you can also get this feeling of seeing them. But
Hey, can I have some more moves there?
later on tomorrow, if we can take, that would be good. Is it okay?
Yeah, no, it's already in case.
No, just we'll look at it this way.
Ah, like this you're going. Okay. Can we expand more? Rohan says, Sagar Bhai, we take a lot of inspiration from you. You have done a phenomenal job with ChessBase India. When are you going for your GM title? We would love to see you as a Grandmaster.
Thank you. I hope someday when I will be able to give time to it, I can give it properly. And this is what I've been discussing, that I don't want to play one event and like Qatar Masters, then not build up on it, that way.
Oh, Gukesh, how is Gukesh losing? Matlab, is Gukesh losing? And Sudarshan also mentions Arjun grinding the game down to his this thing. So if we also have a quick look at the bars later.
Yes. So by the way, here Hikaru is, while he's thinking on his move, we can go to.
Let's look at him.
Guys, should we have the board on the other side, like board that side and us this side, or we that side and that? What is better?
Or board this side and we in the center.
Board. So you.
Or board in between you keep na upper best. Normally like how you commentary wala board.
Here.
Yeah, perfect. And then अपन को उधर ही डाल दो.
यहाँ पे
नहीं
ना?
यहाँ पे लेफ्ट में.
No, people are used to seeing us on this side.
अच्छा. इसको कट किया क्या तूने?
नहीं नहीं उतना ही है. I like how Hikaru is just very, very focused and thinking.
Yeah, though Vantika's time, yeah, you can see 48 seconds. So,
See, now Hikaru's face gets
Acha.
covered. That's why I was. Okay. So, Amruta, this is good. Let's look at very quickly if we can look at Gukesh's game.
but do people want to stay here to see Hikaru's move?
Okay, let's stay.
No, that's the question to the people.
Because Hikaru's best move here, Amruta, is Queen E2. If you play EF5, which is actually a most logical move, then Bishop takes, Queen E2 check. You might think Rook takes is the best.
No,
Rook F2 is the
Bishop
best.
F5 and
Yeah,
over.
game
because
over.
if you play Queen F5, Queen takes E3, you lose a piece. And if you play Rook E2, Bishop E4, and you've lost a.
So she has to play Bishop F2 here. And then Queen takes, Bishop takes. So this is actually a tempting position for Black to go into because Black is better.
Yeah.
This pawn is weak. But the real killer blow is here, Rook F2 and Queen D3. If Hikaru plays these two moves, then Vantika might be in like a losing. She can just lose.
Yeah,
But
this is almost. So it's very interesting to see. Actually, last move after F5, what was Hikaru's time? 23 minutes.
Yeah.
And we need to learn, like it's been 7 minutes he's
Yes.
been calculating for F5. For such a top grandmaster to find a move like Queen E2
yeah.
when he has so much time, how long he is going to take
Yes.
and what decision he will make. Should we not stay here? What have the chat said?
Yeah, we'll stay here till Hikaru makes his move. Guys, if you think we should stay on this board, say E4. And if you think we should move to Gukesh's game, say D4. Or any other game, D4. Oh, he finds first Queen E2. Now, forced Rook F2. Guys, we'll anyway stay here for some time. Queen E2 check.
ऐसा नहीं वोटिंग लिया ना अभी रिजल्ट तो उसी के पे
अभी just move हो गया ना अभी anyway Vantika is 48 seconds. She has to make her move.
अबे ट्रस्ट द वोट्स ना लोगों को भी देखना है
30 seconds. Rook F2. She's
D4 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 D4
If Hikaru finds Queen D3, you can, feel that Hikaru understood the heart of the position. So Rook F2 played.
so 7 minutes
Nice.
yeah for Hikaru
Nice, yeah.
Calm 7
very
minutes.
nicely done. And guys, just seeing these players in action over the board and seeing how they are able to find these moves itself is so cool, right? Queen F3 says Itachi. But Itachi, once you go Queen F3, I believe this should be just game over. Because now you can't take Bishop takes F5. I just take and take.
and he's taken it's already
So
over.
Vantika took.
because for her to make a move she's going down to 8-9 seconds like she doesn't have much time so.
Yeah.
Stay. But what was the poll just for the sake of curiosity? Oh, but wait, she's gonna make a move. Now she's tensed. It's 16 seconds, 15, 14. And look at how many times you have to look at the clock sometimes to.
Ooh, F6.
But it's more like a
F6.
desperate attempt, Sagar. There's not much
Yeah.
you can do.
Yeah.
Okay, if Rook takes C3, that should be a blunder.
No,
right?
actually,
F6.
Amruta,
That's nice. Rook E3 is a trap. She's put a trap.
Yeah, Rook E3, Fe7.
Yeah.
But Bishop F6 is a classy move by Hikaru. Found. No, what a move, no, Amruta, because Bishop F6, if Vantika takes here, now Rook E3. And the threat is Bishop B7, and there's no way to deal with it. Like, this will hang. Oh, where?
Arjun.
Gukesh.
But the camera quality should be so good, right? Because when
Yeah.
you're zooming in, it's still so clear.
True.
Wow. I mean, in Qatar they have had FIFAs and all. So wo chota football pe and they would have had amazing cameras. So chess maybe for them is like
Yeah. Oh, Arjun's result has happened. Something happened on Arjun's board. Oh, he won. His opponent, yeah.
But what's the threat? Once again, final position, Queen H5. Ah. Oh, there was Knight F4. How did he play Knight D3? Venkatesh just allowed Queen H5.
Actually, here he thought he can take here, Amrita, and take this, but Arjun was super sharp with the move Knight C3, attacking the queen and disco.
Ooh.
So that's
Queen
the
A-
reason why he played Queen A4, but then Rook came up, Bishop takes, Queen D1, Bishop F3. Oh my god, Arjun playing really well with this thing. And oh yeah, exactly, why did he play Knight D3 allowing Queen H5? That's a good question. So Arjun with his cap there, guys, has won the game. You can see him there looking quite happy. Not very happy. Very happy. And he has won his game here, Amrita.
Ah, okay.
So-
but Venkatesh really gave a
Yeah,
good
he
fight.
gave a good fight. Jordan also won. And shall we go to...
Shall we look at the right now bars? Look at that.
Oh, this we saw, no, Amrita, this we saw. I mean, I was just analyzing that. F6, take. And I thought that now the problem is check and you lose the bishop. So Vantika actually saved her bishop.
And now what is the material? Materially, Vantika is already a pawn down. Plus C4 is weak and A2 is weak.
Okay. That was well.
Plus Rook E4. Right now you win another pawn or what?
Rook E4, huh?
And Rook C4. I mean the first very question that...
Yeah.
But Bishop E7 is just better. Okay, so this is Hikaru is better. So maybe Sagar, can we look at Gukesh's game because people are saying lots happening there. We saw at Knight D1. Maybe we can just quickly take from there.
So Queen C7, Bishop G4. We were seeing how Nubair was actually improving his position slowly. Knight C3.
Oh,
Rook
he went
E3.
Knight C3, not Knight E3.
And now he took this bishop, which is actually a very interesting decision. Rook takes, Bishop F1, Rook B7. So Nubair playing on both sides of the board. His bishop.
He played strategically now,
Yeah.
suddenly.
I think what is happening is the big problem here for Gukesh is that this bishop will get strong on this diagonal and this.
And
And
the problem is C6 is weak, so your knight on B8, if it gets locked
Yeah.
forever for this guy, then it's all as good as a piece down because Bishop D3, Bishop E1, Queen D3,
Yeah.
U4 is G6, and then there is H5. But still, because I still think there are some possibilities for black to fight with the B4 weak, D4 weak. You need a break on F6.
No, but Amruta, here
Not
is
now,
another point.
not now.
H5 with the idea of H6, and the moment you play H6, I want to actually
H6.
build a battery here.
Yeah,
This
no,
way.
H6 you will never play, Sagar.
He
You
goes
can't.
Rook B3. I'm actually quite interested to see if Nubair can win this because he's done really all of the hard work, and now all that, it's like he's sown the seed, he's watered the plant, he's let the sun come in, he's taken care, now the tree is growing, now the fruits are there, and now is to pluck them. But sometimes in plucking them you can be a little bit careless and the fruits will fall on the floor. So let's see if that how it pans out from there, no?
Yes. Nicely said, actually. Nice. And also, as we see, we have seen a resistance of a 2700 player
Yes.
is always something which is quite powerful.
Amruta, we have space for another bar to be added. Whose game should we add?
Let's ask
Oh,
the chat.
Kushagra
By the way-
Mohan is
yes,
completely
he's
winning against Fedosiev.
That's what we hear. Also, I don't know, but Himang said somebody, if possible, check out Gaurav Bagwe's game. He's winning against a 25-20 player. Okay, we will try. Then Kushagra is winning against Fedosiv. Nihal's game. Can you add?
Nihal is there.
So guys, right now the bars are saying Arjun wins, Magnus wins.
Arjun won already. Yeah.
But we'll still have to keep the result, no? Because people wouldn't get to know. So maybe we don't have much. Maybe you can change.
We have one more spot.
Anish is winning, yeah?
Oh, really? Wow, that's nice. 1 second. I think we can add Amruta.
Leon.
Let's do from the top. Maybe we can quickly see this one. Antony Vianney versus Chavokhir Sindarov, perhaps, because that was the highest game which we hadn't put up.
Oh, -10. So Antonio is losing.
Vianney, yeah, but he was totally better. He was close to winning. Now he's losing.
Vaishalis. Nadirbek.
Okay, let's for now be
Okay,
there.
we can keep changing.
Yeah, we can keep changing. Okay, Hikaru Vantika is now coming to an end because after rook e3, bishop g4, a check was given, king went back, bishop a6 was played, a rook came up, and g takes f6. You don't want to be taking here because bishop c4 hangs 2 pawns down, so we went king f2, rook e5, rook here, bishop c4, and Amruta 2 pawns down, clearly lost.
Yeah.
So this is game over of Hikaru Vantika. Anish actually, I don't know how he managed to turn it around because here it was looking very sharp, b3.
Yeah, Rohit had played, very well. Yeah, bishop b4 also very natural here. c3 pe pressure.
Yeah, I think here he messed up, Amruta, because maybe instead of bishop b4, if he had played knight f6, it would have kept the pressure on. But because he played for this forcing move, this is now forcing black to take, and now you take. So now you can't move the queen because this is hanging. So you must sort of trade. And if you had traded here, then after knight e4, the problem is this is defended, and you can't try and win material here because of...
No, even if you win, you're still a pawn.
No, d5,
You're
just
not a pawn
gone, game over, because this is hanging.
Ah.
So, there's no square on this file. So that's the reason why he played knight f6, but take and cb, and you've actually not lost a piece, but now you are into this position where it's endgame and you are a pawn down. You're 2 pawns down actually.
Yeah. So Anish is
But still
winning.
there was chance actually with knight b4, but instead he played this move, which turns out to be the big blunder.
Okay.
Actually the last move only was the blunder.
So why was that knight b4 making a difference?
Because you get back the pawn, now you don't get back the pawn. It's actually not such a big, I think this
No,
game
rook
was
f3.
quite...
No, he intended rook f3.
I understand, take, but then after rook c1, this pawn is way faster, rook c5 and... Yeah, so let's go to the game of...
Oh, by the way,
Gukesh.
Jawokir beats Antonio. So maybe we can replace it with some other bar. Maybe we can also have
Oh, there we have Anish's game.
Nadirbek's bar or something, yeah? So that...
Actually, they will be told, I guess, tomorrow that...
It's the first day. Many people... Maybe the cameras are also zooming in, right? From far. So you don't see it directly. Like, you don't see like there is a camera and then you are coming in between. So it's not really a problem of the people who are...
This happened, Amruta, full line, what you just said. Anish did play rook c1. So we were looking here. b5 happened, takes, rook c1. So Anish in the driver's seat here.
Now he is looking a bit relaxed. See, he gets up
Yeah.
and now he will walk, and it still feels like there is that knight which exactly feels like an opponent. Well, Poyarasu asks, Sagar bhai, what happened in Eric Rosen game?
He's playing against Pranit Vupalla and it's equal. Equal. Right now.
Maksudlu. Is that Kushagra Mohan? Yeah.
Yes.
He's
That is,
winning,
he's
no?
winning. He's beating actually
Fedosiev.
Fedosiev, guys. Kushagra Mohan here. You can see that this is the position. All he needs to do next is move the queen in and checkmate him. That's all.
Buddy's game, says Itachi.
Yeah.
On the bar, maybe later.
We can
Yeah,
have a
we
look
can
at
have
that. But right now,
after
let's have a look at Anish and the way in which these top players put pressure on their opponents.
Anish is dancing right now.
Anish is just telling his opponent that you're losing a piece with b6 next.
So there is a race, no?
So
Knight
maybe
C4,
rook f6 trying to stop here. Then a4.
then H4.
Then h4. Then a5.
Shanti.
Then h3. Then a6.
Hmm.
Then h2.
Hmm.
Then a7. I'm queening. You have to... What will you do? You lose.
Knight C7. B6.
White pawns are
Yeah,
very...
मतलब it's like H2 पे आया रुक ही गया. Like there is no connecting flight only. You have to reach Isle of Man, but London में अटक गया.
Ah.
Sagar Shah. By the way, guys, if anyone is staying in Isle of Man, then of course they would be knowing very exciting event happening.
FIDE Grand Swiss.
But I doubt if anybody stay in, like many very
Some
less
millionaires in our chat might have some investments there. Because it's a tax-free zone.
Oh, really? They used to say that about Andorra when Open used to happen after Barcelona, like, then everybody would do a lot of shopping.
Oh, by the way, I'm
Nadir
looking
Beg
at
and-
just a nice little point here. If you play knight c3, then rook takes and b6. There's no stopping the pawn.
Pretty. Eric Binu says I stay there.
Sure.
Shiva says I live in Liverpool and Isle of Man is not very far from here.
Please come there
Nice.
to watch. Oh, b6 played.
MJ asks Sagar bhai, will you go to Qatar?
No, I don't need to go.
He's not in any Qatar.
We are bringing Qatar here, no? So. Okay, so this is winning.
Siddharth Sprague isn't playing in the Grand Swiss.
Hey, Gukesh.
Oh, look at his hair.
Yeah, amazing. By the way, his position is now -4.
No, I think this is very hard to.
Do you think Gukesh will be
Because
able to
he-
hold this?
Wait.
Because this game, I mean, Gukesh hardly got any chance until now. But he is actually thinking about what is the way in which he can create some play here.
Why I have been telling even if f6 is bad since the time to play, because have you also realized at some point मुझको भी तू लिफ्ट करा दे थोड़ी सी तो लिफ्ट करा दे.
Yes. But Amruta, you lift everything and then when you take and I take back, this rook defends it. So that lifting might not be that effective.
Ankait says no interviews for this event. Of course there will be interviews. Of course. Wait for it. It's gonna be legend. अच्छा पहले ही बोल दे wait for it. Prakhar says I live in Stratford. upon Avon, the birthplace of William Shakespeare,
Oh.
do we have software jobs in the Isle of Man? Half of my salary goes in paying tax only. It's majorly, I think, a tourist place. So I don't know much, but I just went for a walk on the promenade with the Google Map guy.
How many of you actually use Google Maps to sort of do sightseeing?
No, it is effective.
For the time being, Gukesh is under such big pressure, Amruta, and he has only 7 minutes left and he's made his move. I don't know what he played. Let's have a look on our big board here. He's played his move. He's down to 6 minutes 45 seconds.
In the meantime, SW says, Sagar Bhaiya, even your hair is amazing. While I appreciate Gukesh's hair,
Look at this, guys. What is amazing about this?
Taklu is amazing.
No, but Amruta H5, I don't know what Gukesh actually played a move, but we...
Okay, tell me one thing, okay? You can't, now I think it's hard to think about moves like F6, right? Or F5. For the sake of understanding, tell me if I go F6. Do you take here?
No, the thing is,
And
Amruta,
Queen G6 or H6?
after I take here and you take here,
Yeah.
this becomes such a big weakness.
And the same with you.
No.
Unless you go F4.
Yes, I
and then I
agree.
go G. I mean, something like
No,
prepared
there's nothing
G5.
like that. There's nothing. You are just...
ठीक है, F4 खेल दो ना एक बार.
You know, sometimes when we think in our life that our situation is bad and we lash out, we are just doing something, but actually it might even land up from out of the pan, out of the fire into the frying pan.
That's true. I mean, that's just
So that's
generally
why
patience नहीं रहता है.
No,
Normally,
इसलिए Gukesh is just hanging in there. He's played Queen E7 and he's hoping that at some point he'll get some chance that
that is
Nubairshah
true.
will make a mistake.
But a big question. How long do you keep yourself in a situation, in a life situation which is not changing and where you're not feeling very comfortable? How long?
That is true now. Till 40th move maybe. I
Oh,
think
40th move, 30 minutes here.
Yes.
We've completely forgotten that.
And now King G2 played by Nubair. And I think Gukesh might think of F6 here. Let's see if he plays that. And meanwhile, we have Anish Giri on the live cam and his opponent Rohit Krishna has just sacked his knight. Knight takes and pawn to G5, D5, H3 played.
Mr. India says, when I once used Google Map, the Google Map shows the way in the valley. John says, maybe Gukesh can capitalize on opponent's less time. Oh, what's the time
No,
difference?
but 30 minutes will get added.
Huh.
Nubair has 1 minute 55 seconds and already he's hit 40 moves. So that's done.
Watching YouTube says, make chess pieces weigh 15 kgs. So the
look
players
at
can
Divya.
get big arms.
Look at Divya there.
Oh yeah, listen. Weightlifting and chess. Chess weightlifting.
Amruta, Fedosiev is so sad, so upset. His position is just completely gone.
Oh,
And
this is
that
an
is-
important camera they are showing actually because it's one of the very big upsets,
Yeah.
right? If
Yeah.
I'm not wrong, on top boards, Magnus won. Nakamura is clearly
Gukesh might
winning.
be the biggest upset.
Anish is... So right now, Gukesh. And what's happening with Nodirbek later we'll check
I
as
think-
well.
Nodirbek is winning.
So yeah, he's on the course of winning. Arjun won.
Maksudlu won.
Maksudlu won.
Van Forest won. Nihal is equal. Yeah, still fighting.
Nihal's game...
But yeah, that means Fedosiev might be
So
the
Gukesh
first big upset
and
of
Fedosiev, yeah. Rook G8. Okay, so this is a pin here. And what's your
Amrita,
threat?
it's a good moment to
Ooh!
remind our viewers that actually Kushagra Mohan has been supported by Help Chess before through the Pursue Your Chess Scholarship by Ashwin Subramaniam. So he was supported a few months ago, and it's very nice to see him doing well.
Yeah, nice. Also, I think he was one of the players, right? Earlier, where he didn't have a coach for a long time and
Yes.
he worked on his own and
Yes.
he really improved tremendously.
Correct. So in our bars, we can see, Amruta, that Magnus won, Vantika is lost against Hikaru, Anish is winning against Rohit, Gukesh is in trouble against Nubairshah, Arjun won, Nihal is equal against Zhao, Vladimir Fedosiev is losing against Kushagra Mohan, and Divya Deshmukh has somehow managed to keep equal position still. Wow, this is amazing, right, Amruta? She's
Because
equal.
Aryan is actually very solid.
Yeah,
and
and
it's
Fauna.
not easy with the black pieces to. Okay, 40 moves are over, so they are basically going to take a walk.
And they're going to take the time, yes.
Prakhar Chatterjee says upsets are like COVID, would become the new normal slowly. We never know. Vantika might end up beating Hikaru in the near future.
True.
Alpha says the screen looks so good, amazing. Guys, एक बार Abhyudaya OP हो जाए because really he's done some amazing job. The color combination and everything. Also Rakshit OP because these bars they look so good, and especially 1 or 2 games it's not still felt as much of a difference sometimes, but so many games are happening and it's so important. So
And Amruta,
yeah.
F6 has been played by Gukesh in the game. He has pushed F6. So for your move is finally on the board.
So he decides, but that is very interesting that it's the 40th move where he actually, you can say that maybe he doesn't want to be patient.
I think he just said, let's do it,
So this
Amruta is saying since such a long
so
time.
this is the point where I would have said to go for f6 in general a little before, but that's the main problem. You do it where you don't have the patience, and sometimes it could still work.
Yeah,
but
and
sometimes it would
also
not.
for
So it's a
Nubair,
risk.
it's not so simple how to get an advantage here, because queen takes, and now in this position, black is doing okay. Like he wanted to take with the queen, I guess that was his point.
Yeah.
So
And I think he also gets something na ki f2 pe thoda pressure डालो. My main question here is, can you play f4? Because if you cannot play f4, then
no, you can, but you
No,
first
what
take
happens?
this, because otherwise he'll win a pawn. No, so after take, and now I was thinking of doing f4.
But it will give some idea, Sagar, because at least you have some ideas.
Rook
What I
G7
mean
and
to
G5.
say is.
Correct. True. So some hope there for Gukesh, and I have a feeling that he might be able to save it there.
जीवन घरात says, aren't you both hungry? जीवन आमचं जीवन आता घरातच आहे. So छान
जीवन
जेवलो.
आमचं जेवण झालं. Oh, Abhijit Gupta is slightly better against Ban Giahui, but it might be a draw. And Amruta,
What
big
about
result. Big
Leon?
result. Sambit Panda has drawn against David Paravian, which is a good result actually.
David Panda is ended in draw.
Leon is winning.
He's playing with Abdur Rahmanov Muhammad Dali.
Yeah. And Sethu is winning against Arhan. Pranav beat Akshat. We spoke about this, no? This match, this game being slightly uncomfortable for Akshat because Pranav was attacking. And A5, F5.
Somehow Black King became very, very weak. And Pranav's king was,
Pranav is just too strong, huh?
yeah.
Pranav is too strong. Jaivir is losing. Aditya Mittal did beat Ilam Parthi.
He did, yeah.
Finish looks so beautiful. This game must have been I think, complete.
Baapre.
No, but Ilam Parthi just got outplayed, it seems. Like, he played this move e6, which is a terrible move. Because here he's just getting mated with h2 and knight g3. Okay. So,
Savita, is she winning? Because he was, I think.
equalish, maybe slightly worse.
And Adiban, what's happening with him?
Equalish, slightly better. Amaya Audi beat Lalit Babu. That's a small upset there. Vishak drew with Vedant Panesar. Gaurang Bagwe beat Belahans Bilal.
But Anish, who had a great advantage, now has blundered. So
What?
his advantage, I mean, he still has it, but not as much as he had it before. Oh my goodness. What happened? What went
He's
wrong?
not even better Amruta anymore. So here Rohit took and g5, and somewhere in my mind I did feel ki, oh, maybe these
D5.
pawns are dangerous, but I trusted Anish to get the job done here. h3, and now instead of pushing d6, which Anish I think felt a little bit nervous because of rook d3 d7, but now check, and this is coming like king
H2,
g7.
if H2, one
No,
second.
king g7.
No, why? But H2. Rook H1.
Yeah, h2 rook h1. So king g7.
Okay. Now if Rook C8, then H2, right? Yeah.
And basically now your a pawn is way faster than,
G4.
yeah,
No, I don't believe.
g4 a5.
G3. G2.
h2 and a queen. Maybe, yeah, it's tricky, but I think the best
But
move
he,
here.
he did enter a position where he had to then calculate very
Yes.
precisely. No?
He went here,
Ah.
h2, and now suddenly changed his mind from d6. He said, no, let me go here. But then g4, I think what he missed here, Amruta, is that after take, there is g3.
And if Rook G2 now.
Rook g2, then check, and you lose.
Oh.
So big miss there by Anish. Actually, he didn't realize that here he thought that his opponent has to play rook f2. When d6, rook d2, d7, g4 and rook h2 wins. This would have been his calculation. But g4 comes as a big shock there for Anish. है ना?
It did, even when it went to complications, maybe he should have started with the A pawn first, yeah? And not just to know.
But
D5
Amruta, this is
खेलना ही
such
नहीं
a
था.
big-
A4 सब Rook B3 check हो रहा है. हाँ यार.
But this is such a big moment, g4, because now take g3. Now if you go to the first rank, then g2 and rook f1, and if you go to the second rank, then already rook f2 and g2 coming in. I think Anish is going to be under big pressure here, guys.
Pressure for a draw, no? I mean, not like.
No, I mean, he was completely winning and now
But
suddenly.
then Rohit has been very, very resourceful. Correct?
Yeah, great play by Rohit Krishna actually.
Wow. Anything. I mean, until the last moment, you cannot lose the sight of the shore, yeah?
Yes. And that is Karthikeyan Murli that we have in on our screen. And this is the top view, guys. This is where the tournament is happening in Lusail Stadium. This is where we are having the event, so beautifully organized by the Qatar Chess Federation.
You know what I really loved here?
Huh?
every board has a individual board and
Yeah.
space. I mean,
Yeah.
for an open tournament, it's not
No,
at all.
Qatar does this.
Yeah,
That's also one of the
beautiful.
reasons why everyone enjoys playing Qatar.
Yeah, it's like how you live in a single room,
Yes.
private.
By the way, guys, all those who are right now watching this, we have one offer that is going on. It's a new thing that we have. It is the book by Levi Rosberg on how to win chess. We got it at ChessBase India, some copies, and you can now pre-order them from the first link in the description. And until 24th of October, there is a 10% off. So if you want to get this, then this is your chance. It will be delivered to your doorstep. This is only for Indians right now, this offer in India. Okay. Let's look at Nubair's game. Nubair versus Gukesh, f6 played. Still ongoing. Meanwhile, Hikaru is clearly winning. No problems there. Anish game is just insane. Anish must be kicking himself like anything. And guys, this also goes to show that after winning a piece, I think Anish relaxed a bit. No, this is what I felt. Like he felt that, oh, he'll win for sure, and he just relaxed it. And he's now gone. And in the screen, you can see two players. One is Nihal's opponent in the foreground, that is Zhou Shen, who's thinking right now in an equal position. But behind is Vladimir Fedosiev, and the boy who's walking there is Kushagra Mohan. And here they have made enough moves, and the position is completely winning for Kushagra. His piece up. And I'm surprised that Fedosiev is not resigning. He's somewhere hoping that there's some stalemate, but I don't think. Is Kushagra the same I am who won that Unacademy tournament back in 2020? Which Unacademy? I think I'm not sure. Nubair's advantage has dropped. I did feel Nubair's position was not that great. I mean, sorry, not that winning after f6, because this I'm not. It's not finding it easy to sort of break through. So yes, his position is good, but after f6 it does look tough to convert. We'll see what decisions he takes. Meanwhile, Rohit Krishna is so close to a draw now, but I think what is essentially going to happen is, in a position like this, Anish will still fight. And this should be a draw, but I think it might not be easy for Rohit to draw this. So Anish might still win it, but needs to do too much work. Shubham Sahu says, based on engine, how could Nubair have converted? Actually, to tell you the truth, the way in which Nubair is still playing is completely fine. The main thing is that often in such positions, engines go for very direct way of playing, like b5. And for us humans, such a move seems absolutely anti-intuitive, because we think that this pawn is a weakness. How can we get rid of it? But after take, the computer very easily says that, I'm dominating this knight and you can't do much. Now f6 doesn't make more sense, because then eventually the rook enters from here and attacks. So us human beings like to give a lot of advantage to static advantages, like weakness and so on. But engines are more sort of, they feel the ephemeral nature of the position. They are like, oh, now I need the c file. Oh, suddenly they can be pushing the pawn. Suddenly they can, so it's very different the way in which they think about chess. So bishop d3. Now I attack this pawn. Nubair is hoping that Gukesh goes f5 when his position is really very bad now. Queen comes in, and then once, this looks very bad. So most likely Gukesh will take on e5 and convert this into a big fight. He won't care about this pawn, perhaps. Knight d7 with the idea of taking. And yeah, now Nubair will have to show his next set of skills, which includes calculation, converting that position and so on, which is not easy.
Did he beat Fedosi actually that game?
Yeah, completely winning.
Still good one.
Narayanan is totally winning, Amruta, against Amilal Munkadalai. And Divya is holding against Aryan.
What about Arvind? You checked, yeah?
Arvind the equal actually. Hari Madhavan has played very well. These Indian IMs are very dangerous. Actually, Magnus today escaped. Otherwise, Shrihari is also a strong player. Not, I mean, escaped is a very strong word, but
yeah, because he was always better in that sense. MRS सागर भाई, I guess both of you. आप क्या चाहते हो, कौन जीते, शाह या गुकेश? Nubairshah या गुकेश?
Clearly, for Nubair, it would be the biggest win and a great boost to his career. And for Gukesh, it would be a big loss, because, at 2750, if you lose to a 2400, it's so, we are hoping that both are happy at the end of it. Let's see how that happens. Maybe draw.
No, may the best player win. If Nubair keeps playing the best moves, then definitely he deserves to win, because he's played beautifully.
Yeah.
But if Gukesh is able to find resources, that is usually his forte. Towards the end, he's able to find such tactics, and his resistance is, not very easy to break. Then he will be able to hold a draw. So it is interesting to see actually.
Shyam Nikhil. Actually, guys, Shyam Nikhil has already crossed 2500 before. He has 2 GM norms as well. If he makes a GM norm here, he becomes India's next GM.
Oh yeah.
Look at Arvind and Hari Madhav in the frame.
And look at Fedosiv and Kushagra. Both are looking away from the board.
No one is interested in the game. Both Kushagra is like, abhi to jeet raha hu, resign kar de, and Fedosiv is like, kya?
No, but they are actually both calculating, right? Kushagra is also, because is there a screen otherwise? Like if Kushagra
tell me, what will you calculate in this position?
Oh, he's such a piece up.
Yeah, what will you?
Kuch bhi nahi.
Kuch bhi nahi.
Literally nothing, yeah. That much. Oh, it's very surprising. Kab se? Because then Fedosiv has.
No, they just hit 40. I think Fedosiv has been thinking now.
It must be really heartbreaking, no, for him. Otherwise, normally you will get up from the board in such a position. Rinjin asks, what is the penalty if one player suggests on the other board? Other.
I think just disqualifying.
नहीं, हम ऐसा कुछ नहीं चाहते ये जीते या वो जीते.
Yeah. Rakshita Ravi is beating Ayush Bhattacharjee. FM. And Avinash Ramesh from India beats Tarhan Adar 2445. Vaishali beat. Oh, Vaishali checkmated with a
Can
queen
you
sack.
show the rook f7 point, please?
Sure. So here, Amruta, she took, king g2, f3. It felt like black had somehow, regrouped. But at some point, it seems FM Chan here missed the move. So, guys, what is the winning move here for white? Let's see if our chat is awake.
Oh, it's a blunder, no? What he did?
Yeah. But queen d7 खेलना चाहिए था ना?
Dhairya asks ChessBase India any update on Arjun's new coach? Who will be? Or did he will join Waka?
Yes, all those who have said the move. Bishop d6. Brilliant job, guys. Because this is hanging, Amruta. So.
Oh, I actually thought Bishop g6 on a very superficial level.
No, Bishop d6.
Because I thought you're winning the g5 bishop. Bishop g6. Santosh, Venkatesh, Arpit, Vrishali, Raksha, Sanvi, Sharad, Muhammad, Mirzo, Vijay Kumar, Arihant.
So Amruta's move here was but
this is so strong. Bishop d6 is
if you
strong.
take, it's what happened in the game.
Nice.
She mated, but I think here queen d7 was best, and then your move happens, then take, and it's equalish position. But in the game, if you played Amruta bishop g6, which is, then still I take, and it's not over, no?
Yeah, it's I mean there is pressure on black, but bishop d6 is way too strong for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, what's up with Anish? Is the game going on, or because that's a very interesting end game we have. So I think right now 2 games are very interesting. Gukesh and Anish.
Yeah, so
we need to maybe try and
Anish
see what
g4
happens
happened, which was brilliant move.
Yeah.
By Rohit. Rook h4, f5, rook h5, king f7.
King c2 is played. So now f4.
F4, then rook g5, Amrita. Somehow it all gets tied up.
Oops, f4 is a blunder. And this is what I don't like about engines. When I make a normal move, natural move, they don't like it.
I think the main point also is that if rook g5, king f6, there is d6 and queens.
That rook on f3 is nicely topped by the king.
Maybe check. King c3, g2, rook g5, king f6, rook g8. If you go rook here, I have f4. So you go rook g8 and I go king f7. You go rook g5, I go king f6.
Draw?
Draw?
No. Then I won't go into this
Draw?
variation so soon. Not draw so soon.
No, but check. What will you do?
No, after king c2, I'll not. After king c2, I'll not go f4. For black, it is good.
Move. It's black's move
Oh.
right now. King
Oh.
c2. I check you. Now what do you play? You have to go up.
King d3. No,
G2?
king c3.
c2. You have to stop rook g5.
Forced.
King f6.
Forced है
If
ना?
rook g3, f4.
So rook g8, king f7. And now
Draw.
rook g3.
f4.
And now rook g4, f3.
f3.
And
Resign.
then you're...
No. Oh, Amruta wins with a very nice trick. Check and rook g3.
Haha. Okay, so this is a draw, and I think right now it is very close to a draw because it's more going towards forcing line.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at Nubair versus Gukesh. Then remains the most critical game right now because can Nubair convert against Gukesh? And it's very, very important for Gukesh from not just a tournament perspective, but also about the FIDE circuit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think overall, Amruta, it might not be very easy for Gukesh to hold this, but at least from the perspective of getting some play, he has now a clear idea of knight d7, attack this pawn on e5. So if you go here and if f4,
F4 gives me a lot of practical chances, I think, with your king being weak.
yeah.
And
No,
if I'm able to
Not
get...
really king
No?
weakness, but just c5, getting some play, no?
Yeah, that is because in the future, practically, you always have to be alert, no? If my queen and knight get together.
I believe something like this could happen, c4, like this position. That's what I'm imagining. Because knight d7, you don't want to give up your e pawn, right? Like, you will play f4. No, what else?
Queen e3, rook b4. And queen e1 doesn't make much sense.
Queen h6 somewhere, I was thinking, like, not here, but yeah, knight d7.
Hey, by the way, if you take bishop g6, that is what he showed, right? Knight e5, and that gives a lot of counterplay to black. Okay. So any big results on
But
upcoming?
one thing which I'm very surprised is where is Nihal since all this time? Because this is his opponent here. Oh, meanwhile, Kushagra Mohan has won. His opponent resigned after thinking for a long time. But you can see Amruta, Nihal's opponent is just sitting there.
Yeah, how long it has been? 1 second. No, 22 minutes. After 1 hour, this is 1 minute.
No, he had 22 minutes. And then Bishop E2. And now he's thinking it's in 3-4 minutes.
But Nihal is still trying to push or what over here?
Maybe. But I think it should be a draw, no?
Looks very hard.
Yeah.
No, this is not much. I mean, if Nihal is able to convert this, would be amazing.
True. Oh, and we have the camera moving finally.
Who's bored? Maybe Nakamura, yeah, they'll show. Anish is also walking.
Why is Anish walking? Is his position okay?
No, but walking for a player at his caliber is basically anyway doesn't matter, no? His thinking.
Oh, who's the photographer?
Where?
Is that Bharat Subramaniam?
I don't know.
Yes. Yes, he is. Abdul Sattarov won. Lot of results have come, Amruta.
Maybe can we show for a moment the chess results then? Or they,
Oh, do you
they
think
wouldn't.
they are
Wait,
updating?
I will tell you. I will tell you in a second.
Some of the good results today, I mean, some of the results today are.
Yes, the results have come. It would be great.
Okay, then
So we can just go to 2700 May. You can fit the test results. Sharan asks, Sagar bhai, does Kushagra have a GM now?
No, not yet.
What about Savita and Divya games? Yeah, it's going on, no? Divya, it was ending in a draw with Aryan. Oh, by the way, Lalit Babu is also playing. Today he lost with Ameya Audi.
Yes.
Or Ameya Audi.
Audi. So, Amruta,
Yeah, Hikaru board.
Hikaru won?
No, they want to see Hikaru's game against Vantika. That's going on currently. Nakamura is winning, but we will get the latest update very, 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 very soon.
No, Vantika today played well, no?
Yeah, Vantika, I think, and this experience with Nakamura would be really motivating, no? Getting the chance, one game also, it's not so easy to beat, to play with such players. A classical game we are talking about. That is something Qatar Masters is giving an opportunity.
Agreed. Meanwhile, here are the results. As Amruta has just told us that it is available on chess results, and yes, they are. So, Amruta, if we look at the results, everything looks as per plan apart from a
As per
draw
the
on
seedings
20th move, a 20th board, which is I think the first small upset, Kartikeyan drawing with Jin Yui Heng. And then we have Panda Sambit drawing against Paravian David. And yeah, so here on this page, not that many upsets, correct?
Yeah.
But if we go down a bit, then we see here there are a few more.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा नीचे गए लगता है.
Ahmadzada drew with Suyarov. Dushyant drew with Rathanvel. Kashish drew with Samadov. And yeah, these are some of the results. Okay. Let's get back to the game of Anish Giri versus Rohit Krishna. Amruta, Anish is winning.
What?
Because King D3,
He
he didn't play
played
G2.
F2, बराबर है.
He didn't play G2 here.
No, what did he play?
He gave a check.
But 1 second, how does it change? Oh, King D4, no now?
Yeah.
Because at that point of time when you had given the move Rook F3, Rook G3, that was coming with a check. That was an important check. He had to keep in his hand. It was like you have the last 100 rupee note with you. That's your last note. But then you've lost it. Your pocket has a hole. And there is no transportation. You are in the desert.
बस हो गया. क्या कर रहा हो तो बोलते ही यार.
That's why. करना बंद करो ना फिर. Oh my god. Anish. So this end game was maybe not so easy to play
Still
so accurately.
there might be some
But
twist.
even Anish can go wrong. Such a position where
F4
एक तो tell me वो knight on b6 कब से हिला ही नहीं है वो.
मस्त बैठा है वो.
हाँ?
This square is what is gone. No, like you can't push the. So the thing is, if you push F4 here, then G4 square the rook gets like here and here, But if you don't do it, then what do you do? No, because you have to make a move. And if you play g2, then suddenly I attack here, and my king comes in and takes this. This is just unfortunate for Rohit to actually give this check. He could have gone g2, and I think he
Same,
did
no,
not
king
see.
f6, rook g3 force. No,
No, rook
otherwise it's a
g3
draw.
there is f4, and rook f3, rook g3, right?
Ah, same idea.
So
Correct.
actually you have to go rook g8.
But king f7.
Yeah, and draw. I guess this
Yeah.
was what he should have.
This was just one pattern and maybe the forced pattern to draw for Rohit.
Or Murta, king here,
Hmm.
rook here, king e3. How is this move? It's not easy, no, here. Because if you take here, I take this.
Wow. And if I take rook a2,
Rook a2, then rook g3. There is no more f4. And then king f3, and I take this pawn. That's winning.
so then anyway white should be winning. Why is the bar saying it's a draw?
Because of this move. What? How do you even understand?
No, I don't understand. Wait, batao na. 1 second. Let's try to figure out. So now what white plays? Not rook g3. So it's not
Sorry,
because
this
of
is
rook
angry.
g3.
Sorry. You're taking away this square from g3.
Oh, rook c3 check.
That's why here. So that
Oh,
there's a check.
nice. That's awesome, man.
Rook c3 was tough.
Very tough. I mean, you can miss it, no? In the game, how do you find that?
Very difficult. Very difficult. And meanwhile, you can see Nakamura doing it quite clinically there, winning his game. And Anish is very confidently now walking around. It seems like he has found the way to win. But this was the key variation, guys. g2, rook g5, king f6, rook here. Oops, sorry. Rook g8, king f7, king d3, king e3, and now rook here with keeping this option open, not giving him the g3 square. The king comes here, king up. Yeah, Anish will convert this. Nubairshah.
But for Rohit, I would say coming so close to drawing against a 2760 player, a world top player, and kind of losing the opportunity in some way. I mean, not yet, I would say, because still it does have some roller coasters, but that would really make you disappointed, no? After you get to know.
My feeling is that beating these 2700 players require what happens, and I'll tell you is that 2400 players or 2500 players, they are very good calculators till a point in the game. When the flow changes and things go up and down, they are not able to again come back and calculate so well often. While top players can calculate well in any position. That's the difference, I feel. That's the major difference. Like even here with Nubair, if he manages to sort of calculate, like if Caruana was playing white here, or if let's say Magnus, of course, but even if any other 2750 plus player, we could be sure that they would convert this position, because it's like they will calculate, they will work hard and so on. But when it is, let's say, 24-30 player, you will see that somewhere they start slacking in their calculation.
So how to improve on that? I mean, of course, it's not an easy thing, because
No, if you improve on that, your rating will
not
improve. Yeah.
24.
Yes, no, true. This, I mean, if you improve on that, you would become a stronger player.
So what is Gukesh like? What's happening with Nubair? Is
No,
he
he's
able
attacking this. I think Nubair has to play f4. And as we discussed, then there are some...
This is now a little bit whatever the bar says, but for Gukesh, it's no more that, passive position. So I think he will... Nubair has to be very, very alert, because for Nubair, who has been from the initial moment pressing so hard, and who has always been like a very good player, right? In that sense, even in Mumbai, if he plays Rapids, he wins the tournaments. He's been very, very active player that way. So He's pretty much in touch with chess.
No, he's playing a lot. He's
Yeah.
playing a lot. No doubt about that.
What is the time situation for Guki? He says, I like the time situation. Oh, 20 minutes for Guki and Nubairshah has 10 minutes. And now, this is after this, you don't have any increment.
Yeah. Amruta, maybe so you can read
Yeah, I
something
am
in the
reading,
chat.
but
Or
there's not much
everyone's
to
tired,
read.
yes?
Not that. Something interesting is not there, which... Saran says somewhere after the World Cup, Gukesh hasn't been in his top form. But chess players do have phases, no? In that sense, there are some phases. Avinash Pathak asks, Dr. Avinash Pathak asks, who are your opponents? Who are GMs now, Sagar Bhai, in India? I think in Sagar, when he was in juniors, I think at that point of time, there was Srinath. Srinath was the GM by then? Yeah, right?
I think first time I played Srinath, he was 2400. Very young, talented boy, 12-year-old. And yeah, I played him in the national championship. I mean, Srinath, Swapnil, Adiban, Sethuraman, Ashwin Jairam. I've played with like all those who are in the
SL also, no?
90s. Yeah, SL Narayan, 1990, from 1990 to 94, 5. All these players, many of them. Vidit, I've played 6 times. So yeah.
Oh, by the way, we have Gukesh versus Nubair there.
Yeah.
You have cut the camera or that's
No, that's how they have placed it.
Okay, got it.
But we can look at it
Yeah,
on this.
can we
now.
try? Rakshit says, now that you have video feeds, Sagar Bhai, you can take breaks of 10 to 15 minutes. Not practical.
Oh, F4 played. F4 played.
Oh, and
Nubair looks very much like भाई मैं छोड़ेगा नहीं अभी ये गेम को. It's एकदम जोश में.
But Gukesh, whenever you see him, whichever position it will be, whatever the time it is, he is
He's calm.
kind of same, yeah. It's
He's
not
like
much
Dhoni,
different.
no? He's inspired by Dhoni. And one of the biggest skills of Dhoni was that no matter how much the pressure, be cool. So I think Gukesh really not just idolizes some players, like idolizes or like some players, but he takes those good qualities from them, like Djokovic, Dhoni. So like Djokovic has this longevity, doesn't get injured and so on, while Dhoni remains always calm in any situation. So all of that.
Rakshit says Gukesh looking so smart with long hair.
For sure. Look at him.
Oops. लगा मेरा आ गया बीच में. Rakshit says Dhoni's long hair also. Dipanshu asks, you have played Hari, Sagar Bhai? No.
Never.
Vidit, yeah. Actually, you've played with Vidit, no? Few times.
Arvind Chidambaram I have played.
Avinash Pathak, yes, with Vishy in a simul only.
Twice in a simul.
Twice.
Once I lost and once the game didn't end. Like I was slightly worse, or maybe quite worse. Ooh.
But camera quality देखो ना.
मस्त है.
Time.
It's done by Mark Lukowski and his team.
That's like a super zoom.
Yeah, and look at the pieces. Guys, do you like these pieces? Okay, how much money would you pay to get this chess set, board and pieces? This one. If let's say it's available on ChessBase India, same set, how much would you be ready to pay to buy it?
Two people are comparing you with
Mansoor says
Dhoni. I see
200.
Dhoni new.
Acha, thank you.
He says helping players and sending them to the suitable tournaments to them. Yeah, how much?
Mansoor Taj says
$30,000.
$200. 1200, 1500. Dhairya Shah says 150 रुपए दूंगा.
1,00,000. क्या बात?
Oh, Himang says Rakshita Ravi beat Ayush. That's a big result.
3 to 5,000, 5,000. I think for 5,000 people would definitely think
5,000. No,
sure.
but I think,
Right.
Amruta, to make this possible, like we've been exploring, it is somehow coming around 7 to 10K, like that range. Not
Nothing less than
between,
that,
not
yeah.
at, I also wanted it in 5K, but it's not so easy.
Because it is so difficult, no? With you showing it live with all these features, technology.
No, not even the DGT features makes it very expensive. Then it goes to 30, 40.
Acha, you are only talking about without DGT,
Yeah,
wooden
board
board.
pieces, yes.
Then that changes a lot, no?
Yeah.
That's Nihal.
Hey, Nihal.
He's
Hi.
walking. Who's his opponent, by the way? Once again,
Zhao Shen.
Zhao Chen. Nihal loves to walk.
He used to walk a lot before. Now he's a little less, but I think he still it depends on which tournament, how much space is there to walk.
Yeah.
Here there is enough for him to walk. He's enjoying. Also
Whose game is he watching?
his position is not so much better.
So what is the time situation also? 10 minutes and 12 minutes. No. Oh, in fact, it's Nihal who, no, now? Okay, some lag maybe in the...
Yeah. Nihal just made his move and now he's walking. So maybe we can guess what his move would be.
Oh.
The way he's walking, it feels like he's made a committal pawn move. Like maybe he's
G5?
made G5. Yeah. That's why he's walking like, Or maybe he did... No, but King G3 move is not like... Then you don't walk so much. I'm trying to reduce this.
You don't depend your walk on anything. I think if Nihal would have had the step counter, then maybe while he plays one classical game, let's say every hour he is able to make 2,000 steps.
2,000 is too
Then
less.
10.
Amruta, come on. He must be making more.
So what are you saying? 10 kilo. Oh, G5 on the board. This is cool, man. He's walking. We know he's made a move and we can guess that.
Hey, that boy, Amruta, our favorite. Beg Murato.
The Kazakhstan where we have so many videos.
Uzbekistan boy. He's from Uzbekistan.
Oh, in Kazakhstan we have had so many videos of his.
Raksha Bhosle says I recently got a wooden set 4 to 4.5K and something like that. Raksha, we could get a good one perhaps.
Prakhar says Nihal is looking so cute. I feel so proud being an Indian when I see these young boys excelling. They are our gems.
Yeah.
Somebody had written Max is writing so much this and that, and then finally Max comes and says sorry for the trouble he caused in the chat. That guy is my son. I've snatched his phone. I don't know if that is true or not, but it is funny. Oh, Other says Virat Kohli is a huge fan of chess. When Pat Cummins asked him why he doesn't get out, he said GM. क्या? कुछ भी नहीं समझा. ठीक है. Dubo is playing or not? No. ओ अभी तक यही पे है क्या? अनीश वर्सेस
No, Anish is
रोहित.
winning. Anish is winning. King e3 and wins.
That's the final move he has to find.
Yeah, then this pawn is under control, like king here.
And he also has 15 minutes. So then, yeah. Is Anand playing Isle of Man tournament?
No.
Oh, Himang says Dubo is playing the Russian super finals right now. Oh, they have Russian. What? What happened? क्या हुआ? I really don't know what's wrong, but in any case, I don't even want to know what's wrong, so that's fine. Okay, let's focus here. What's happening? Oh, after F4, how long has been Gukesh thinking? He had 20 minutes and he has thought for 8 minutes already. Nubairshah is down to 7 minutes, so it is going to get heated. No, Aditya, I'm not planning to play any tournaments. Okay. Oh, lots happened in Anish's game. He did play King e3. Rook takes a2 was played. Knight c4. And now Anish is clearly winning because the pawn is going to move forward. If you go king f6, rook g8 is also okay, king f7, maybe rook g3. You don't have that check idea on the third rank. You don't have f4. There is no progress. So this is going to be over. Anish is winning with Rohit. But Rohit played really well.
I guess.
Oh my god.
I guess the entire sequence of moves between them, between Nubairshah and Gukesh. C5 takes and c4. I told you this half an hour ago. Remember?
No, I don't remember. Already. Sorry. Okay, I don't remember the C4 and all, but.
Now.
Anish says, Sagar, I live in Qatar. I'm a student. I started watching chess this year, March. I really want to watch this tournament live, but it's too far from my house and my dad's at work. So I have no car and metro doesn't take you there. कुछ तो रहेगा ना चल के जाऊँ. Why is there some phase where we only feel like laughing? However bad the joke is.
No, but the thing is that he told all his problems, to which we can have no solution. But you can find a solution, basically.
How is it not possible to have some way to reach Luzerne?
Exactly, there is.
कुछ तो रहेगा.
वो भी सोच रहा है. Come on.
Anish,
Where there is a will, there is a way. Anish, come on. Go there at some point. Don't go today. Ask your father on weekend to take you there.
But whether his father likes chess or not to alag hai na?
But father.
What if he is going to not tell his father where he's going?
By the way, Gukesh's last move, rook b8, was not the best. The best move according to the engines was queen g7, pushing the bishop back. But the problem with rook b8, which is very logical, is that now you are attacking this pawn 3 times and it's defended twice. So you need to defend it one more time, but there's no way. You can't push the pawn, it will be taken. There's no way to bring another defender here.
What's the counter attack is my question, and that I think has to be on the h file.
This is a key moment actually. If you look at even Nubair, this is a tough moment
Yeah,
because
yeah.
now the resistance to break requires calculation. You cannot make a feel move. Like you can't say, oh, I feel now this is the move and play it.
And that too in 6 minutes.
And that
This is the most interesting moment.
Yeah.
You are so right. What does he play? Rook h1.
Yes.
Exactly.
Good
h5. Now what happens for rook takes b4?
by the way, Anish won.
And Hikaru also beats Vantika. But I think Vantika, Rohit, I think they played really well.
Oh, it was showing Anish won, but again it changed. Okay, rook h1. And actually, this is again a good move, Amruta, by Nubair, because if you get greedy and take this pawn, then already Nubair has found a very strong move here, guys. White to play.
Yeah, that's the question. It's simple, no?
Arey, Shriraj Bosle, hello. Shriraj in the chat. Yes, Anirudh G, Pragyanshu, Shaurya Verma, Soumyadeep Bhattacharya, very good. Rook h7 is.
And Utpal Singh, Hitesh, भावनाओं को समझा. But factually you are... you have to improve your notation. Rook a2, rook
Correct.
h2.
So rook h1. Now Gukesh can't take here, but Amruta, I think Gukesh's move is clear. He will go knight f8. Attacking the
And he
bishop
stops
and
rook
defending it.
h7, yeah?
Yeah.
But,
And now I go back with my bishop.
okay.
Correct. Now you
Same.
take.
Rook takes b4.
Yeah.
But now
rook
can
takes.
I go f5?
Exactly. And this is the calculation which will be the toughest for Nubair to make this move. But I think it's very much feasible because after take, it's not clear like
Queen
how...
h6, no? It's very
because-
clear.
No, queen h6 doesn't win because I have
No?
at least queen g7 to stop
Oh.
everything. Here the
Wait,
winning move,
please don't say.
guys, you know what's the winning move here? It's insane.
Don't say. Ooh.
Oh, Mayank Chakrabarti beats Akshat Chandra. That's great. Another youngster whom we are supporting through Help Chess, and Mrutyunjay Jalan has been helping him through the Jalan Foundation. So yeah, this is a tough move actually.
It's not g4?
No, it's not g4 or anything. It's rook h5 with the idea of check and then pushing the king here or taking this pawn with the rook. It's a tough. So
It's
that's
a
why.
very tough move. And which moment? Like, let's say he has to start calculating at this point. Okay.
Firstly,
Rook h1.
it's
First-
Gukesh's move. So Gukesh will play this. I think that is my opinion, but maybe I'm wrong. So once you play this, you attack this and defend this. Now, very logical is either to push or come back.
No, not f5.
F5
Yeah,
looks.
g6, and that bishop is like the soul of this game.
But somehow, Amruta, engines do not think this way. They think, यहाँ पे आ जाओ.
They don't think the bishop is the soul?
No, they just think that now my rook can come here, so they just play it.
Got it. Wow. So once again, it is about the open file. It is about the understanding the strength of the H file
Yeah.
and how this king can be weak there. So for Nubair, let's say if he starts calculating.
Amruta, do you see the lag is of the time there of Gukesh is 8 minutes 35 seconds and here it's 9 minutes 10. So it's a 35-second lag.
Got it. Nice. That was very smart to calculate. Okay, Sagar, look at this. So Nubair will first start calculating. नहीं जाओ अभी ना जाओ छोड़ कर ये दिल अभी
Nihal's game is quite.
नहीं अभी के लिए that is it. This
Solid.
is not the
Yeah.
most interesting.
No, we have to be here.
Yeah, we have to be
to
here.
be here.
Okay. What I was just saying was कि you see rook b4 and then you know what is happening. So Gukesh will discard that. Then he starts calculating knight f8 with the idea of rook b4 so that he understands कि he will need to go knight f8. For Nubair also, he is calculating knight f8 right now. So he will try to see f5, but the first thing he will see कि okay, maybe you know what has happened the whole game. This bishop was an important part of his life. So he'll try to first see, can I save my bishop? Then the natural move to see is, can you take this pawn? Now you see, ki, okay, open file
Knight
hai,
F8
can I
played
get
by
my
him.
queen?
Knight f8 played by.
Correct. So now he's thinking, can I get my queen here? So he will see f5 or he will say either I can take and go f5 or direct f5. So that is the way he will reach this position
By the way,
for
can we
sure.
take with the queen here?
Oh, queen takes b4.
Yeah, because
You don't give me time for f5. Very interesting. But I don't exchange queens
queen
because
d1 threatening queen g4.
no, can I not go queen e2? It's the
Queen
same, yeah.
e2, yes, but then rook b7 with the idea of rook g7. I think somehow black is going to be able to
Perpetual.
survive this. No, what do you think? Let's see, what does Nubair do? Nubair has 4 minutes 14 seconds left, guys.
This is one big problem that if you have reached 1 minute and then you have to find a move rook h5,
No, it's
may not be easy. So this is the moment. Can he calculate fast enough?
Yeah,
And for that we need to see the video.
yeah, we can't see. We have the video. What did you order?
हाँ maybe some Amazon से आ रहेगा something. OTP.
So after knight f8, Nubair is down to 3 minutes now. When will the books be in stock, Ritik? I think by 15, 16 or 20, max 20th of October. Like the next. They are almost here. And yeah. Nubair has to choose between this very computer-like move f5 or just dropping the bishop back to c2. These are the two very, very important moves. And I think my first feeling as a human is to just drop the bishop back. Both are strong, but I think engines do prefer a move like f5. What? Nubair plays f5. Nubairshah Sheikh showing some amazing, guys, really phenomenal. I was saying this engine like move because after take, it's like you gave up your very strong bishop, and Amruta was also not very for that move because then but you get this square. Pulkit Rathi says f5 isn't very computery. Maybe it's not, but when you have bishop c2 as well, f5 just looks a little bit sort of shaky, right? Takes queen e5. How are you continuing? Like queen check, queen g7. Where's the win? Actually, maybe Gukesh.
did he find
yeah, he
f5?
played f5. F5.
Oh, man, now that is a great form for Nubair. So he's being very practical, unlike that bishop is the soul or anything like
No,
that.
nothing
matters.
like that. And the thing
Okay.
is, Amrita, now either Gukesh sees that after take, this pawn becomes very, very nasty on the 6th rank with rook at 7 coming. So he would take perhaps here. There are two moves to consider now. Bishop takes and queen takes.
No, queen at 6 I would actually consider.
But queen at 6, there's always queen g7, I thought. Like, oops, sorry, queen g7. And it's not over. So that's why queen d5. But here you have queen e6 blocking with the knight support. And then you can go into this very risk-free endgame, pawn up, 2 pawns up. But I think black would have some chances because b4 is hanging and so on. So maybe it's not easy to win this position. So
But maybe not so tough also. But again, whether you have a better option is definitely a question.
this move, and the point of this move is that after rook h5 and rook g5, it's almost a mating attack.
Maybe when you are in this position, you might find rook h5, no?
Maybe.
I mean, you don't have to calculate from earlier, but at this position, it's possible.
Already Nubair has played really well, Amrita. And will he be able to actually now sort of take the game to its logical conclusion? Is the $1 million question here. Guys, if you haven't subscribed to ChessBase India, please do so. Our hope is to reach 14,04,000 today. We are 209 subscribers away and we already have 1,700 people watching this. So do like the stream and subscribe.
Yeah, and for the next 1 minute, our goal is 800.
What happened to Adiban's game, Amrita, today? Did he
Wisdom
win?
goes viral as when why do South Indian boys are rocking in chess from ages? Anyone wants to share the secret? Yes. Maybe cheese
Adiban is
masala
around
dosas.
equal.
When we were in Amsterdam, we had this cheese masala dosa in Sarvana Bhavan, and that was so nice. Kanishka says, I think F5 is also very intuitive. Vidit is not playing. Why? Oh, 800. 1 minute goal completed. Thank you, guys.
I think with it mainly was seeing that it's getting very, very, like the schedule is getting very full. So he preferred to take this off and then play at the Isle of Man. That's the same reason for Prague as well.
Sagar, I think
If you don't do anything, F6 is
I
coming.
think it's difficult for Gukesh now because even his time is going down. Like at
Yeah.
least when you are in trouble, one thing which you definitely need is more time than your opponent.
True.
But then you are in trouble. Plus you also have around equal time. It's very hard, right? Very hard.
Yeah, I think he's just thinking about some deflection tactics with C3 and move the queen here and then take this somehow.
Hey, wait. This looks very interesting. Now rook b4. That's lost. Blunder because I think takes queen c8 could be a possibility. Dikhao na rook b4 is a blunder.
No,
Queen b4.
maybe why to do that? Just play this. No, this is always winning. Look at how the hall has emptied out completely, Amrita. Oh, we are back on this. That's great.
So you have cropped or the camera is like that?
No, the camera is like that.
Got it.
Guys, which one is better? This is for, if you like this one, E4, okay, for this view, and D4 for this view. E4 or E4 is this one here, E4, and D4 is this one. Which one do you prefer?
Rendu says also let me know if you're coming to Qatar for coverage. No, we're not coming.
Oh, he took EF5. Oh, Amrita,
Slight more
D4
preference
is
for
winning.
D4. Which is
D4, this one.
actually
quite-
slight more.
I think everyone wants to see this view.
Then let's stick here. 40 versus 27.
Yes,
No,
guys,
but
this
three
is
people
how
don't care.
this is how it is. D4, everyone. So we'll stick with this for the time being.
Fine.
Takes EF5. Gukesh has taken the pawn, Amruta. Pawn ko maar diya jaye. And now Nubair has 2 minutes 20 seconds. He can take bishop takes f5, which is the best move. But he would be a little bit worried about this. If he takes queen takes d5.
No, if you do queen e5, queen g5 check, queen g7.
Yes, yes. So actually, bishop f5, if you see somehow that this is the killer blow here, then you would go into this.
No, why queen g5 is not working?
It could work, it could work. That could also be possible. But this is such a natural move, no? Because you see a check and you play it. And I think Nubair will have to be really, really sort of careful before he goes into this. Because when you play this, you are 2 pawns up for sure.
But this is a safe thing, no? Like white can never lose this position. See?
Yeah.
In 1 minute, you cannot lose and you are happy that the
Yes.
queens are off the board.
Yes.
And actually you're winning only. You are winning.
But do you think, Amruta, Gukesh will then think I should go king g7 and not queen e6? Now he also has a choice.
That's
1 minute.
Actually, it's a hard decision for Gukesh, I would say.
Yeah.
Very hard.
So 1 minute 48 seconds for Nubair, 1 minute 55 seconds for Gukesh.
Also, Sagar, Nubair is very strong player. This is not a kind of position, even if it is an advantage which after bishop f5, it's not an advantage which he will lose.
Sometimes I find the
Gukesh.
toughest positions to convert are those with, scattered pawns, like, in the end games like this. When you have these all pawns very scattered.
Material with black is so less. I mean, that c pawn.
No, but this
if
is
it
hanging, this and this, both. So it's not like I'm just 2 pawns down, I'm getting one back. So let's see. Gukesh has a tough task on his hand, whether to play queen e6 or king g7. Guys, what do you think? Queen e6 or king g7? What will Gukesh go for? He's down to a minute. Amruta, 50 seconds left for Gukesh.
This moment is a very tough decision as a defender, where you want to keep those, possibilities of putting pressure on your opponent, no matter what.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Goes queen e6.
Yeah, he goes more practical and goes queen e6. Not his favorite choice for sure, but I think he realizes there's not much he can do.
All those who said queen e6, you were right.
Oh, nice. They're guessing.
Yeah, there is
guys,
a
you
30
can
second
think that
increment.
you have roughly 30 seconds for each move, and you can keep typing, what you want to play. That's a good training.
Now, of course, you have to take the queen, Amruta. What is there to think? I don't know why Nubair is thinking, because if he does anything else, his bishop is hanging.
Oh yes, in fact, this is so forcing that he shouldn't use even those 2 or 3 seconds.
Yes.
He will need them at a
Let's
very
go,
critical moment.
Gukesh. Let's go, Nubair. Make your move. What are you
Yeah,
thinking?
he makes.
He
Takes.
and this, and Amruta, what is the best move according to engine, which is absolutely important? Bishop e4 is rook b4, no?
हाँ जी g4. पर वो pawns थोड़े.
No, the insane move here is rook bf1.
Nah. No, you can't find rook bf1 when you have 1 minute. Oh.
No,
I mean, if Nubair finds rook bf1, it's
No,
like
I don't
Nubair OP. It's
yeah, for sure.
very difficult.
For sure. No, I think the most human move, as you rightly pointed out, is rook bishop e4. Look at how I think wow.
This is such a Look at his intensity, yeah?
Yeah.
The way he's calculating. I mean, he doesn't even have to look at the board, but he realizes it's not working out. Actually,
He knows he can hold this, I think.
you think so?
Yeah.
I felt otherwise. Oh, Vishwa says Nubairshah was the guy who congratulated Gukesh on beating Fabi live on CBI, but now he is defeating Guki. Time changes.
Yeah, for sure.
40 moves have been completed, and now, guys, there is only 30 seconds. We are at the sudden death already. Almost all of the games are over. We must be having, I don't know how many games are going on. Maybe the chat would know.
No, I
but
think
on top
Nihal
board,
is still playing.
on
Yeah,
top
all-
boards, I think
all
Nihal and Gukesh.
All others are done, I think. Adiban is playing.
Oh, Adiban is playing. Vignesh is playing.
Only Indians are there now.
Bharat Subramaniam is playing. Aryan Varshne, Karthik Raja, Priyanka Nutakki, Ayush.
I think-
Rakshita. Okay, what does he play?
Bishop e4. And I think Gukesh
Yeah,
has...
that was an edge. What?
Yeah, the advantage has dropped significantly.
What? Bishop e4 ke baad?
Yeah.
So if not Rook f1, then he did not have anything else, kya? He
No,
had
but
to find Rook f1.
Rook h5 was also there.
Ah, yes, that is another tough move. Here,
But
Rook h5.
Rook f1, bishop here. The main point, I mean, also the point is that if you let the bishop live, then there is already some kind of an attack which is brewing. Like, you know, Rook h4 with the idea of check. If you take the bishop, mate. So this kind of attack. So
Yeah, it's like Sagar, you are saying like 5 minutes and you have to go to work, and there you are preparing sushi. You know, how do you make it
Yes.
in such less time?
true. But take
I
Rook
don't even know
b4,
how it is made.
Rook g5. Already these two rooks are going to create a big havoc here. So that is why this Rook bf1, like bringing the rook here was very important. But he went here, bishop back, then rook took here, and
No,
now
this is not
Nubair
happened.
give a check. No, this
Okay,
happened.
got it.
And now after king up, I think Gukesh already has seen the worst behind him.
Okay,
You
one
look at
question. Can
his
you
face. No, look at now. Don't you think he's relaxed? Don't you feel?
Generally,
Even though his face is like this,
he is calculating.
even in that calm face, there is a little worried face and there is a slightly less worried face. Don't you think?
No, you were right about that observation. It was really on the point. For me, it was like, I thought he was worried, but it was actually ulta. He was getting out. It would be such an interesting question to him whether he calculated Rook f1. You know, I think
But also,
I think he,
also
if he,
Rook f1 was not very like it was winning, but not like.
so Nubair actually queen d5, that was the moment.
Yeah.
Practically, if you see, the natural moves land up in a more towards drawing chances.
Yes.
But so queen d5 was a practical mistake. Though engine says yes, you can go for that.
Look at this move. How did he play? You saw it?
That is a relaxed. Yeah, he
He
knows it.
played
He
this-
knows he's got it. Oh man. This guy has
Actually,
defended.
yeah,
man. I mean,
it happens often against these world class players, and we have been talking about this quite a bit, that you can sort of get an advantage, but you need to beat them. You know, like in order to beat them, you have to beat them many times, like in the middle game, in the end game. So
Nihal drew, by the way.
Nihal drew.
That's what the chat said.
He's still playing, Amruta. But maybe, yeah, it's closer to a draw now. So Rook b5 has happened, Bishop c4 happened, and now do you take Yeah, he takes on e5.
So white is still a pawn up,
But
right?
this is hanging.
And you go rook a1 there, suppose.
Goes rook d1.
Ah, okay.
But now
Oh, but knight c2.
knight f5.
What?
Knight c2. Knight f5 also with the idea of check.
Yeah, same.
He finds it.
Oh, now it's
So now this is
rook
coming.
endgame is a draw, no? Rook endgame is a draw.
This
And
is
you can't
coming.
avoid.
How about king here?
Chalega na knight e3. Rook e1, knight c4.
ये मर.
No, but I will still play knight e3. Rook e1, knight c4.
He gave a check. We have a complete view block right now.
Anirudh says, is this a dead draw or does Gukesh have some winning chance? Gukesh cannot have any winning chance. Prakhar says, Nubair must be so disappointed.
Not so, but
Because he really played well and he definitely is aware.
I'm sure he would be a little upset, but not too much. Getting a draw with Gukesh is now a huge success actually at this point of time. Itachi says Gukesh will surely try to convert. What? But what is there to convert? Even if he plays this, it's a draw. You lose a piece, but this.
Even if he tries, it is with in his mind he would know the reality. Tell him to move. No, I don't think a third person can make a move. I think you are in a laughter phase.
I think he's the arbiter.
He will actually have to observe. Yeah, that is true. ऐसे तो king दिख रहा है सिर्फ.
Now he covered it fully. He was like, no, I can't show anything to you guys. This is the... So guys, let's go back to this view. Because here, and we have one more camera angle, which we...
But once again, we are seeing a 2700 player. Never easy to beat.
Yes.
This is... We saw Hari's game also in Asian. दूसरा एंगल है पर उसमें दिखता नहीं है. Anish says, I just got to know Nihal is from my district from Kerala. Arey, congratulations.
And Nihal is still playing, no? See in the floor. So
who is trying, like literally?
I think Nihal, no? Because he has the outside passer. And he might start running.
There is one pattern. If white king on f4, if black king on h6, and then you get a check, it's a back rank checkmate because these three squares will be covered. Too unrealistic. Let's go back. Let's go to Gukesh's game because it's...
No, now Gukesh has lost the pawn and...
Oh, it's...
Amruta, very long day today.
कितना हुआ? 11 बज रहे. But you think Nubair will try?
There's nothing much. It's also a pin here.
Can you get knight g3? Simplest. Over, na? You can never get out of the pin.
No, let's not do that.
हो गया knight g3. Look. King g3.
What will you
क्या
play?
करोगे अभी?
अब क्या खेलोगे?
अबे तुम क्या करोगे?
अरे
रुके. चल इधर.
किंग लेके आऊंगा उधर.
कहाँ तक आओगे?
किंग b6.
फिर आगे?
बिशप b5. प्ले.
तो रुके 7 मारूंगे ना?
नहीं, I will remove the rook.
अच्छा वैसे.
Play?
हाँ. Got it. नको. Let's stick to...
Anand will become India number 1, yes.
Oh, even after a draw, yeah?
No, today Indian players did well. No, we can look at the results, chess results.
And also the ratings later. देखा?
नहीं अभी पहले.
हाँ गेम होने के बाद.
And also Nihal might play for another 2 hours.
No, he can't play. What is the longest game in terms of time? Yeah. Nihal can win. Oh, by the way, he did give a check here, and king went to f2. Amazing. The amount of pressure Gukesh had to sustain in this game and find a way out. And there it is. The threat is knight b4, winning a piece, in fact. Oh my god, even rook 8 is winning a piece. You're winning actually a piece or what? If I go rook 8, knight c7. What? You're winning a piece. Really? Okay, there is one eye. Guys, if white does not want to lose the piece, what is the move he can make? No, if you... rook d7 is also possible. Nice. Because if takes, then there is takes. Yes. Rook h7. I like this. Rook h7 x3. Because then if you take here, then you are lost. Because you lose the rook and you also have a pawn. So this is something to be careful. So if rook h7, you cannot really take here. So that is his idea. So Gukesh gives a check here. And Nubair goes king e1 because couldn't he play oh, that is happy. Couldn't he play king f3? Maybe there was another check. Yeah, so he goes king e1. We are at this position, but then the king is cut off. And don't we have the drawing pattern where the knight gives the check? Okay, I think he will go knight e3. So Gukesh is drawing. What about Nihal? Oh, he is taking... But he's given up a pawn. He's given up the f4 pawn here. Did he give it actually? King d... Yeah, it was by choice. He gives this pawn. Queen f4. And Nihal is trying like anything. But what about g5? Because at the end of the day, he's a pawn down. And b5, g4. He can always give a perpetual check. King b6, g3, b7, g2. Oof, this can go on and on. Like Sagar said, could go on for a long time. Okay, Gukesh has given a check and the king goes to f2. Guki drew. That's what Saran is saying. Madhu says Peter Leko is actually there. So Amrita did see him earlier. Yes, I did. Oh, yes, and this has ended in a draw. Nubair versus Gukesh. What a long game. What a fight. Nubair played amazing chess. And Gukesh there was like so much for such a long time. He was being patient. And it wasn't so easy. So I think this was very, very interesting to see that the moment he took the break, the f6 break, that was after that already so much energy was consumed. very interesting that Nubair then had less time in comparison and did not find time to find a super precise moves. So, which was very much to learn from some defensive technique there. And once again, it's not so easy to beat 2700s, but Nubair really played well. Okay, Nihal's game actually is a draw, but currently material down, and he has been trying very hard. So we have to just see that he should not overpress. Adiban is playing with the black pieces and he is clearly better. It's the same colored bishop, but he is a pawn up. Right now, also this pawn is closer to the king. So you have an extra piece there attacking. This king is cut off for Nitin. So yes, Adiban is better. Should be able to convert. Shahil Dev versus Vignesh. This is a dead draw. And any other games? Yeah. Khanim versus Bharat Subramaniam. Rook endgame. Bharat is clearly better. His last move was winning this pawn. So what happens for g6? Yeah, you can stop with king f8. But stronger is to give a check and then block this. Like give a check. If king c6, then go rook g5. And if he goes, oops, g7, this is hanging, sorry. No X-ray time. This is actually, he goes king b6. Yeah, you can take here or you can go, you have an extra pawn. So this is winning rook endgame. And finally, Karthik Raja is playing with the black pieces. Is 2 minutes. And he is losing against Kui B Chain. 2 pawns up, but... no, even Rakshita Ravi is playing, yeah? She is black. She is winning king. This is a winning king pawn endgame. Naveen says, very few tournaments host both female and male together. It is good to see both genders playing each other. Yeah, I truly agree with you. In fact, this is very strong opinion of mine that tournament should happen this way. It's good for the sport. It's good for women gender as well, I would say. Okay, so this is a winning pawn endgame. You go here, king f4, and the king is coming here. If you try to go king f1 there, king e3, where do you go? If you go here, then... Oh, this would be a mistake. This. It would have been stalemate, but then you have this pawn. And if you go h3, I have h5. You go here, I go here. You'll have to leave the position and it's winning. So Rakshita is winning. So I think going back to Nihal's game, queen f4 check has been given. I think maybe Zhu Chen is not even going to try and go for a race, but might just keep giving perpetuals, yeah? In fact, Nihal has 10 seconds. But we don't have the angle there of the board. Otherwise, it would have been very nice. Vivaswan. Hello, Vivaswan. Abhimanyu playing today. Yeah, he did play. 2700 level defense. No, in that defense, truly so many intense and deep decisions were involved related with defense. We have many times seen something about attack, but I think defense can save so many points, yeah, if we are able to not get intimidated. Abhimanyu is playing US Championship. Oh, isn't Abhimanyu playing here? Acha. Okay, got it. Yeah, maybe just some checks. Himang says, Puranik is playing here Mishra in US. Abhimanyu Mishra, Abhimanyu Puranik. Actually, Abhimanyu is not even such a common name in chess field. Yet we have two Abhimanyus already. I mean, on top level. Look, he's just giving checks. So, going for perpetual. No race. He doesn't want a race. He's like, bhai, bas ho gaya. Sone jana hai. It's 11 p.m. there. Here in Qatar, it would be 2.5 hours difference. So right now the time would be 8:30 p.m. 8:30 p.m. in Qatar. I was asking about Puneri Purga. When says I just came back from Qatar 2 days ago. Array, were you not aware of this event? Because I believe you would have loved to stay back maybe a day or two. If king b6, there's no check here for now. And you don't even have... there is queen e6. Sorry. There is... So you can't escape. No, can you get to no check position? Here there is this check. Here there is again this check. Okay, you can't go... This triangle is not working. Okay, if you go here, and then if you go here, maybe it was the scenario. Check. Can you go queen c6 or... Oops, sorry. Queen b4, that's a big blunder. And now if king a7, because there is no queen e7 check. This is a no check position. Got it. But then this check will come. And can you go queen c7, but this endgame race, oops, g5, b5, g4. The problem will be black will have this extra pawn. So you don't want to go into this for sure. So queen e8 check. And I don't see any way for Nihal to try and, try for anything. So mostly it will end in a draw right now. Naveen says, what are the future tournaments which you will stream after this? Actually, after this, Sagar is going to UK, Isle of Man. So that he's going on 23rd. And from 25th, the tournament starts. So that's a long event, 25th to 5th November. Oh, by the way, it is the last one in the FIDE circuit. Yeah, so that is the reason where we have a very good, chance where somebody from India could qualify to the candidates. That tournament we will get to know whether we will have another Indian in the candidates or not. Oh, Itachi says Gukesh's live rating is 2748 and still India number 1. Are you sure? So that is the next tournament, which is UK FIDE. So it's generally until 6th November. No, 5th November it ends. So 5th November tak pura pack. So 11 to 20th Qatar Masters, and then 25th to 5th November FIDE circuit, FIDE Grand Swiss. Shall I also show you some results, because I think most of the games are over. So that would be nice to show the results. Maybe I can show it here. Wait, let me try. Now. Okay, here we have the updated results. Magnus. So we'll look at the top seeds. Magnus beats Shrihari. Nakamura beats Vantika. Anish beats Rohit. So no upset on top boards. So first upset in some way is Nubairshah versus Gukesh ends in a draw. Then Nodirbeg beats Jakub. I think the results not updated here. Venkatesh. Arjun beats Venkatesh. Maksudlu beats Saidakabar. Van Forest beats Lagunov. Nihal is playing. It will mostly end in a draw. So that is another small upset there. Kushagra beats Fedosiv. So that is the first big upset in top 10 boards. Beating a almost 2700 player. 2691. And I believe Fedosiv has touched 2700. His peak rating would be 2700 at some point, for sure. So that's a very big upset, in fact. Then going to Oparin drew with Ilias. Antonio lost with Javo Kirisindario. SL Narayanan beats Amilal. Hari Madhavan drew with Arvind Chidambaran. Okay, in terms of draws, we have Aryan Chopra drawing with Divya. So Divya holding Aryan Chopra as well. Salim Saleh beats CRG. Leon beats Muhammad Ali. Abhimanyu Puranik and Song Yuxin. The result is not updated, and maybe I'll check on Chess. Nodirbek Yakuboyev beats Garvagor. Murli drew with Jin. Some results are yet to be updated, but Setu Raman also won. Pranav beat Akshat. Aditya beat Ilam Parthi. Savita lost today. So these are today's results. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have held higher rated players. That is for sure. Okay, so by the way, what is it about? Oh, this is moved, yeah. Oops. 2700. Okay, but I cannot. Carlsen. Let's just see the updated ratings here. Sorry, I know what to do. Yeah. So Gukesh is 2751.9. Maybe not updated, no? Or has it updated? Yeah, it is updated. So it is 2751.9 right now, and Vishy 2747.6 right now. So yeah, he's still number 1 in the live rating list. Okay, and the king is still roaming around in the garden. But today Vantika played really well against Nakamura. Anish had a very interesting game, and there were some mess ups. And Rohit also played very well there. Uh, Tomorrow's pairing already it's going to be not very easy. I'm very keen to see who is Magnus and Hikaru and Anish they're going to play. Queen F2. अरे भाई हो गया अभी इधर कोई चांस नहीं है अरे पॉन तो पुश करो नहीं तो who is even trying who is trying is Nihal trying to trick Zhu Chen. Yeah, he's the higher rated, so normally he will be the one who is trying because he also, I think, gave up the f3 pawn with his choice. So, random thing says Fedosev's peak rating is 2733. Show Nihal's feed, but Nihal दिख रहा है क्या सबको? Oops, this is to me. Wait. Okay, now Sagar knows where is the feed, so unfortunately I cannot really take you there right now on the full screen. How many of you are going to be following Isle of Man? King C3. Photographic draw भी नहीं कर रहे ना वो लोग. Check. Okay. I think now he's gone King C3 again. So Queen F6 check. What about Adiban? No, only Bharat Subramaniam's game is going. Rook D2. Here he is. Almost winning. Almost over. Must be over actually because it's 0-0 now. And King F2, King F3 is coming. So this must be over. So is Nihal the only one left in the hall? So Nihal has the whole hall to keep walking. Okay, King C3, Queen F6, King C4. Again, he's not gone King B3 where it could be like a, okay, I'm repeating. But King C4, Queen F7 check. Quite interesting. Oh, did he play Queen D5? So, if Queen takes D5 here, look at this. Wow, what a small trap. I mean, of course, Black was very careful about it, but this is the moment where you see when the king was far away on B7, it was better for Black, or I mean, at least a draw there. But here, if you go G5, the important thing is B5, G4, and White to play. Guys, what should White play here? Yes, Pranav, Siddhant, Venkatesh, DSG, Shaibi, Amit. Spandan, Orange, Lava, Alpha, Niket, Sneha, Amit, Irwin, Sai. Absolutely, King E4, and the whole point is you can stop this pawn because this king is in the square. The king has to be in the square to stop the pawn. So this you can stop, whereas this square over here, for the pawn to be stopped, this king is just too far away. So that is important, and that's why it was a very nice thing what Nihal tried, but obviously you're not going to fall for that. So, but you see that the reason he's trying somewhere, yes, it is going to be ending in a draw. I don't think Zhu Chen, if you look at him, that guy is not even getting up from the board, completely intensely there. You can see his determination to hold Nihal there. So I don't think he's going to make any mistake. But I like how Nihal, kept this very slight tricky possibility. Okay, Queen F1 check. How many moves have played? 89. When did the last pawn move? Because 50 moves, no? From there. Or 75. How can I forget? Okay, he captured the pawn Queen F3 on move number 62. So from 63rd move, they have been playing and it's reached 89. So just 25 moves. But since the last 25 moves, this king is like मैं पूरा जग घूम के आया. I've roamed the whole world. So yeah. When chess players start traveling for tournaments, initially it's like one visa and second visa on the passport, and it's so exciting. Ek naya country, second new country, third new country, and after a few countries, after some 10 countries or 50, then it becomes very hard because then the tournaments are being held at the same country. So you might even go to another town or another city, but the country is the same. So you might go to Spain for 5 times, yeah, but different cities. But it starts getting difficult to add a new country because many people have this thing that, okay, I want to go to a new country. That is funny. Look at Zhu Chen. Does king d4 also work instead of what? King over here you mean. Takes g5 b5. Here g4 and king d4. Yeah, it should work. I think it should work because it's still in the square. So before you start calculating, intuitively it should work. Harsh says after 10 years, oh, still they are playing. Getting great energy. Yeah. Oops, by the way, did we complete our today's goal? We had a goal of 14 lakh 3,000, no, 4,000 was the goal. So 152 less. Okay, never mind. Still some possibility. I think Nihal is playing. Maybe Nihal is saying that कर दो यार 14 lakh 4,000 goal complete कर दो. So he's trying and trying. He's playing quick moves. Queen c4. Something's happening, but here isn't it getting updated or what? Queen c4. Yeah, because they're making moves very fast. It's stuck. Wait, let me just refresh. Yeah, queen c4, queen f6, queen e4 is played by Nihal, and another check there. And the arbiter is like, how many moves have been done, I guess? Or is it over? Is it already over? The camera is gone. I believe the game ended in a draw. Guys, in the chat, do you know by any chance? Do let me know if the game is over, because that's what I feel, that the game must be over. So is the game over? Does anybody know? Chess results. Maybe I can check. Yes, it's a draw, says Vidhan. I can also check on chess results if the result has been updated. Yes. No. Nihal's result has not been updated. That's the only result which has yet to be updated. But I believe it's a draw, because they wouldn't end the camera otherwise. But okay, guys, that has been nice. All the games have finished. We have covered all the matches today. There were a total number of 78 boards we had, and the 79th board had a bye. So tomorrow it's going to be very, very exciting. We already saw how our players have been giving some tough fight there. Plus we're also looking at how Magnus and Naka and Anish, maza aa raha hai. So let's see each other tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Actually today I think they had inauguration. Maybe it started 15-20 minutes late. But tomorrow it will start at 5:30 p.m. So be there. And it's going to be a very, very long day. Alright. Take care. Bye-bye. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for all the suggestions and sending the chat moves. It was a lot of fun. Bye-bye. Good night.